The story opens with a vague prologue. The present is the era of mass transmigration. You never know when or where you'll get hit by a truck, fall into a pit, be reborn, or become possessed. The opening of an isekai novel always starts like that, when the protagonist gets into an accident while reading a web novel. In the real world, the phone screen paused because of a notification. The girl glanced at it with a hint of indifference. I also want to transmigrate so badly. Gloom seeped into her thoughts, no talent, no clear goals, living just to exist, so there was nothing worth mourning about a life spent wasting time like this. She had cut ties with her useless parents, so she no longer really had a family. She laughed bitterly to herself. Looking back, her life had been harsh, completely opposite to the protagonist in this novel. The novel she was reading is called The Precious Jewel of a Duke's Family. As the title suggests, it's a warm romance where the protagonist is loved by everyone but sulks and runs away from home for reasons unknown. No war or dark conspiracies, everything is peaceful, so transmigrating into a side character isn't a big deal. She admitted with closed eyes that although it wasn't her usual taste, she often read it. If she could transmigrate, she wished to become the main character in such a sweet book. And one more thing, people often say your chances of transmigrating go up if you actively leave comments. But actually she had other favorites like Return of the Sword. After the hero's sect was destroyed by a demonic cult, the protagonist is reborn and collects the cult's treasures to change the past in a martial arts novel. And she deliberately held back from commenting to avoid the chance of ending up in that one. Because Return of the Sword has a high transmigration difficulty rating, 5 stars. Lost in thought, she realized she'd made a mistake. She blurted in embarrassment, I clicked the wrong thing. She had left a few heart icons under Return of the Sword. When she looked up, something happened. Really, the light's been green this whole time. A blinding beam of light suddenly flashed at her and she froze, a car horn. A large truck, as if possessed by demons, was barreling toward her spot. Her hands flailed midair. Damn it, if getting hit by a truck means I'll transmigrate, fine, do it then. The faint remnant of Gyeokyeon's consciousness screamed desperately. Please, if I have to transmigrate into one of the 2 novels I just commented on, let it be the cute romance one. The scene shifted, the morning sky turning fresh and blue. Peach blossoms were being blown toward the distant mountains. After calming down, she began to look around. This place is so different, not an unfamiliar sky after all. Wait, why is it so cold? Am I lying on the ground? Let's see, why is it hard to move? How old am I now anyway? She suddenly realized this was undeniable from any angle. Aren't these the hands of a newborn baby? The little girl saw a building ahead and the place where she lay. An Easta. There were signs, no matter how you looked at it. This didn't match the child-rearing world in The Precious Jewel of a Duke's Family. Something was definitely wrong. Why did I end up in the novel I didn't want to transmigrate into? Could it be Return of the Sword? Though maybe not, but clearly this world has an East vibe. Her youthful face paled with fear. She tried to look around, but being wrapped in cloth, she couldn't see any streets or signs. What should I do? Should I cry? But what if there's a bad person inside? Just then Hyun stepped out of the sect gate. His steps faltered as someone asked, is someone here? The young man's face was strikingly handsome, his gaze clear and earnest as he scanned the surroundings. Big and small stared at each other, the space strangely silent. While Hyun was still confused, the little girl began to ponder. Who is this delicate-looking man? Eventually Hyun broke the silence. Child, where are your parents? After the exchange, hurried footsteps ran into the sect hall. He pushed the door open without hesitation. Sect Master. There's a child at the front gate. His words faltered when he saw everyone staring at him. Still flustered, Hyun blinked and looked around. The front gate, so this seems to be the base of some sect. Who are those people? Hyun murmured awkwardly. It seems everyone is busy, so I'll come back later. Suddenly he was called back, Hyun. The sect master pointed at the girl, bring the child here. Though his appearance was no longer youthful, his eyes were full of commanding spirit. The little girl tensed up unconsciously. What is this? This old man may be a stranger, but he feels truly frightening. Then Hyun heard a deep voice, who is the guardian of this child? He hesitated and replied, well, I searched, but there was no one. Perhaps they abandoned the child. Immediately someone shouted, what? Who went up to the Manhua sect and abandoned this child? That gave her her first bit of information. Wait. The Manhua sect. The Manhua sect, if it's the Manhua sect, it might be one of the orthodox schools of the righteous faction in martial arts novels. That means. Her face went pale. Could it be that because she read both that whimsical romance and martial arts stories, she ended up in a child-rearing martial arts world? No. It's a child-rearing novel but with blood spattering and calls of chivalry and the martial world. The kid was furious. Why did I get lost in such a mixed-up story? What do I do now? Suddenly a warm hand touched the blanket. The grimacing face softened into boundless kindness. So small, your parents are heartless. The girl tried to calm herself. Yes, don't panic. It seems this old man is the most powerful person here, and as long as it's about caring for and raising a child, that should be fine, right? Great hope formed, salvation might still be possible. While she daydreamed, the sect master gave an order. Hyun, this might not be good. He hurriedly asked, yes, what should we do now? The girl smugly thought, okay, the next line will be, its fate, we'll raise it here. Just then the sect master spoke up. Perhaps it's better to send the baby down to Huiyin County. Proudly self-satisfied, she froze. See, he said to send me down there. What? The explanations continued. This is bad for both us and the child. How could people of the martial world raise a newborn? Hyun quickly agreed. Indeed. Sorry, little one. This time the girl panicked even more. Wait, isn't this not about child-rearing, but about becoming independent? What to do? Unless a recluse passes by to take her in, or she becomes a beggar, or she lives cleaning inns that wandering martial folk often wreck. If she does well, she might become a servant. If not, she'll be stuck a perpetual urchin. That's absolutely not an option. The little hand, so small, gripped the edge of Hyun's outer robe directly. Her shining eyes seemed to plead a million unspoken prayers. This is the only choice. Please raise me. She tried to make the most pitiful face possible. Please raise me. We're already at this point. Still not agreeing. Seeing hesitation in Hyun's eyes, the girl tried even harder to cajole him. Right, you're feeling awkward, aren't you? I was terrified when I thought I wouldn't be adopted. Hyun, already charmed, spoke up. Little one, do you want to stay here? The girl nodded with all her might. Great, changed your mind then. At that moment, someone else also changed their mind. A satisfied laugh sounded right beside the girl. I've never seen a child so clever, and she can express herself so clearly. So perhaps the child's arrival here is fate. Moreover, the Manhua sect does not refuse those in need, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed. The sect master then had another idea. I suppose we should give the child a name. The sect's senior disciples use the character Roman 6, so the next generation will use T instead. The girl confirmed one thing, this old man really is the leader here, so at least I can relax about the name. Next, the sect master added, since fate brought her and using the character meaning attachment, she'll be called Jiakyeon. The other elders murmured excitedly, are you planning to grant an honorific? Another quietly said, what's wrong with raising her as a Manhua disciple? Now the girl had a headache thinking about it. Even when she grew up, she'd probably choose to be a disciple of the Manhua sect, a prestigious school, but what's this honorific? Isn't that only for true gate disciples, or does it mean cutting all ties with the mundane world and living like an ascetic? An elder enthusiastically told the girl, from now on your name is Jiakyeon. She paid little attention, still lost in thought. Besides, big sects often use generation names. The next generation will have the character Tai. If so, I'm surely a true gate disciple. If I'm part of the orthodox faction in martial arts novels, then even if this is Return of the Sword, I can feel somewhat reassured. The sect master whispered into Jiakyeon's ear, welcome to Manhua. As for the girl, one question remained unresolved. But surely these old men don't intend to train a baby, do they? After the chaos of transmigration, the sky returned to calm. In the small room, a steady recitation rose. When the mind is this quiet, it becomes clear, and that calm gradually leads one to the righteous path. The sect master continued slowly lecturing. Entering the righteous path like this is called attaining the way. Those who grasp it will widely spread the path of the sages. But perhaps little Jiakyeon was daydreaming. A week had passed since I came to Manhua. In that time, many small but notable things happened. First, the man named Hyun took me in and became my caretaker. For a week I've slept when I wanted, eaten porridge when hungry, and lived quite comfortably. Only the sect master's calm recitation made the girl frown. Listening to the essence of the way every morning was unbearable. Although they said they'd raise her to be a Manhua disciple, telling such things to a child not yet 1 year old meant she'd forget them after a nap. The sect master didn't know this and lectured with full enthusiasm. If you want success, you must remember these things. Jiakyeon secretly sighed, sorry sir, but I don't want to do anything too lofty. Then the girl smiled. Though she was accidentally admitted to the Manhua sect, she still preferred the Wudang sect. They handled different energies impressively and had continuous duels using Taiji swordsmanship. The protagonist who joined a sect became a member of Wudang sect. The protagonist of the Wudang sect using Taiji swordsmanship is truly wonderful. Usually, a person's favorite sect is the one they belong to. But the Manhwa sect in The Return of the Sword just chases the flashy plum blossom aesthetics and lives in decay. Meanwhile, the sect master grew more pleased, thinking the girl listened attentively, as if born to be of Manhwa. Conversely, Jiakyeon thought differently. I wonder how people will react if I switch to the Wudang sect later. But I've only been reading since morning, so I'm starving. Dinner time must be near, and since I still have a bit of scholar's dignity, I can't just cry to demand food. However, only a few minutes later the sect master noticed the girl had gone silent. What's wrong? Is Jiakyeon feeling unwell? Unexpectedly, he burst out laughing. Right, you mean you want me to read even faster, don't you? A voice like a bolt of lightning rang out. All right, books are food for the soul, so I'll read as much as you want. Jiakyeon's small mouth twisted. No way, what intellect, forget it. I told you I'm hungry. The child's cries continued like that, yet he still didn't understand why suddenly crying. Fortunately, Jiakyeon saw someone appear, the sect master. Jihyun looked like a prince stepping in. It's Jiakyeon's mealtime, could I take her away? Seeing that gentle face made Jiakyeon want to scream. Why are you only coming now? I thought I was going to faint from hunger. Jihyun, feed me quickly. But she had to admit something. Thinking back, he just happened to pick me up and became my caretaker, right? Training while raising a child must be tough. I'm strangely impressed that he cares for me so meticulously. Then the sect master suddenly suggested, Jihyun, the weather's nice, shall we take Jiakyeon to Oknuji for a visit? If it's Manhwa's treasures, at least we should visit Oknuji once. He agreed, glancing outside. Yes, then let's go. Jiakyeon would surely enjoy Oknuji. Deep down the child was very curious. Oknuji. It sounded like the name of some sightseeing spot on a tour for the elderly. After a moment, curiosity mixed with some worry. Where could they possibly take a child? Where exactly are we going? The path had no clear markers. We'd been climbing for an hour. In my previous life, I would have given up long ago, but this Jihyun hasn't shown any sign of fatigue since earlier. Really admirable. Meanwhile, Jihyun found it rather bland. Aren't all ponds the same? Water and trees. Little Jiakyeon was full of doubt. Are we supposed to cultivate right here? Strange, my soul feels so peaceful. Jihyun tried to encourage the child. Jiakyeon, sorry, you're bored, aren't you? Just wait a bit, we're almost there. Jiakyeon thought indifferently, what's so special that we had to climb all the way to Manhwa's rhododendron garden? After some time passed, when the peach branches appeared, an announcement came. We're here, Jiakyeon, this is Oknuji. Perhaps the arduous climb was worth it, for both looked very pleased. Jiakyeon excitedly took in the blooming apricot flowers of every hue. Pink recalled spring, white evoked images of snow. The pond was so clear you could see the bottom, a heavenly scene indeed. So this is Oknuji. In my past life I never visited places like this. Maybe because my body is small, my emotions are easily stirred and I'm overly moved. Right, then just live like that. Maybe in this life I can be a carefree child. Although I wanted to enjoy this peaceful air, life in the Manhwa sect doesn't make that easy. A hurried call from afar grew clearer. The elder was summoning, brother, you must return at once. Jihyun quickly agreed, making Jiakyeon a bit annoyed. What? No way, it's been less than 5 minutes and we have to go back. Fine, go then, I can tour by myself. Seeing the child's irritation, Jihyun felt awkward. Jiakyeon. Right, we just arrived, so you'd want to see more, wouldn't you? What to do now? Her heart was screaming. I told you I didn't want to leave. Just then Jihyun shifted his gaze upward. Yuiseong, I can see everything up there. The person in the tree silently obeyed Yuihyun's call. Come down here. A second later, the sound of 2 feet hitting the ground echoed. Jiakyeon immediately remembered this was Yuiseong. Of course, she hadn't forgotten his scowling face. This is definitely the person I met at the training hall. Thinking back to the other day, Jiakyeon fell silent. It seemed he had been scolded for being lazy then. Yuihyun suddenly turned to him and said, while you're shirking your duties like this, take Jiakyeon and show her Oknuji to her heart's content. Yuiseong confidently retorted, what lazy? Taking care of kids is work too. Jiakyeon muttered inwardly as if shirking work is something to be proud of. Useless. Now Yuihyun spoke with gentle insinuation. So should I tell master that you skipped training today and are hanging about here? Yuiseong swore in a fluster and little Jiakyeon thought to herself that Yuihyun was terrifying. Then Yuiseong agreed to take her. Yuihyun didn't forget to remind him to mind his manners in front of the child. He specifically warned him not to take his eyes off the child and not to let her lie on the ground. Jiakyeon, I'll be gone a moment, play nicely. Yui-sung replied calmly. Worry too much, go quick and come back soon. Little Jiakyeon felt a bit uneasy. Will this be okay? I'm nervous being with this guy. Suddenly, he set her down on the ground. Being overprotective can be a problem too. They say children should learn to crawl with their own hands and feet. The lower body of a fighter is fundamental, so train it well. Jiakyeon wanted to shout back, your carrying isn't comfortable either, so I won't make a fuss. Then Yui-sung flopped down nearby and said to play around here but not go to the water's edge. Seeing that, the girl made up her mind. If she could talk, she'd tattle to Yui-hyun. He even claims to follow the rules, so why should I listen to him? So the girl had a premonition. A child's instinct urged her to reach into that clear water. A deep dark blue that seemed bottomless made her heart tremble. Jiakyeon was thrilled. Their carp, how beautiful. 5 tiny fingers slowly stretched out. I just want to see them a little closer. That thought was cut off by Yui-sung, that brat. Jiakyeon stared at him in surprise, since when she thought he was asleep, but he wasn't. Yui-sung scolded her irritably. Didn't I tell you not to go near the pond's edge? Jiakyeon pouted and retorted. Have you ever seen a child obey? Even you don't listen. For some reason, Jiakyeon began to babble. The lazy fellow Yui-sung still didn't stop. Lazy? Looks like the kid picked that up nicely. There's a water demon down there that eats children, you know. Jiakyeon was annoyed. Does he think I'll fall for that scare story? The girl kept flailing her arms and legs to resist. Let go, I'm almost watching them already. Her struggle made Yui-sung give up. Stubborn little. Just a bit okay, and lazy is a bad word, so don't use it. The girl hummed teasingly and stared at the fish. Look, carp. Then Yui-sung offered an excuse. I have reasons for skipping training. Fool, swinging a few times and you get used to it. But to tell me to swing 100 more times, wouldn't that be exhausting? Seeing that, Jiakyeon decided she'd start calling him the lazy one from now on. Yui-sung didn't hear and remained supremely confident, saying, fine, odd as it sounds, but I'm a genius, you know. He asked the girl, slightly irritated, are you mocking me, kid? Jiakyeon was set down, seeing is believing. Yui-sung picked up his sword and walked to a spot away from the girl. Jiakyeon carefully noticed that his gaze had grown sharper. Moments later, she felt the air around them become purer and heavier. A petal drifted by, making the corners of the girl's eyes sparkle. The sight of the youth swinging his sword stirred her heart. Wherever the blade passed, the plum blossoms burst into bright red. No matter how gracefully he flowed through the forms, his face remained coldly handsome. Jiakyeon began to change her mind about the Manhwa sect. I thought he was just a rogue with no charm. But what is this? Jiakyeon's little mouth slowly opened. A look of delighted fascination and infatuation appeared. Rather than the Wudang sect, Manhwa had become #1 in my heart. I've totally become a fan of the Manhwa sect. I don't know how much time passed. Today there are visitors outside the sect. How long has it been since we returned to the Manhwa sect? 2 figures stood on a cliff overlooking the Manhwa sect. The younger one grumbled, I haven't been counting days either, so I'm not sure, but I wonder if anything interesting happened while we were away. The one ahead was calmer. Interesting? At Manhwa it's just training noise. What could be special? Laughter still echoed outside, but life is unpredictable. What is it? It's been a long time since we returned. Who knows if there's been any commotion? That voice trailed off as they saw the mess inside the room. Jin Yul stood open-mouthed in shock. To her right was Elder Muyong. Seeing someone had caught her mischief, little Jiakyeon felt a pang of guilt. A furious shout was rattling birds and beasts. There really was a child causing trouble here. Jiakyeon only had time to play the scene in her head. Caught in the act, the girl was terribly flustered. What to do now? Actually, from before until now it went like this. A few days ago, Yui-sung's plum blossom display at Oknuji was so beautiful that Jiakyeon's favorite sect shifted from Wudang to Manhwa. Although Yui-sung was the one who made Jiakyeon start caring about Manhwa, he still got scolded by Yui-hyun for letting her play on the ground, but Jiakyeon ignored it. Perhaps because they heard Jiakyeon liked Yui-sung's plum blossoms, the sect leader gifted her a wooden sword that he had prepared with the other elders. Still an infant, Jiakyeon immediately gnawed on it. Who knows, teething made the bamboo. Jiakyeon was quickly scolded. No, that's not food. While the sect leader was away briefly, a fly buzzed in annoyingly, so the girl tried to use the wooden sword as a tether and poke at it. Finally furious, little Jiakyeon threw the wooden sword. Disaster struck in the leader's absence. Then the pair Jin Yul and Muyong asked some questions about the child's origins. The girl sized them up, a young woman and a middle-aged woman. Since arriving at Manhwa, these were the first faces she'd seen, yet they were wearing Manhwa sect uniforms. Just then Yui-hyun appeared. Elder Muyong and senior sister Jin Yul, long time no see. Was your journey smooth? Thus Jiakyeon understood. One was an elder and one the senior disciple. Before continuing, let Jiakyeon explain a bit about martial ranks. The elder is the head of the sect, while the senior disciple is a disciple of the leader or an elder. Because of that, the girl was very surprised. Wait, someone about Hyun's age is already the senior disciple? The person beside him looks far too young to be an elder, so she was even more stunned. She stood dumbfounded for a long time. Had both of them undergone body-altering techniques or some rejuvenation? Meanwhile, Hyun briefly explained, a few months ago she was placed before the main hall of Manhwa. Hyun, what's this? Muyong asked calmly. So that's it, where did the sect leader go? He continued respectfully, saying the master had received reports of the Black Dao appearing in Hyun, so he and the other elders have already gone to Yonhwa. That surprised Jin Yul a lot. The Black Dao? Muyong asked. Plum Blossom's sword is in Hyun. Do the Black Dao dare cause trouble there? Jin Yul, quick-witted, guessed they likely stirred up trouble while we were away at Mount Hua. Master. Hyun recalled some basics. The White Path are warriors who follow righteousness and integrity, while the Black Path are those who follow evil and corruption. Simply put, they're immoral thugs. Hard to believe they're showing up here. Muyong then began issuing orders. First, let's go to Yonhwa. Jin Yul, you come along too. She sounded a bit irritated. Damn it, because of those hateful Black Dao we have to descend the mountain again. These two were clearly identified. Mount Hua's #1 sword, Plum Blossom's sword Muyong, and his heir-apparent senior disciple, Jin Yul. According to Hyun, Elder Muyong had undergone a body transformation. Then Hyun mumbled and reassured the senior sister. Though still young and not yet fully initiated, Plum Blossom's sword personally accepted her. So she's a little out of step with others. What am I saying to a child? Hyun guessed that because she was chosen personally by Mount Hua's #1 sword and marked as a prodigy, she was spared the hardships other disciples endure. Surely peers of Jin Yul couldn't look on her with fondness. A question flickered in the girl's mind. If I were a genius, could I withstand those envious looks? Probably not easily. All right, practice swordplay then. At the same time, someone reminded her to fold her arms a bit more. Just 5 seconds, but that was the opening of the Plum Blossom reversal, right? The girl was stunned to realize the woman was Jin Yul. When had she noticed? Little Hyun admired Jin Yul tremendously. I only imitated what Yue-sung did casually and she recognized it immediately. Truly a genius is still a genius. Then Jin Yul reached toward Hyun. You seem quite talented. Try this once, she said. Something fell after that offer. A strange pearl rolled out of the cloth. In the cave atop the immortal peak there lives a pair of demon serpents. This is one of their core pearls. I brought it here to present to the sect leader. I only dealt with the male snake. I deliberately left the female behind. Jin Yul spoke with some expectation. That female snake will later possess strong venom, so when you grow up, take its core for yourself. Hyun was frantic. Asked me to catch a grieving demon snake seeking revenge? Are you kidding? That's Sparta-level harsh. 2 tears welled in the girl's eyes. Meanwhile, Jin Yul still watched the child with a look full of expectation. Her voice was gentle, though not yet enough to be called talent. There are promising signs. I hope these prospects will become an advantage for you later on. Hyun felt warmth from that reassurance. Having faced jealousy, envy, and loneliness because of talent, she easily recognized the sincerity in that tone. Well, since I've been granted talent in this perilous Jianghu world, I don't intend to waste it. Meanwhile, the sect leader appeared. Seems the two have already been introduced. Little Hyun nurtured a bright determination. She didn't want to be a supporting role overshadowed and vanish before the protagonist. On the side, Jin Yul began to relay. Master asked me to pass on this message. He replied, your master isn't the type to fuss over such things, don't worry. She suddenly changed the subject. Now that I think about it, Hyun's little sister is almost 1 year old, isn't she? So a weighty question arose. When was the child born? The sect leader's expression turned grave. The reason for summoning the elders today was to decide Hyun's birth date. At that time, Jin Yul thought it reasonable to choose the day the child first arrived at Mount Hua as her birthday. But the problem is, the sect leader's expression grew even more troubled. I completely can't remember the day Hyun first came here. Hyun also flustered. I'm really sorry, but I don't remember either. The girl was shocked. Even Hyun, whom I trusted, doesn't remember. Usually for children it's natural to receive lots of gifts on special commemorative days, right? But I only got a simple toy, a wooden sword. The girl plainly looked melancholic. Something feels off, doesn't it? Meanwhile, an elder spoke up. Then let's choose today as Hyun's birthday. Everyone quickly agreed and insisted on holding her birthday celebration that very evening. Only the girl herself quietly felt that something was really wrong. If I grow up and ask you later, can you explain why you chose this day? Shortly after, Yui Hyun happily carried Jiakyeon outside. Jiakyeon, go receive your birthday wishes. So the kid stopped complaining. After all, these gentle people only know swordsmanship anyway. Senior brother Yikang was the first to hear the news. Today is Jiakyeon's birthday, right? I should have congratulated you earlier. Sorry. He innocently poked the girl's little nose. So why is today her birthday? Yui Hyun didn't hide it. Actually, I intended to choose the day she first came to Mount Hua as her birthday, but no one remembers the exact day. From afar, someone answered, isn't it not yesterday but 5 months ago? A man with radiant valor appeared, startling them. Yui-sang. Still, Yui Hyun was a bit doubtful. Really? Yui-sang was utterly confident. Of course, it's my birthday that day too. With that solved, Yui Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. Meanwhile, Yui-sang began to feign misery. When I felt lonely because no one cared about my birthday, I suddenly heard a child had been taken in. Yikang, embarrassed, said enough. Then Jiakyeon was moved to be held in a different position. Yui Hyun carefully lifted the little girl. Alright, although your real birthday has passed, since it's like this now, we should still celebrate, okay? Thank you for coming to Mount Hua, Jiakyeon. Jiakyeon, very happy, made a childlike sound in response. The girl really wanted to express her feelings, hoping everyone would support her from now on. Time flew by, and now someone was running through Mount Hua in a hurry. Yui Hyun shouted urgently, Jiakyeon, where are you? At the same time, Yui-sang was puzzled. How could a 4-year-old be so good at hiding? It's all because of you, brother. Yui Hyun came up with a plan. I'll go search the other side, he agreed. Right, she even went close to the cliff a few times before. Yui Hyun emphasized they must quickly find her. The others turned away. Understood, if we find her, we'll bring her to the sect leader. Anyway, if we find her, we'll deal with her properly. The mischievous girl stuck out her tongue and continued to hide. This is Jiakyeon 4 years later. 3 years have passed since Jiakyeon came to Mount Hua. Time slips by. Jiakyeon felt a bit wistful. Before she knew it, she had turned 4. Of course, I don't know precisely, so my age is counted from the day I first came to Mount Hua. Above all, these Jianghu matters don't pay much attention to birthdays, so they don't mean much anyway. The girl's mood was somewhat troubled. After strict upbringing like this, would she still be treated coldly? Indeed, because my name was used as a good example. So I will definitely become a full disciple. A full disciple is the orthodox, official disciple of the sect, not to be compared with miscellaneous disciples who learn martial arts elsewhere outside the main school. A full disciple can be officially registered under the master's guidance, and is guaranteed to enjoy different privileges. Indeed, only 4 years old and already climbing cliff faces like a mountain goat. But surely I must reach the level of a professional climber in the future before I can call myself a true disciple, right? Anyway, this time I have to try soaking my feet in Oknuji once to see how it feels. Just then someone stopped the girl. Yui-sang angrily demanded, were you an actor in your past life? Why do you flail like that whenever water appears? Jiakyeon mischievously shouted, you lazy bones, let me go. He of course refused. Absolutely not. I must take you to senior brother Yui Hyun. Do you know how deep that place is and you're planning to jump? The little girl rolled her eyes. I wasn't going down there, just playing around. On the contrary, Yui-sang grew colder. You were using your hands to cling while climbing the steps, weren't you? Jiakyeon grew uneasy. How does he have such sharp eyes? He immediately lectured, kid, humans walk on 2 feet, not on their hands, okay? Jiakyeon, innocent and puzzled, he stammered on, because people must maintain dignity. The girl wanted to retort, I have to use my whole body to climb these steps, you know. The quarrel ended. Yui-sang splashed a little water at Jiakyeon. Let me wash your face a bit. Jiakyeon tried to protest. Alright, listen up then. A look full of longing appeared. I want to see the waterfall. Yui-sang was a bit surprised. The waterfall, you mean that waterfall? See the waterfall, huh? Jiakyeon explained, I'll sit under the waterfall to train, just like Senior Jin Yul and Master Muyong. Yui-sang understood. It seems she had seen Senior Jin Yul and Elder Muyong training. He promptly tapped Jiakyeon on the head. How can a child of only 4 imitate the elders? Jiakyeon stubbornly asked, then when can I? Yui-sang reached out to measure. Maybe when you're about this tall. The girl pouted in frustration. Well then, not anytime soon. I wonder if they'll still treat me like a child by then. How many more years must I wait before I can truly cultivate? Then Yui-sang offered to carry the girl back for dinner. Of course, Jiakyeon refused. She's hatching a plan. Just climbing isn't enough to build endurance. Yui-sung teased her on purpose. You won't stop halfway because you can't continue, will you? A few minutes passed. Jiakyeon cried out excitedly too fast. She hugged Yui-sung's arm tightly. Walking hand in hand was much faster and safer than going alone. Yui-sung bent down to look at the little fluff clinging to his arm. Stop overthinking and use both your hands and feet. Is there any disciple who leans on their master like this? The girl immediately brushed it off. What? Yui-sung's senior brother isn't your master. He retorted, huh, what do you mean, huh? If senior brother Yui-hyun cares for you like that, if not him then who? Put your hand on your chest and think about it. Jiakyeon tried to tease him. Senior brother Yui-hyun still has to train, so only senior uncle Yui-sung, who skips training, plays with me, right? He of course boasted, do you know how hard it is to play with a kid like you? Jiakyeon chirped back, not at all, and some uncle even says playing with you is great fun. Yui-sung, unbelieving, asked, which idiot dared say that? Jiakyeon answered plainly, Senior Uncle Yikeng. If senior uncle dares call you an idiot, I'm going to tell him off. After stepping down the stairs, Jiakyeon shouted, Senior Uncle Yikeng. Yui-sung chased after me helplessly because he was afraid I'd fall. Then Yikeng said, oh, our Jiakyeon, senior brother Yui-hyun has been looking for you for a long time. Did you go to Oknuji? Perfect timing, I bought the sweets Jiakyeon likes. The girl wanted to run over and tattle about earlier. Yui-sung quickly snatched the bag and cut them off. Look here, I have candy, do you want some? Want some? Seeing the sweets, Jiakyeon stopped caring about anything else. Awesome, this is my favorite snack. Yikeng melted with affection. You look so cute when you eat. If you ask nicely, I'll give you 2 more. Jiakyeon bargained for 3 and Yui-sung disagreed. It's almost mealtime. If the kid eats 4, Yui-hyun will surely fly into a rage. Jiakyeon told herself, but how can I refuse this earthly delicacy after not tasting it for so long? Yui-sung took the chance to whisper, hey, kid. You must keep it a secret from senior brother Yikeng that I called him an idiot, okay? The crafty girl set a condition. If you teach me how to use the plum blossom reversal I saw, I'll keep your secret. Nothing in this world is free, right? Yui-sung was very surprised. You still remember that. Jiakyeon knew clearly, if she wanted to become a genius swordsman, teach me lots of techniques. With that, she expressed her desire to learn the move and how to use it. But Yui-sung muttered, what good is knowing techniques without learning how to cultivate internal energy? Without that, all we can do is simple things like hit the target. Maybe she was mistaken, but the girl saw Yui-sung curl his lips into a faint smile. Then the youth said, Master, this will be a charitable act. If she learns the method of cultivating internal energy, I'll teach her the secret. Jiakyeon replied firmly, you're not my master. I already said you're not my master. Yui-sung asked again, but you ate 4 candies. How will we explain that to senior brother Yui-hyun? Jiakyeon forced a smile and said, it's fine. Suddenly someone called Jiakyeon. Yui-hyun looked at the girl with a very pained expression. When it's mealtime, you must return on time, right? What have you been doing all this time? And when you go out, you should tell me. I searched for you for a long time thinking you'd disappeared. The girl obediently gave a tired assent. Anyway, Jiakyeon felt a bit resigned. Overprotection. In a place full of cliffs, where else could she go besides Oknuji? Then Yui-hyun said, all right, let's eat. Yui-hyun led the child into the dining hall. Seeing a plate of delicious-smelling food on the table, Jiakyeon's excitement surged. Look at this, the table is full of mountain vegetables today, but somehow there's meat. In the past, when meals had meat, she ate a lot. But now there's another reason. Having eaten 4 candies, she's stuffed and no longer hungry. Her secret plan to fast by always eating vegetarian had failed. But if that uncle finds out the truth, I'll be banned from snacks for sure. Dark thoughts swelled in Jiakyeon's mind. Say what you will, but I really can't eat anymore. Yui-hyun, unaware, only worried for the girl. Your stomach must hurt, so you can't eat more. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the clinic? Jiakyeon thought to herself that if so, she'd be found out for faking illness. The girl awkwardly replied, it's fine. If I stop eating and rest a bit, I'll be fine. At that moment, Yikeng bluntly asked, stomach ache, could it be from the 4 candies I gave you? The room fell into an eerily silent hush. Only Yui-hyun slowly looked at the candy bag. A low sound rumbled in his throat, chilling to hear. How many candies did senior brother give Jiakyeon? It turns out she ate 4 candies, so even with meat on the table, she had no appetite for the meal. Yui-sung, why didn't you stop her and let her eat like that? He finally tried to soften his tone and looked at the girl. Jiakyeon lied and even pretended to be sick. The brat replied innocently, that's called social skill, sir. Yihyun, being kind-hearted, only sighed. Social skill, huh? Why are you becoming more and more like Yui-sang? All three of you stand up and kneel before the dining table, and Jiakyeon will be banned from snacks for the next 2 months. Just then someone entered from outside. Senior brother Yui-hyun, guests have arrived at Mount Hua's main gate. He murmured with feeling, has time really passed so quickly? Prepare to receive the guests. Little Jiakyeon grew curious. In such treacherous mountains, guests actually come here. At the same time, another person peered expectantly from behind a sleeve. As the morning sun climbed, Jiakyeon thought to herself that something felt very strange. Everyone at Mount Hua was so busy today that no one had time to take care of her. Jiakyeon thought again when she heard the offers of candy. The senior brothers passing by must be so distracted to forget Yui-hyun's ban on snacks. She heard it was because an important guest had come to Mount Hua. How important could the guest be to cause this? Since I arrived here, nothing like this has happened. It's been ages since I had some time to myself. Just then a figure flashed by, piquing the girl's curiosity. What? Who is this kid? Unexpectedly, the other person happened to turn around. His handsome, though youthful, face made Jiakyeon's heart race. How is he so good looking? Why is his hair so glossy and his skin so pale? Even though everyone at Mount Hua praises me as pretty, compared to this boy I'm nothing. Si-hyun, a little annoyed, opened his mouth. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that? Jiakyeon immediately felt offended. He's all looks and no substance. The girl formed a rather poor impression of Si-hyun. What a rude child. Jiakyeon, annoyed, asked him, so what are you doing here? Si-hyun replied curtly, I'm out for a walk because I'm a bit plump from sweets. The girl held back from mocking his lisp and asked something else. Where are you headed? Si-hyun shook his head. He didn't know. With sharp wits, Jiakyeon guessed that this boy was indeed one of Mount Hua's distinguished guests. Since Yeonhwa has her grandfather and the elders, I'll lead him there first, right? If we leave him waiting there, a guardian will come. In the end, the girl still gestured, follow me. He looked at the small hand she offered for a moment, then agreed. While guiding him, Jiakyeon nosed around a few questions. Why did you come to Mount Hua? Si-hyun answered briefly. I came with my father. My father is Namgung Gi-jin, and I'm Namgung Si-hyun. Jiakyeon nodded, so he's the young master of the Namgung family. From her small knowledge of martial society, Jiakyeon knew the Namgung family is one of the 5 great clans, akin to the orthodox faction in martial novels. They rank atop the 5 great houses and are famed as an elite sword-using clan. Jiakyeon grew more curious. So the distinguished guest today is the Namgung family, but why would the Namgung family come to Mount Hua? Is something happening in the martial world? I still don't fully know which world I'm in. I only guessed I was in the Return of the Sword novel I read last time, so I don't know exactly what time it is either. Jiakyeon's mind was taut with nerves, and because of that she couldn't feel at ease at all. In the martial world, major incidents often occur that take a turn for the worse. Like Great Demonic Wars, Great Slayer Wars, or Great Demonic Slayer Wars. When events like that happen, the 9 great schools and 5 great families always suffer heavy losses. The child was panicking, and the Mount Hua sect had a high chance of being involved in such events. I'm only 4 years old, apparently talented but still limited in ability. If something like that happens right now, it would be very difficult. I tried to forget it, but seeing that name made everything flash back into my head. Just as her head spun, Si-hyun spoke. You live here? Jiakyeon made a small, puzzled sound. He asked again, are you a disciple here? Little Jiakyeon shook her head, then he added, you live here because you have no home. The child snapped back angrily. So what if I live here because I have no home? The more they walked, the more Jiakyeon thought, why does this guy keep poking at my sore spots? I need to get an adult to handle him quickly. Suddenly Si-hyun reached out as if to touch her hair. His voice grew much more earnest. My manor has things far more beautiful than this. Come to my manor. His hand on her hair ribbon tightened slightly. But perhaps Jiakyeon did not feel moved. A strange suspicion crept into her mind. What is this brat suddenly saying? Today the ribbon I'm wearing looks mature and classical, and even has a flower attached. It was something Yui-sung bought back from the Jeonghu. It's a gift I was given, so I like it. So I've kept and used it carefully to avoid damaging it. Just thinking about that was enough to make the child furious. Give my ribbon back. Si-hyun stubbornly refused to shout back. Meanwhile, another voice rang out. Where did that little brat run off to? Yui-hyun soothingly reassured. Don't worry, Patriarch Namgung. I'm sure the young master hasn't gone far. Gijin awkwardly shepherded that naive youngster here, causing quite the bother for Manhua. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, they saw two little dough lumps piled on top of each other. From Jiakyon's point of view, it was even more of a crisis. They touched. Modern people would call it lip-to-lip contact. In these times, they'd call it a kiss. Why did I have to do that with this brat? And so the day passed in horror and then into the next town. The next day, Yui-sang showed up to tease. While Jiakyon hadn't relaxed yet, another challenge still awaited her ahead. At that moment, Yui-sang excitedly snickered, having truly caused a big commotion. "There you go," the girl angrily shouted. "No way." And then there were more words. The child who was supposed to become a Taoist had already started mingling with boys early, and senior brother Yuihyun even witnessed it. Then Jiakyun, furious, stormed off. She couldn't take it any longer. She'll be laughed at for life. "I must go quickly," she muttered. "If everyone finds out, I'll be in big trouble." Her tiny steps moved again. "I need to be alone. Until this matter dies down, that's right. Especially, I must find a place where that brat isn't around." That wish was immediately shattered when she bumped into Sihyun a second later. Jiakyun had to quietly turn away. This place wasn't very ideal. Sihyun saw this and shouted, "Wait. You insist on grabbing the hem of the little one's robe. Come back to the manor with me." Jiakyun grew even more annoyed. "Why, this is my home." Sihyun tried to answer, "Because this is the first time. I haven't felt uncomfortable having someone see my face. I feel very comfortable next to you, so please come back to the manor with me." Jiakyun now looked as if she had been turned to stone, didn't she? But now the girl understood clearly. So the reason he kept insisting on taking her wasn't because he liked her, but simply because she didn't bother him. How is there such a weird kid like this? Sihyun again repeated, "Because you don't make me feel uncomfortable." Jiakyun didn't know how to react. The reason he clung to someone he just met wasn't affection but that, what kind of person is this? At this, Sihyun's face flushed. "The other lads at the manor only ever made me uncomfortable. If you befriend me and play with me, we'll both be more comfortable and happier," Jiakyun wondered. "Why are you bothered?" he replied bluntly. "Because those guys always fawn and cling then pretend to be close to me." Immediately Jiakyun did as he said. "Oh really? I can bother you like this too." Surprisingly, you remain very calm. "No, you're different from them." For a moment Jiakyun was frozen again. The girl seemed about to scream, "What exactly is different?" Sihyun turned away shyly. "Because you are the first tall person to ever see my face." Jiakyun felt really put out. "Don't act like a romance lead," and she stomped off. "Even so, you'll meet many others in your life, not just me." A voice called out, "Wait, come with me, don't leave me behind." He hurriedly chased after her, but the girl poutily said, "Go by yourself, I don't want people mocking me for walking with you." Sihyun was a bit puzzled. "Why would they tease you?" Jiakyun replied coldly. "Do I have to ask?" Because of yesterday, that lip touch, seeing that expression change, the girl felt more satisfied. That brat seemed to have figured it out. And anyway, now that he realized, he probably won't keep following. Just as she thought that, the gentle voice whispered, "I'm lost." Jiakyun sighed to keep herself from losing her temper. The girl was very sensible and thought she couldn't leave a 4-year-old lost on Mount Hua. Jiakyun gently said, "All right then. I'll take you to Akshangun, so follow me." Within minutes, the other senior brothers went wild, looking overjoyed. But it wasn't the time for girlfriends yet. Jiakyun, hearing their veiled remarks, made the girl truly annoyed. The more she looked, the more she was teased, so she left. "What kind of adults act like children?" Little Jiakyun took Sihyun's hand this way. Then a voice laced with disdain sounded. "Is that the brat?" Sihyun sneered, so jealous. Just being left in front of Mount Hua's main gate made him a true disciple, the fellow disciple chimed in. "That's why. Knowing that, I told my parents to leave me at Mount Hua's main gate too." Meanwhile, Jiakyun keenly looked at his clothes. That flower marked him as the third disciple. The two continued to jab at Jiakyun, making her even more irritated. "It seemed he had a lot bottled up about me, didn't he?" Hearing the whispering for so long made Jiakyun a bit melancholic. It's honestly better to say things to one's face than to talk behind someone's back. Sihyun replied that his father often said speaking ill behind someone's back is bad. After that, Jiakyun realized everyone around her had always been deferential and kind to her, and she had forgotten that. "Not everyone at Mount Hua is friendly to me, but I don't need everyone to like me." The little girl advanced with a bit of sass, honestly, saying, "What benefit would you two get from a child like this?" Determined inwardly, "I will never grow up to be weak." Sihyun watched her with admiration. "Why are you getting a little angry at me? Just because you two failed the Orthodox disciple exam. Instead of sulking about it, try your best to pass." Sihyun snapped so angrily he was shaking. this brat really. Finished talking, he poked the girl's forehead and Jiakyeon only grew firmer. I'm not done yet. The child's sharp gaze stared at him. Does being jealous of a 4-year-old like this make your lives any better? How pitiful and miserable your lives must be. Next, Sihyun heard him speak up. You there, everyone's been praising you non-stop, so now you don't know what fear is, huh? The tone rose into a shout. The greatest achievement of an orphaned child with nowhere to turn like you was just being left at Mount Hua's main gate. Jiakyeon glanced at him involuntarily. Why stoop to such coarse words? Doesn't the entry exam have character evaluation? Seungya applied more force and continued to insult. Jiakyeon's face went dark. However, they overlooked one thing. The little girl's small hands clenched around that filthy finger. First, since childhood I'd been used to living in hellish conditions. Second, I was raised by Jeonghu rules. Repay favors with favors, respond to harm in kind. Feeling Sihyun lending strength made the child more determined, so I won't swallow bitterness in silence. I will not endure it. Jiakyeon tightened both hands even more. A crisp cracking sound rang out, the finger became deformed. A sudden pain struck, making him stagger. Then came a piercing scream and long streams of tears. Jiakyeon was thoroughly pleased. Let him taste what it's like to have his hand snapped by a 4-year-old. After finishing, the girl safely dropped to the ground, but her mind reacted quickly. Wait, almost forgot something important. If only I remain unscathed and no one else is harmed, that would be bad. Let's see, I have to create something. Covered in dust and red marks, the kid was very pleased. Now everything was ready. Sihyun jumped back. What? Jiakyeon said nothing and began to take a breath. This time her scream seemed ready to tear the sky apart. Master. A sandstorm suddenly rose, making th letter 1ebf hi letter 1ec1 and even more worried. This noise. And at the same time a few people ran over. Was that the sound of Jiakyeon's crying? Did the children get into trouble? It seems one of them might even be our guest. We must hurry. In an instant the area was swarming with people. Jiakyeon stuck out her tongue to tease Seungya. I intended to handle everything myself without calling anyone, but you lot reminded me to call the elders. Seungya knew he'd fallen into a trap and wanted to strike back, saying it was all your fault. But someone rushed in to block his view. Jiakyeon. A familiar hand that was catching the child couldn't be believed. Around them, people trembled, not from cold, but because your words had caused a 4-year-old to end up like this. Seeing that expression, even Jiakyeon herself was shaken. The two bullies now also felt ill luck rolling in. Yuaihyun. That kid of his turned dark, he's a disciple of Mount Hua. But don't you really understand the meaning of the plum blossom on the horse? The child also instinctively judged. The first time I've seen Uncle get that angry. In just a moment, the scene shifted to Yeonhwa. Jiakhwa was familiar with this place. Yeonhwa is usually used to handle serious or urgent matters. So everyone gathering here like this means it's very serious. After all, I'm still ordinary, but those others are disciples of Mount Hua. Sihyun quietly asked, is your tea-stained forehead all right? The girl cut him off quickly. Isn't this the wound from when they pushed me? Are you on their side? That questioning look made him flustered. Then Sihyun said, I'll handle it and say they started it. Jiakyeon felt quite helpless. A witness, really? If he can't even recognize a witness, what use is he? Someone then spoke up, this is Mount Hua's affair. Outsiders must not intervene. The girl hurriedly interrupted, this one is a very valuable witness, sir. Yikang and Yuaihyun took turns admonishing the girl not to interrupt the elders, so Jiakyeon held back her anger. These people are just pretending to help me, right? The master cleared his throat and pressed, all right, there was some disturbance earlier, correct. What happened that left both sides injured and returning like this? Let Jiakyeon speak first. She reminded herself by old rules. No matter what, the first strike is always the most important. She recounted that uncle had tapped my forehead with his finger. The other uncle said that I'm just an orphan with nowhere to go. Immediately the master went pale. What? The accusations kept coming from Jiakyeon. Being left at Mount Hua's main gate was the greatest achievement of my life. Yes, they even said they wanted to know who my parents were and why they'd waded all the way to dangerous Mount Hua to abandon me. Before she could continue, Yuaihyun gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Enough, Jiakyeon. He shot a tiger-like glance at the bullies. Don't keep those cruel words inside. Those bastards aren't worth a begging crowd. Seungya tried to smile at the girl. Jiakyeon, don't say such fabrications. Since when did I say that? Another child's voice chimed in. Strange, I heard it loud and clear. Th letter 1ebf hi letter 1ec1 and emphasized each word. Seungya froze in place, unnerved. That brat. At the same time, th letter 1 ebf hi letter 1 ec1n continued to confirm clearly that you did say those words. He inwardly seethed, damn it, since he's the Namgung family's young master I can't blurt out lies. While Seung-ya murmured to add more, the master called his name, Seung-ya. Why did you say such things to a child? While he remained silent, Jiakyeon added one more line. They're jealous because I'm a true Sect disciple. The girl steeled herself. After all, she'd been hurt, so this time she must deal with it decisively. Meanwhile, the master questioned them. What exactly were you implying? He explained sternly, the position of true Sect disciple will not be handed to Jiakyeon lightly. That child must of course go through the formal initiation process and be registered in Mount Hua's records. Those claims are absurd. Mount Hua's disciple selection shows no special favoritism to anyone. The child flinched. What? Then the master scolded Jiakyeon, even so you shouldn't casually break someone else's finger like that. And Seung-ya, go attend the meeting and self-reflect. Jiakyeon was trembling violently. Won't I be exempted from the exam to become a true Sect disciple? Everyone smiled, encouraging the little girl, saying they believe in you, so grow up strong, all right. The tense situation ended. A different scene unfolded. Jiakyeon sat dazed. Beside her was the little girl, Sihyun. Yet he was the one to speak up. Hey, are you without a mother? Jiakyeon admitted quickly. I don't have a father either, so it's only natural they'd call me an orphan. Sihyun showed sympathy for the little girl. While I do have a father, but who knew the kid would get annoyed and think he's bragging. But a second later, Jiakyeon realized what that meant. This brat doesn't have a mother either. Confusion spread. He was only stating the truth, so why did it feel like he was mocking her? Jiakyeon even heard him murmur, today I'll return to Anhui. So the child understood that Namgung family's main base was in Anhui. Meanwhile, Sihyun spoke more coherently, so I wanted to say it once more. His small hand was steadier than anyone's. A sincere offer rang out, come with me. If you stay here, you'll keep hearing those words. I'll do everything so you never have to hear them again. So come with me. Jiakyeon rarely felt comforted. Children will always be children. Then the girl hinted, being an orphan myself is fine, it's following you that's the problem. Sihyun was curious. What problem? Jiakyeon bent slightly. That's the problem. Kid, the girl has a motto. She hates living dependent on other people's kindness. Even if we're equals here, once I follow you, the relationship becomes superior and inferior. Jiakyeon explained. The girl pictured a bleak scenario. An orphan joining the Namgung family can only be a playmate to the young master and later a servant. And moreover, the little girl suddenly turned. Those sounds were starting to overlap. Jiakyeon, before her were the three people she cherished most. Her smile deepened. I'll explain everything to your silly self later. This is the home where my family lives, so I have no intention of leaving. Sihyun stubbornly argued, I'm not dumb about family, it's all strangers here. Jiakyeon wasn't losing the argument. Even if spouses aren't blood related, they're still family. At the same time, the child worried about the upcoming True Disciple exam. After thinking for a moment about Jiakyeon's words, he felt a bit regretful. So in the end, you still won't come with me. Jiakyeon proposed the opposite. If you really want that, go to Mount Hua. Of course, Sihyun refused because it was boring up there. Jiakyeon could only scold him silently. I like it here a lot. At that moment, someone called the brat, young master. Jiakyeon quickly stood. They're looking for you, let me show the way. Get up now, always meddling aren't you? Seeing his son run over, Namgung patriarch stopped worrying. Here he is. Sihyun took one last look at Jiakyeon. Anyway, if you want to visit me, come, I'll always welcome you. But Jiakyeon coldly replied, making him feel hurt. I have no reason to go, hurry back. He sulked and left, kids honestly. But after a few steps, Tich Dayan saw him turn his head back. Why all of a sudden? A tight hug suddenly enveloped the little girl. Out of Jiakyeon's sight, Sihyun smiled faintly. Finally, he even waved before running off. See you later. Jiakyeon only now truly relaxed. That nuisance was finally gone. Yuisung hurried in. Was he really such a bother? Playing until her hair was a mess and calling it a bother. The kid snapped, stop rubbing it, it's because of your fussing my hair's all tangled up here. Yuisong suddenly asked, but why are you using your old hair tie instead of the one I gave you? Instantly the child's expression darkened, and recalling it, a sudden rush of emotion made her small shoulders tremble. Jiakyeon's shout seemed to chase after Sihyun. Give back my hair tie, you thief. Mountains rolled in layered waves as flowers bloomed. The encounter between the two little rascals temporarily ended, cutting to the Yeonhwa entrance. Someone spoke slowly, so the earlier matter was my fault. Seung-ya coyly enticed with some confidence. Therefore, with this apology, if you insist on joining and becoming my disciple, I will teach you diligently." Jiakyeon paid no attention, still thinking that the senior uncles kept urging her, so she hurried here. "But why does this person look like he's been beaten?" Her gaze grew sad, his finger still not healed. He must have endured a lot in the repentance hall. Moreover, this brat's manner of speaking sounded more like European romantic preaching than martial arts talk. True disciples teaching true disciples, orthodox disciples teaching orthodox disciples. These odd thoughts made the child think of herself, and this was the prospect if she failed the entry exam. Pausing her thoughts, Jiakyeon teased, but she remained worried. Can someone whose personal conduct isn't yet complete really teach disciples well? Before teaching others, one must examine oneself. Even so, Jiakyeon herself was very anxious. "Actually, I've been hit pretty hard emotionally. Lately, I keep waking up with a start from sleep. I was so sure I was already a true disciple. But it turned out not to be as I thought." A tear welled on her small face. She desperately wanted to cry out, "Master, oh master." That night passed, and finally the next day Jiakyeon stepped into the martial hall reserved for true disciples. Standing before these strangers, the girl's back looked small and lonely. Though young, Tich Dian tried to encourage herself. "Okay, since it's come to this, change your thinking. After all, whether I'm a true disciple or not isn't decided yet, so I must grasp my own strength. How strong is enough? To reach the supreme martial level is to make the plum blossom bloom the moon. If so, one must master the 24 moves of the plum blossom sword." Jiakyeon tried to recalculate. "Right now, I only know the first 5 moves of the plum blossom reversal." Yuisang said if I learn the internal cultivation method, he'll teach me the entire plum blossom reversal. Anyway, I should learn the plum blossom technique first. What to do? Maybe I should ask Yuihyun. But the child hesitated. If she suddenly asked to learn internal cultivation, the uncle would surely say it's dangerous and advise her to learn it later. And if he saw her practicing with a regular wooden sword instead of the child-sized one and overexerting herself, would he tell her to put the sword down and focus on internal cultivation first? Alright, if people see a child like me struggling with a regular wooden sword, maybe they'll pity me and soften. Fine. Soon a few senior brothers came over to praise her, leaving Jiakyeon quite bewildered, but they didn't say what she'd expected at all. She found it strange. Why didn't anyone stop her? The more compliments she heard, the angrier Jiakyeon became. Those muscle-brain types in this crazy martial world again. Then Jiakyeon froze, but how strange. Suddenly, a competitive streak was sparked in me. My childish nature burst out. Look, I lifted this up already. But only for a few seconds, and the girl's heels began to wobble. Who am I again? Confidence still buoyed by those compliments. Yet Jiakyeon quickly realized, oh, I'm about to fall. From the crowd of senior brothers watching, Yuihyun rushed forward. Jiakyeon, are you okay, little sister? He asked gently as he caught her in his arms. Yuihyun admonished as usual, at this rate you'll get hurt. First put this down. Jiakyeon shouted coldly back, I don't want to. He patiently continued, but it's dangerous. You almost fell. The girl flopped on the ground and yelled, making him more flustered. This is an adult sword. Other disciples laughed and chimed in. Senior, if she wants to learn, then just teach a basic drill. If you teach the 6 harmonies, there's no problem, right? Yuihyun then called the girl. Jiakyeon, then let's practice martial arts together without using a sword. After that commotion, he led Jiakyeon to the outskirts of the True Disciples training hall. Once they settled down, Yuihyun spoke. All right, Jiakyeon, close your eyes, take a deep breath, then slowly exhale. All things in the world have chi, even the tree you're leaning against on the grass or the clear water of Aknyuji. And it also exists in your body. The chi outside is called external chi, while the one inside the body is internal chi. Yuihyun continued with theory, but Jiakyeon wasn't surprised. For someone well-versed in martial novels like her, this was basic instruction. Although she knew it, having never practiced, she had to listen carefully. If mastered, she could break rocks and such, right? After only a few breaths, Jiakyeon opened her eyes in a daze. The girl asked innocently, but uncle, you didn't show me how to do it. Yuihyun smiled brightly and replied, just feel it, that's all. Jiakyeon answered perfunctorily that she understood, while inwardly cursing this harsh martial world. Then no one spoke. Yuihyun watched attentively as the child practiced, and he carefully reminded her, don't doze off. The girl assured him she wouldn't fall asleep. He had to trust her. Cut to Jiakyeon lying listless on the ground. It took her 2 weeks to feel the external chi. Really? Oh my, even if I lack muscles like a babysitter, at least I should have some talent. Heroes in martial novels just sit and meditate to harmonize chi and open meridians. And is it so hard just to sense chi? Yuihyun still smiled at her. Today we'll learn the basic internal technique called the 6 harmonies technique. Jiakyeon sprang up. Let's learn it now, please. Then Yuihyun slowly reminded her, I will read each passage of the 6 harmonies technique to you, so listen carefully. The stacked phrases made Jiakyeon hazy. Hu Lin Chin Kin, D stroke I letter 1 EC1 U Hoa letter 1 EA5 N Thu, H letter 1 EA5 P Kai Dan D stroke I letter 1 EC1 N. The girl asked blankly, so Yuihyun explained. Hu Lin Chin Kin means keep the head straight and relax the neck. Then came another explanation. D stroke I letter 1 EC1 U Hoa means to harmonize with all things and resonate with them. After a while, Jiakyeon grew a bit discouraged. Nothing in this world was easy. But the child slowly squeezed her eyes shut. The invisible currents suddenly surged as she pondered the meanings of the moves Yuihyun had explained. From below her navel at the danchan, Jiakyeon seemed to clearly see a shining thing existing in her belly. Only then did the long-held excitement return. I did it. So that's me. The girl looked up at Yuihyun. Her voice joyful mixed with a cry of laughter. It worked. After 2 weeks of training, I succeeded in my first energy circulation. Cut to Yoisang, who is lying on a tree branch. The weather is lovely. On a day like this, who wants to train? Take a nap first and sneak a snack. When suddenly someone called for the master. All schemes evaporated. Yuisang sat up somewhat annoyed. What's up, kid? Jiakyeon boasted smugly. I finished the internal technique in just 2 weeks. Now hurry and teach me the plum blossom reversal. He involuntarily commented that fast. Then Yuisang revealed a hint. Well, after all, the sect master personally performed the B letter 1EA1T Mo T letter 1EA9 YTH letter 1EA7 on you. Seeing her eyes widen, he answered. What's this B letter 1EA1T Mo T letter 1EA9 YTH letter 1EA7? It will completely cleanse the impure qi in your body and help internal energy circulate more easily. Jiakyeon wanted to shout, of course I know, I'm well read in martial novels. Yuisang ruffled her hair and reminded her, the sect master performed it on you when you were small, right? Only the children of famous clans get that, so you're really lucky. Jiakyeon was surprised. She hadn't even known she'd received the B letter 1EA1T Mo T letter 1EA9 YTH letter 1E7. I thought I was just an orphan taken in by the Manhua sect. How touching. If as a child I'd insisted on joining Wuding like I once thought, I'd have been in big trouble. Meanwhile, Yuisang went to fetch a sword. After all, a promise is a promise. So I'll show you. Her small feet followed. Will you also explain the parts of the technique to me? Yuisang acted like the senior. The rule is when the master explains, the disciple must repeat to understand and apply. The girl objected right away, but master already explained each part to me. He wasn't pleased to hear that. Do you know the greatest taboo a person must not do? Jiakyeon guessed wrong, which annoyed him more. Don't compare Master Yehian to others. Immediately prepare to take notes on the sections of the technique. About 2 weeks later, Jiakyeon lay with a blank expression. Seeing her so listless, the sect master was very worried. Why are you sighing like that? Jiakyeon whispered, Master, I guess I'm not a genius after all. He asked in surprise, why do you think that? The child secretly suppressed the frustration in her eyes. This is called facing reality. I realized I'm not a genius like the protagonist at all. When she heard Yuixiang's first lecture on the practice method of the plum blossom reversal, she thought maybe she's better at practice than theory. By the second practical sword session, she grew even more hopeless, annoyed at this genius teacher's method. While swinging the sword, Jiakyeon heard his voice. A child who only learned a bit of the 6 harmonies technique is bound to fail. If plum blossoms bloom from your sword, rumors will surely spread that you're a half-revealed master in hiding. Yuisang demonstrated for her, sweeping the blade in a long arc. But Jiakyeon remained preoccupied. However, whether genius or hidden master of power. I've already lived a life, yet I still haven't mastered a single basic technique. The sect master beside her suggested, don't be like that, try telling me what's wrong. Jiakyeon opened her mouth in despair. If others fail, then of course I fail too. He gently explained, if you're not the only one failing among those who have already succeeded, do you need to worry about it too much? If everyone else fails and you fail as well, that's only natural. The child pouted, wanting to argue, but if you succeed when everyone else fails, you'll become special. The sect master closed the page and asked, all right, tell me where you failed. A plaintive voice answered, the plum blossom reversal. Hearing that, he was surprised too. Jiakyeon continued, I learned the first move of the 24 plum blossoms from Yuisang, but I still didn't see any plum blossoms appear. He nodded, so it's that failure causing your disappointment. The girl, feeling deeply hurt, asked him, someone as unremarkable as I am, can I pass the admission exam? Besides, my name is even a Mount Hua honor. Will I become someone worthy of that name? I'm not exempt from the test, nor do I possess outstanding talent. So can I pass the admission exam that selects only 30 people out of 500 candidates? Unlike protagonists in novels, I don't even have one skilled move. Jiakyeon felt like she was falling apart, with no solid truth to hold on to. So what role can I play in this story? From the start, can I even stay here? Light from the sect master's hand seeped into the deep darkness. In that moment, his pat on the head brought a warm ray of sunshine to the girl. The sect master looked down at the child gently. Even if you cannot become a true disciple, know whatever happens, your name will always be Jiakyeon, a small and precious fate that has come to Mount Hua. The girl blushed more. Perhaps I've been waiting to hear this for a long time. The kindly sect master comforted, so you don't have to fear failure. Don't be arrogant in success and don't be discouraged in failure. Find meaning in success and find answers in failure. Jiakyeon asked him, what if I keep failing? The sect master suggested, then you must ask someone for help. Can't you find another master? Jiakyeon's mind immediately cleared. Two top geniuses of Mount Hua are both at Mount Hua now. The girl perked up. I'll go ask and come back. Just as she was about to push the door, the sect master called Jiakyeon. He gently warned, don't go into areas with dangerous terrain. The kid obediently replied, I'll be careful, sir. Thinking back, I only get scolded when running on the steps. Other places weren't so specified. Perhaps to learn martial arts, one must also fall a few times. Yes, don't compare yourself to the novel's protagonist with the author's artificially strengthened abilities. Now I'll do each thing I can handle. Then Jiakyeon recognized the face appearing on the water. So he is here, Elder Muyong. Suddenly she spoke, step back or you'll be swept down into the spring below if you're not careful. Jiakyeon was full of admiration. Indeed, a master can sense another's presence without hearing or seeing them. Should I accept instruction from geniuses like this? The girl whispered, are you available, Elder? I have a question. Elder, how long did you practice the plum blossom reversal before the plum blossoms appeared? Muyong replied calmly, 1 day. Jiakyeon found it obvious. A genius needs only 1 day while she's just ordinary. Vo letter 1E3NH asked with concern, at least have you mastered the first move? Jiakyeon embarrassedly admitted, not yet, but did you really succeed in just 1 day? Her voice mingled with the brook. Until you accumulate the basic skills of the plum blossom technique and understand the nature of the blossoms. I memorized the plum blossom technique and the Tei sword manual and repeated the moves of falling petal sword and 7 plum blossom sword thousands of times. I also repeatedly practiced until I mastered the 6 harmonies sword previously. The splash rose and Jiakyeon excitedly watched. This is the scent of plum blossoms. The sword's fragrance. They say only by reaching the limit of the 24 plum blossom moves can one do this. Vo letter 1E3NH continued, swinging the sword. The plum blossoms in plum blossoms are not mystical power but sword chi. Proper martial arts like ours achieve results gradually over time. Jiakyeon understood his meaning, that with steady persistence and no haste, success will surely come. Muyong lightly tapped the girl's head with his sword. You're still young. A child of 4 has no need to rush. Jiakyeon swallowed and replied, things may come in order, but leaving won't be the same, sir. While they spoke, Jinyul ran up from afar. Master. So you're here. Elder Mugun is looking for the master. Muyong quickly arranged things. I'll go first. Watch Jiakyeon. The girl was a bit flustered. You won't even give me a moment to breathe? Both were left with Muyong's single remark. What's difficult about watching a child? Then Jin Yul smiled and asked, why did you come to find my master? Cut to the study. Yuisong was kneeling on the floor. Yuisong, I heard you taught Jiakyeon the plum blossom reversal. Why did you do that? He stammered an explanation. It's not what you think. Jiakyeon kept nagging, so I revealed a bit, but not everything. I was secretly worried, did I teach it properly? Seeing the master silent, he added, isn't that child going to join Mount Hua soon? I only revealed it early so she could be prepared. Sorry for not informing you first, the sect master interrupted calmly. I didn't call you here to scold you. Listen carefully, Yuisong. He turned to face him. The sect master warned gently, teaching isn't just about conveying rules and instructing the first moves. Yithan looked puzzled. Besides teaching martial arts, what else is there to teach? Then the sect master related the matter. Jiakyeon came to him and complained she couldn't make the plum blossoms bloom and feared she wouldn't pass Mount Hua's admission test. He was alarmed. That child was worried so much. Yuisong, embarrassed, wrung his hands. She was sad she couldn't make the plum blossoms bloom, but I didn't ask that of her. The sect master sighed, you really are just a 4-year-old who came to Mount Hua before she could even speak. Moreover, the child grew up surrounded by people. Everyone swung their swords and saw plum blossoms bloom, so she hurried herself along. She assumed making the plum blossoms bloom was easy and obvious. Now Yue-sung understood. That child protected by Manhua feared she might disgrace our name, so she was constantly anxious. Yithan paid heed to his admonition. On this occasion, I hope you also reconsider the role of a master before taking on disciples. He rubbed his head in confusion. The role of a master, what is it exactly? Suddenly all the light in his eyes froze. Jiakyeon from the other day suddenly appeared. The uncle didn't resemble a master at all. I don't see any talent in him for that role. He sadly returned to the present. Just as she said, I'm truly not yet capable of being a master. I've never seriously thought about or considered anyone before. She really is a strange child, huh? Cut back to the stream bank, Jin Yul called softly. Jiakyeon, she asked excitedly. Thinking back, did you manage to lift the wooden training sword already? Jiakyeon was very surprised. How did you know that? Jin Yul revealed, because all the elders were abuzz and said it's time to give you the wooden training sword. But martial arts are just martial arts. Being patted on the head by Jin Yul made the kids smile. Even if she's not easily fooled by words like that, she still felt very happy. The girl asked again, how long did it take you, Sister Jin Yul, to make the plum blossom appear? She recalled, it seemed like about a week. Jiakyeon looked at her in astonishment. You took more time than I thought. Really? Jin Yul said bashfully. I was a bit hasty then. Because I had become a disciple of the Plum Blossom's immortals, I felt anxious and rushed. Worried I couldn't make the plum blossom bloom, not realizing that haste became poison. Jiakyeon asked in puzzlement, why, when you're urgent you become more determined and do better, right? Jin Yul dismissed that immediately. No, that's not how it works. Tao is about removing trivial thoughts and clearing the mind, and the sword methods of the Tao are closely linked to the Tao Hall. In other words, it's very hard to comprehend the Tao when your mind is chaotic. Jiakyeon felt a little regretful. She should have paid more attention when the sect master lectured on the Tao. Then Jin Yul sighed. Actually, I still find Mount Hua's martial arts quite difficult. Maybe that's why Mount Hua's 24 moves of the Plum Blossom Reversal are considered supreme arts. From Jiakyeon's experience, supreme arts mean the most difficult techniques. Right now, the little hand was gripping the girl, so even geniuses have trouble. Jin Yul affirmed firmly, yes, they're complicated. So Jiakyeon, accumulate steadily bit by bit from the very basics, okay? Don't be like me and skip the fundamentals or you'll face big problems later. I think supreme arts should only be studied once the basic foundation is solid. The girl looked up for a long time, so that's how it is. But this really differs from the stories I'd heard about geniuses. Aren't geniuses supposed to handle the hardest tasks right from the start? Jin Yul patiently asked, do you think genius is something very special? A true genius is one who builds a solid foundation from the start, and later becomes outstanding. Jiakyeon began to feel a bit lazy, foundation this and that. In the end, it just means hard work, doesn't it? She changed the subject. So sister, how many days did it take you to finish the 6 harmonies technique? Jin Yul admitted frankly, probably about a week. Then I moved on to learn the small green energy technique. This time Jiakyeon truly sighed. I'd taken 2 whole weeks. The world is vast and geniuses are countless, endless Buddha of longevity. When they returned, Jiakyeon saw Yue-sang's face darken. Was she worried she wouldn't become a true disciple? He pinched the chubby kid's cheek. You act so tough in front of me, and because of that I get scolded too. Yue-sang sighed helplessly at the kid. Indeed, teaching basic moves to a child was still too early. I shouldn't have been greedy and should have started with the 6 harmonies sword first. Then he confidently said, what is there to be anxious about? You have me as your master. If a master can't perceive a disciple's worries, that master is truly thoughtless. Jiakyeon retorted, you're not my master at all. Unexpectedly, Yithan enthusiastically swore that, in any case, they must see it through to the end. To make up for it, I'll make sure you pass the entry exam, he promised. Jiakyeon gaped. Will she definitely pass? Of course she will. But isn't that cheating on the entry exam? Jiakyeon shook her head like an innocent. A wandering martial artist can't cheat. Jiakyeon wickedly tempted. What's wrong with that? As long as I pass the exam, right? She paused for a moment, glancing at Yue-sung. However, I can't pass up this sure path either. The righteous flame flared up. I hate cheating the most. Yue-sung forced a smile. What was he saying? Anyway, you've already agreed, so if you complain halfway through when it gets hard, I won't give you any leeway. Cut to training taking place in Mount Hua's training yard. Jiakyeon looked around blankly. This place was a bit unexpected. It's so small and secluded it rarely serves as a practice ground. She remembered sneaking here to play shuttlecock as a child. The lines I drew for shuttlecock play are still here. Meanwhile, Yue-sung was half kneeling before the girl. Actually, it's best to wear sandbags on your wrists and ankles, but you're too small for proper ones, so we'll use this for now. He carefully reminded her this log will substitute for sandbags. It's not hollow inside, so it's rather heavy. Now start running. Though it felt abrupt, the girl still asked how many laps. Yue-sung said coldly, "Run until I tell you to stop." Jiakyeon nearly turned to stone. What did he just say? He suddenly added another rule. "I'll run with you, and if you fall behind me, you'll have an extra log hung on you each time." He beamed with satisfaction and asked, "You've steeled yourself for this, right?" Then applause rang out. "All right, then run, begin." Jiakyeon's little legs began moving immediately. "Kai, I don't know, just run first." Hours passed without her noticing since she started running. Now Jiakyeon's voice trembled. "Master Uncle, when will this stop?" He teased. "Depends on my mood." The kid grew suspicious. "Is this to prepare for the entry exam?" Yue-sung replied grandly. "Of course, I've thought a lot about what made you anxious." He turned almost demonic. "I thought it might be because your basic stamina is weak, but when the body is unwell, the mind tends to grow confused." Jiakyeon thought to herself what he said completely. "Made me expect exam cheating, but it turned out to be just following the textbook." He leisurely explained beside her, "If you follow my training closely, I fully guarantee you'll pass the selection exam." After running a while more, Jiakyeon angrily asked, "So besides conditioning, we won't practice sword work?" Yue-sung grew wicked again. "Choose, swing the sword up and down 1,000 times or keep running the yard." The child wailed, "I choose running, run then run." "If I'd known, I wouldn't have agreed." Her indignation caught his eye. Seeing that, he reminded the kid, "It's the first day, so I've been gentle." Jiakyeon grew more upset. "Gentle? Hardly, this is outrageous." Yue-sung teased brightly, "Why stop running? Keep this up and you'll surely fail the entry exam." Jiakyeon shouted fiercely, "I'll definitely pass. Once I draw my sword, even if it's just to chop a radish, I'll do it." But the next day Jiakyeon was so sore she couldn't move, and Yue-sung was soundly scolded by Yue-hyun. Despair seemed to vanish only to reappear. Could I continue training well? Time flowed like a stream. Long after they began training with Yue-sung, sounds rose in the dining hall. Thinking back, Jiakyeon would soon meet others her age right. Yue-hyun beside Jiakyeon asked if it was time already. It really wasn't far off, she's still a child. Yue-sung, opposite them, chimed in, wondering what it would be like then. She squealed with excitement, "Am I about to meet new friends? Could I actually go down to Hyun, finally see the world?" But he flat out dashed Jiakyeon's thought. When she learned that, she muttered in disappointment. What did she imagine it would be like? He smiled and explained to Jiakyeon, Jin and Fathering. Jin and Fathering is a meeting between two schools belonging to the 9 great sects of the realm, Manhwa and the Wudang sect. To foster friendship, they hold competitions and exchange information. From that, she inferred Jin and Fathering is like dragon meets tiger. Yue-hyun confirmed this, so there's no reason for you to go down the mountain. But Jiakyeon still found it odd. Why Wudang? If they're both part of the 9 great schools, isn't Zhongnan in Shanxi also one of them? Yue-sung was surprised when she suddenly mentioned Zhongnan. He suddenly admonished loudly, "Even within the 9 great schools there are hierarchies. Can Zhongnan really compare to us?" Jiakyeon couldn't help but judge inwardly. She hadn't expected such reactions. In this world, Manhua and Zhongnan also look down on and dislike each other. Perhaps it's unavoidable, especially since Manhua is often mentioned alongside Wudang as one of the foremost sword schools. Then she reached out and said, "I see Manhua is certainly above Zhongnan, so about our past exchanges with Wudang." Yithan answered Jiakyeon's question, "Once every 4 years." She judged by the time interval, so that's how it was. Then it must have been when I was 1 year old. After that, Jiakyeon told herself, "Right, a year has passed and now I'm 5 years old." One of the things she liked most was that she no longer lisped, and the intensity of morning conditioning with Yue-sung had also increased. "I might still be a bit smaller than my peers. However, compared to before, I hope at this level I can at least do something at Manhua sect. In my past life, I'd still be in kindergarten now." Suddenly, she found it strange. Why don't I remember the martial exchange with Wudang, yet I remember the Namgung family clearly? He opposite her explained, "The last meeting was held at the Wudang sect. You were only 1 then, so of course you don't remember." Yue-sung kept chattering on, "This time Wudang's people will come to Manhua." She still had many questions. But how is meeting peers related to this gathering? He pointed out one of the most notable things. Word is Wudang accepted a new intake this year, so they might bring the newly accepted kids to visit Manhua, then you won't get bored anymore. You can play with them then. When Jiakyeon learned the truth, she sat bolt upright. Wait, what if those kids from other schools don't like me and won't play with me? She suddenly felt anxious. Putting children together doesn't mean they'll automatically become friends. Yui-sang couldn't help raising his tone. What do you mean play? Didn't you want to see how strong you are? Of course it's not playtime, it's a contest to see who's stronger. Yui-hyun angrily stepped up and physically admonished him. Will you stop that? If you're teaching, teach properly. What if Jiakyeon gets hurt? She guilelessly added. Those kids have trained for a long time and I've only just learned basics. Can I really compete with them? Yui-sang immediately reassured her, don't worry, that brat hasn't even perfected the basics yet. Yui-hyun glared at him as if to say, don't teach the girl weird stuff. Jiakyeon has a bad feeling. Somehow I feel I'll be the one beaten first. Yui-sang, unhappy with her reaction, warned, you'll have to make the first move, okay? Since you're not a full disciple of Manhwa, if you start a fight, we won't be held responsible. If scolded, you might be dragged into that kid's quarrel and make the Wuding look bad. He stared at Yui-sang in shock. What nonsense are you talking? Jiakyeon thought helplessly. Don't blame me and ruin Mount Hua's reputation further. Yui-hyun, displeased with his actions, criticized him. I don't understand why you're like this, talking and talking but never changing. If anything, it just gets worse. Yui-sang yelped in mock pain. That part just got hit. She watched the two of them bickering and wondered whether they'd play with her, probably hard to get along with them. Then after scolding Yithan, he softened and said, I only warned to be safe, but truly you won't pick fights with those Wuding people, right? Don't fight, make friends with them instead. Jiakyeon immediately agreed aloud to Yui-hyun's request. He had no idea she was inwardly rebutting, fighting helps you grow. She could test her own combat ability and make friends with Wuding people at the same time, two birds with one stone. Yui-hyun honestly said, I can't stand seeing our Jiakyeon get injured in a fight. Jiakyeon, exasperated, replied, I said I won't fight, I'm not a child anymore. After some debate, she sighed, thinking that despite saying otherwise, like Yui-sang said, she didn't actually intend to buddy up cheerfully with those brats. Time quickly passed until the day of the Jin and fathering. When Jiakyeon arrived, she immediately felt the atmosphere was unusually serious. She couldn't help asking Yui-hyun, am I allowed to be here? Everyone looked so fired up. He promptly confirmed that of course she could be present. Jiakyeon watched the crowd and thought she had expected a friendly gathering, but this vibe felt more like the calm before a battle. Just then someone called out, they're here, open the gates. She watched a procession enter and guessed, are those the Wuding people? Jiakyeon suddenly recalled what she'd heard. Hubei's breakthrough, swordsmanship, is one of the 3 leading Taoist schools and even more Taoist in character than Manhwa. Their strength lies in flexible swordplay to suppress brute force. If Manhwa has the 24 plum blossom sword techniques, Wuding has the Taiji sword. Because they can employ 2 different internal skill types simultaneously, Wuding had once been her favorite school. But overall, they still seemed young. It looked like Wuding had undergone a generational transition. A man stepped forward to greet them. Indeed, whatever the era, Manhwa always retained its dignity. He smiled when praised and replied, thank you for making the arduous journey here. Jiakyeon couldn't help but think the adults' formal greetings were dull. Are they kids? Could they be disciples of the Wuding sect? She seemed to notice something. Was he trying to say something to me? How dare he mock me, that fox-eyed fellow? Already seeking attention on first meeting, seeing Jiakyeon's anger, Yui-sang laughed and asked, so you lot have already started. She tried to stay calm, clenching her fists and agreeing with him. Yui-sang said, what the heck do you mean play together? Congratulations, you've become my first measure of strength, he said. At that, Yui-hyun couldn't help asking Yui-sang what was going on with Jiakyeon. He answered calmly, she's just matching wits with a young Wuding disciple. Meanwhile, Jiakyeon was burning with anger. That annoying brat had spoiled her enjoyment of her favorite school. Before seeing Manhwa's plum blossom sword, her favorite had been Wuding. Suddenly she was drawn to Tanhui. Who is that? Is that handsome guy greeting me? Jiakyeon suddenly blushed and muttered, why is he greeting me? Does he know me? Is there some secret about my origins? Yui-sang behind her promptly reminded her, he's greeting you, what origin secret are you talking about? Only then did she realize he was a friend of Master Uncle. Master Uncle has friends, he objected displeasedly, friends, my foot. Yui-sang's attitude made Jiakyeon even more puzzled. Then why did he greet Master Uncle? Then he brushed it off, explaining he wasn't a friend, just a slightly troublesome person. Now she realized she had been mistaken. He wasn't greeting her, but the way he looked at Master Uncle was definitely odd. Jiakyeon learned more. They were the orthodox disciples of the Wuding sect. That person seemed to be isolated on his own. so even within Wudang there were people who were ostracized. So even Wudang wasn't an ideal place. In Mount Hua there was also sister disciple Jin Yul who was isolated, but that's not my business. And since I don't know the full story, I don't need to get involved. Surely every sect has its own internal situation. Jiakyeon couldn't help reaching out to tug Yuesong's sleeve. Actually, Master Uncle. He was called and awkwardly bowed his head to look at Jiakyeon. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Later, please tell me where the Orthodox Wudang disciples are staying inside the city gates, okay?" He asked Jiakyeon curiously, "Why, are you planning to fight that fox-eyed brat?" She quickly protested that she had no such intention. Yuesong frowned at Jiakyeon and warned, "If you're going to cause trouble, you must call me first. If you get hurt, Senior Yuihyun will come after me." She replied very casually, "Adults don't meddle in children's business. I'm not going to fight, so don't worry, uncle." Of course he didn't believe Jiakyeon. "Are you honestly just going out to play?" Her face twisted for a moment. "It's really just playing." Fist play is a kind of game. Jiakyeon imagined pinning down the little Wudang disciple, of course, only in her imagination. She remembered Yuesong instructing that to sneak into Aokshing you must go through a secret entrance, a small hole. Jiakyeon decided to do things her way, setting aside Yuesong's doubts for now. "I found a way into Aokshing through a hole, but..." Now Baekjin was sitting in a corner, extremely anxious. He couldn't help asking her, "Is this called the medical pavilion? Anyway, where can I get medicine?" Through the hole, Jiakyeon sized up Baekjin. "Oh, it's the timid one from earlier. Also, why ask directions from someone trying to sneak in through a hole like this?" This person had been isolated earlier. Jiakyeon couldn't help asking, "Why are you looking for the medical pavilion?" He hesitated and explained, "Senior asked me to fetch some medicine." She found it strange, just coming up to Mount Hua and needing to fetch medicine. Wudang people seemed weaker than she thought. "But if he's an outer disciple, he's probably about my age and about the same build as me, right?" Baekjin, being stared at, asked if there was a problem. Jiakyeon immediately turned and answered, "Nothing, come with me." He thanked her for the help. "I've been waiting more than an hour with no one passing by, so I was quite embarrassed." She explained to Baekjin that this is a reception area, so our disciples seldom come here. He asked curiously through that, "So you're a Mount Hua disciple too?" Jiakyeon answered Baekjin's question, "No, I live here, but I'm not yet inducted as a disciple." A moment later, she suddenly stared at Baekjin. Jiakyeon felt puzzled. Why was this person looking at her with that expression? Baekjin was extremely excited. "I wanted to ask, do your parents or relatives..." Before he could finish, Jiakyeon said she had none. Baekjin, realizing he'd touched a sore spot, hurriedly apologized. Jiakyeon felt it odd. Why suddenly ask about her family? Why ask things that force someone to say what they dislike? A little later, she led Baekjin to a place. "This is the medical pavilion. What kind of medicine do you need? Say it quickly and I'll fetch it." He was a bit flustered. Actually, it was purging medicine, headache medicine, and sedative. Jiakyeon, hearing this, asked in puzzlement, "Are you planning to open an apothecary and strip Mount Hua of all its herbs?" Baekjin forced a smile at Jiakyeon's tone. "Then I'll take the purging medicine first, okay?" At that, she couldn't help but say bluntly, "You annoy me, it's really irritating." He knows his mistake. I hear lines like that all the time. "Thank you for giving me the medicine. And for showing me the way back." Jiakyeon answered calmly, "Of course, I couldn't just let a Mount Hua guest wander off lost, could I? Actually, I have my own purpose. I need to take you in order to get into Aokshinggun." From behind Jiakyeon, Baekjin introduced himself. "I'm Baekjin, 7 years old." The name Baekjin is also a Wudang courtesy name. She glanced at him and judged that if he's only 7, he's not that much different from her, and that age is still rather young compared to other Orthodox disciples. Then Jiakyeon turned away and said, "I'm 5 years old." She suddenly felt bored and wondered if a year from now she could introduce herself with a proper courtesy name like that sister. Because that sister introduced her name like that, she compared herself and felt restless. At that moment, he looked ahead excitedly and said they'd arrived. Baekjin was curious about her purpose for coming. "Why did you come to Aokshinggun?" Of course, Jiakyeon didn't reveal her plan. "I'm just curious about what's inside. Usually this place is blocked off and off limits." When he learned that, he breathed a small sigh. She then reminded herself she couldn't say she was looking for that fox-eyed fellow. What a coincidence. At the same time, Baek Baeon ahead called out, "Hey, imbecile. Have you fetched the medicine yet?" Jiakyeon, ignored, thought it seemed he didn't notice outsiders like her. Even at Wudang there were shady recruitments. Then Mount Hua must be the strongest sect after all. Baekjin awkwardly brought the bag over. "This is the purging medicine," he began, but Baekjin was interrupted. What did you say? I said digestive medicine, not purging medicine. Is such a simple thing too hard? Baekjin immediately retorted, No, senior definitely told me to get the purging medicine. The other paid no attention and tossed the bag from Baekjin's hands. So you're saying I'm the one who remembered wrong? He hurriedly protested. That's not what I meant, senior knows that too. Baekbaeon kept making trouble. Then this time bring back the right medicine, okay? Don't be dumb and take the wrong thing again. Jiakyeon's expression changed as she looked at him. Such blatant bullying. No one here is sick, it's all just a trick to bully this kid. So there are children in this world who learn nasty ways from a young age. Maybe I should help that timid girl deal with the fox-eyed one. She stepped forward and grabbed Baekjin's shoulder. How are you disciplining your junior like that? Do any of you look like you have indigestion? Baekbaeon interrupted, complained. You manhua lot teach your followers to meddle in other people's business. Jiakyeon stood there and calmly said, I'm not a manhua disciple, I'm just an ordinary person. He sneered, so that's why you butt into others' affairs. So you're also an orphan taken in by the sect. She unconsciously glanced at Baekjin and guessed, so that means your sister also has no parents and was adopted by Wudang. But when I heard that she also had no parents, I remembered the identical thing that happened to me a year ago and felt even more upset. Are Taoists really going to pick on others' circumstances? Among your senior brothers, is there not a single orphan? Jiakyeon thought for a moment and then said, Anyway, even if I don't know whether your parents are still alive, I have my own plan, do you know that? Actually, matters like this are often influenced by one's parents. Jiakyeon continued without restraint, so I can already guess something about how your parents behave. They say a child is often a reflection of their parents. Baekbaeon mocked, clenched his fist in anger. He couldn't hold back and lunged to grab Jiakyeon's collar. What did you just say? She spoke without a hint of fear. Why are you angry when you were the one who started it? Baekbaeon roared, brimming with murderous intent. You're not a manhua disciple. You're just a hanger-on who leeches off manhua. And you dare speak to a Wudang disciple like that? Jiakyeon unconsciously glanced at Baekjin, who was trembling. Seeing him shake like that, he must have heard this sort of thing often. She decided to stand up for Baekjin. Was that the only thing he could do? Instead, why not spend time learning another martial skill? Baekbaeon was completely taken aback by Jiakyeon's words and let out a cry. She remained calm and said, When you go out into the world, do you intend to use those insults as your sword? Not confident in your swordsmanship, so you only know how to insult others. Look, you can't do anything except grab my collar. Jiakyeon inwardly assessed, what's so special about the Celestial People's Association? Wrapped as a cultural exchange, it's basically just a fight, right? A moment later, she punched Baekbaeon hard in the face and shouted, Coward! This punch is the unofficial opening move of the gradual Celestial People's Association. Even Jiakyeon was surprised by her own action. Wait, what is this? What is this strength? I only meant to warn him lightly. What have I done to this Wudang disciple? Those nearby screamed at the scene. Someone go fetch the masters at once. She lost control and kept throwing punches. You've been mocking other people's painful pasts all this time, haven't you? You do this just to brag that you have parents, is that it? If your family is so great, stay home as a mundane disciple. Why become a monk? And you even loudly call people names like Uncle Asshole and whatnot. Why are people like me called Uncle Asshole? At that moment, someone shouted for Jiakyeon to stop. Then she was picked up by Baekjin to prevent her from hitting anyone more. He questioned angrily, clearly displeased. What's going on here? Everyone relaxed when Baekjin appeared. Jiakyeon was surprised by their reaction. This person is a senior brother. He looks only about my age, doesn't he? But he glanced at Jiakyeon with curiosity. You're not from manhua. Why are you fighting a Wudang disciple here? She answered without fear. Go ask him yourself. He knows what he did in the upper hall better than anyone. Baekbaeon, being directly accused, didn't know how to explain. Baekjin was still holding back his anger. Seeing his reaction, Jiakyeon guessed he was about to scold her. But in any case, the person affected also has a family name. Unexpectedly, Baekjin loudly scolded him. You even like picking fights with other sects. What's wrong with your head? Baekbaeon, eyes filled with tears, tried to explain, Senior, that one isn't an orthodox disciple. Jiakyeon heard this and calmly said, If what you say reaches the elder, it will cause a serious problem. Seeing the situation, he ordered Baekbaeon to apologize immediately. Forced to do so, the boy was indignant. I'm almost completely beaten up. Look, my nose is still bleeding. But Baekjin didn't care about that. Your actions now could crack the relationship between the two sects, and that's the real problem. Besides, you should be ashamed, defeated by a child younger than you and not even an orthodox disciple. What a blow to the reputation, and you went and used such rough methods. After being scolded, he had no choice but to apologize. Jiakyeon agreed inwardly. He'd been beaten to a pulp by her and looked pitiful, but oh well, whatever. Then he cleared his throat softly and said, "Since an apology's been offered, let's just let this go. Although your junior provoked it first, you still caused him to get hurt like this. If the authorities above find out, it'll become very troublesome." She understood the implication in Beeksa's words. She didn't want to make this bigger either. Just then, several other disciples called out Beeksa's name as another group of people entered the area. They quickly reported, "The elders and senior instructors have been invited here already, sir." Jiakyeon was quite surprised to see this scene. She had thought everything was already settled. Time flowed on like running water. Finally, the informal meeting of the Thin Clan chapter had come to an end. After the elders of each sect were summoned to sort out right and wrong, each side was free to hand down whatever punishment they wished. Yuaihyun, displeased, lightly tapped Jikyeon on the head. "I told you not to fight. You got hit, so your punishment is to kneel and raise your hand for 2 hours." She still tried to justify herself. "But elder brother, some people only come to their senses when taught sternly." Waiakute Than completely agreed with Jikyeon. "Brother, didn't you hear what that fellow said to our child? He's young but already far too arrogant." Besides, Jikyeon beat an opponent 4 years older than her. After all, victory is what matters most. "I'm proud of you, little sister." Jikyeon defended, babbled on. "I won, you know." He clapped for her and laughed. Thin chapter Hueshin wins 1-0. Jikyeon is just delighted. A first victory. Yuaihyun felt a bit helpless watching this scene. All right, you can lower your hand now, just don't cause any more trouble." Luckily, it stopped in time. If the fight had gone on longer, you could have been seriously hurt. Jikyeon accepted his words and replied softly. Then she rubbed her arm, thinking how sore her hand felt. Suddenly, Baekjin behind them spoke, drawing Jikyeon's attention. She glanced at him thoughtfully. "Seems this fellow is Baekjin. She waited here to see how I was. Baekjin feels guilty and wants to apologize to Jikyeon. It's because of me that..." She started moving her limbs and said, "Why is she apologizing? It was that fox-eyed fellow who caused everything." He was flustered and didn't know how to explain. "I mean, if I had stopped Baekbaeon older brother back then, none of this would have happened." Jikyeon didn't pay much mind. Either way, he still got beaten. Baekjin, hearing that, asked in surprise, "Really?" She glanced at Baekjin, thinking to herself that actually, she had wanted to hit him the first time they met. Moreover, Jikyeon recalled that Baek-1ef1 had earlier asked, "So why did Jikyeon hit him?" She frankly recounted that because he kept calling her an orphan, she became very angry. And on top of that, he sent someone to the medical pavilion to fetch herbs, then trampled on them when they weren't the ones he wanted. Jikyeon criticized Baekbaeon's behavior. It was all his doing. When he learned the truth, he laughed and said, "I see, perhaps Baekbaeon only misdescribed where it hurt. When someone's in pain, they often don't speak clearly." She no longer clung to it and replied, "Let's leave it at that." Silently, Jikyeon judged, "See, making excuses like that means this fellow doesn't like Baekjin much either." She remembered that the elder brother had also shown obvious annoyance toward her. If no one stands by her side, how could she help but withdraw? Now that she has apologized like this, I can't just ignore it. So Jikyeon spoke up. "If he truly felt sorry, then lend me a hand." Baekjin immediately agreed to her request. "What do you need help with?" Jikyeon voiced her wish. "Help me fetch some plum drink, please. That's my favorite. And coincidentally, before the Thin chapter meeting, I made a little jar of plum syrup." After saying that, she thought, "Being stressed makes me crave something sweet." Then Jikyeon led Baekjin to a spot. "This way, first we must get the drink. Come here. I'll lift you up. Your task is to use this to get the water over there." He looked puzzled and asked, "Lift me? Actually, it would make more sense for me to lift you." She glared at Baekjin in annoyance. "Nonsense, you're weaker than me." He had no choice and let Jikyeon lift him. "I know then." After holding Baekjin for a while, she couldn't help asking, "Not there yet, you're awfully heavy." He struggled to reach the water and told himself he was almost done. After a moment, Baekjin handed her the water. Jikyeon sat complaining, "Only fetching plum drink is so exhausting." Seeing her reaction, he remarked that Jikyeon doesn't speak like a 5-year-old at all. She promptly retorted, "You're not exactly a 7-year-old yourself." Baekjin couldn't help saying Jikyeon was cruel. She glanced aside and said, "Now just put the plum syrup in." Jikyeon remembered Yuesang's warning. "Understand, never touch the jar next to the plum drink." Hyun also reminded her that one is plum drink and the other seems to be plum wine. She fretted inwardly which jar was the plum drink. Everyone else mixed it, so she didn't know which was which. Tasting directly would tell her at once. Hyun tasted the liquid in one jar and wondered why both tasted the same. Then she thought to herself that one seemed meant for fermenting, not drinking. Then Hyun handed a bowl of liquid to Baekjin. As the guest, you drink first, I'll yield to you. He raised his hand to accept. Thanks, I'll drink it up nicely. When she saw Baekjin finish drinking, she curiously asked if it was good. He answered honestly, a bit bitter. Hyun found it odd, how strange, and some people call this plum drink valuable. Seconds later, she noticed something amiss. Why was there suddenly a strong smell of alcohol? Could it be? Hyun gasped as she saw Baekjin slumped in a corner. She began to feel flustered. What's going on? He, tipsy, murmured, anyway, I'm so envious of you. You can get righteously angry like that. Hyun was baffled. What nonsense was he suddenly spouting? Baekjin kept talking to himself. I'm an orphan, calling me uncle is sort of fitting. My grandfather was an elder of the Wudang sect, now the Grand Elder. Because of the plague, my grandparents and parents all died. She wondered perplexedly why he suddenly began reminiscing. He recounted what he'd been through. One day after I lost my family, my grandfather took me to Mount Wudang. And you arranged for me to take the selection exam to become a true disciple of the Wudang sect. I also know I still have many shortcomings to be accepted. If it weren't for my grandfather, I certainly wouldn't have been able to join Wudang. Hyun suddenly felt alarmed. Anyone would feel displeased seeing that she was clearly favored unfairly. Baekjin kept babbling, why am I like this, suddenly telling my whole story. She seemed to piece things together and understood why the senior brother disliked Baekjin. Out of conscience, he couldn't openly ostracize him, but it was hard to accept since she had been unfairly favored. She somewhat understood that senior brother's attitude. Earlier when I tried it, it was clearly plum drink. One taste would reveal it immediately. Until Hyun tasted that liquid and froze. She felt nothing but guilt. My God, please help me. No wonder he started recounting his past. He was drunk. Less than a day after being punished for fighting, and now I've given someone alcohol to drink. I'm definitely going to get scolded by the sect master in Hyun. Time passed and soon it was the next day. Everyone gathered because today was the competition day for the true disciple selection exam. At that moment, Jin Yul glanced at Hyun and said, so, you got scolded for giving that female disciple alcohol? She had been punished severely. She softly replied with an affirmative. Done? Hyun quickly blurted out, but there's the match today, so I promise I'll stay put and be well behaved. She seriously warned Hyun that if she caused trouble again, it wouldn't just be a smack on the head as punishment. Whoever's in charge of that pile of plum wine would surely get into trouble. She suddenly grew curious. So Master Jin Yul doesn't participate in the matches? Jin Yul smiled and explained. Because my status is rather sensitive, I've never taken part in the competitions. Hyun glanced ahead, thinking that compared with peers her generation, the skills differ greatly. While compared with true disciples, the age gap is too large to compete together. From that she judged that, although Yuesong is very respectable, that person is also quite evenly matched in combat. Hyun couldn't help exclaiming that the handsome-faced fellow seemed a bit stronger. Jin Yul agreed and replied, that person is King Hui of the Wudang sect. He withstood 10 moves and overshadowed the title of Unseen 3 Techniques. That is, he defeated his opponent within 3 moves against Yuesong. Learning this, Hyun pondered, so that's why Yuesong said he's not a copy? It's truly astonishing. Jin Yul's next words left her stunned. Manhua swordsmanship blends fierceness and illusion, while Wudang's swordplay is tied to the concept of flow. Take this opportunity to learn more, okay, little sister. Hyun silently analyzed. Manhua's sword style is speed and trickery, whereas Wudang's is smooth and continuous, also using the opponent's strength. She wondered whether she could ever reach that level. I'll join battles like that someday. Seeing Jikyon's determination, she let out a soft sigh. Jin Yul voiced her own wish, so I also hope that in the future there will be more people like King Hui at Wudang. That evening, Jikyon asked curiously, did you see our senior Yuesong today? The match was really impressive, wasn't it? Wudang's swordsmanship was impressive too, but of course Mount Hua's is still the best. Baekjin quietly agreed with her opinion. Jikyon, puzzled by his demeanor, asked, the match was so exciting and that's all his reaction? Then she couldn't help asking, why do you look so downcast? Bullied by senior brother again? Baekjin hurriedly said, it's not like that. Then he sighed and replied, at the next thin chapter selection, I have to participate too. I'm not sure I can win. Jikyon couldn't help laughing. Why worry so much? The next selection is at the thin chapter 4 years from now. You can spar with me. So if you lose to me, the so-called Mount Hua's top swordsman, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I also want to fight stronger opponents, but since I still feel a bit bad about letting you drink alcohol, I'll spar with you once. Hearing this, Baekjin was moved and thanked her. Then Ji-kyun offered, and it's already getting dark, so I'll escort you back to Auction Pavilion, okay? Just then someone nearby spoke up. It's the only way. Attracted, she glanced over. King Hui was telling Yue-song, now I'm almost catching up to you. Hearing that, he irritably scratched his head. What nonsense? Are you dreaming you'll beat me in any match? Ji-kyun watched with curiosity. Yue-song asked, and who's standing beside him? She couldn't resist poking her head to eavesdrop. Catching up with what? Yue-song was startled when Ji-kyun suddenly appeared and shouted. He glanced at Ji-kyun and complained, Kid, why are you roaming outside at this hour? She calmly explained, I'm escorting Baekjin back to the city gate pavilion. Yue-song grew curious. Who is Baekjin? Then Baekjin walked over to King Hui and called him master. King Hui stared at him and gently said, Baekjin is my disciple. Only then did Ji-kyun realize, so this is the person who fought Yue-song today. His name is, at the same moment he introduced himself as King Hui of Wudang. She couldn't help exclaiming, he really is a heartthrob, like he stepped out of a watercolor painting. Up close he's even more handsome. So embarrassing, he really is an Eastern heartthrob. Yue-song found Ji-kyun's behavior odd. Why are you suddenly so bashful? He on the opposite side laughed and said, at this hour you still eagerly escort Baekjin back, so you must be quite close to him, huh? She answered honestly, close, I'm not so sure. Then Ji-kyun didn't dare voice her own guess, saying it would be more accurate to call herself his advisor. King Hui kept smiling. I worried because Baekjin always felt lonely, so it's good he can make friends from other sects. Having no one to share your heart with is hard. She awkwardly gasped, thinking that although they're not exactly friends, if everyone sees it that way maybe she should charge a consultation fee. Yue-song beside her suddenly added, it's all thanks to our little child here. Our Ji-kyun crawled everywhere since she was in diapers, and she even cared about martial arts so much she used a wooden sword to break an ink stone. Ji-kyun, helpless, retorted, when did that happen? Senior, don't proudly brag about someone else's dark past like that. She felt quite embarrassed. It's been ages since she met such a handsome guy and now she's being exposed like this. So Ji-kyun snapped angrily, whatever, I'll escort him back and you two can continue chatting with your friend. Yue-song was equally annoyed. We're not friends. Who would want to be friends with him? King Hui awkward said, if you deny it like that I'm a bit hurt. Even she finds it strange. What's wrong with Yue-song? Not friends, just looking at their squabbles proves they're completely friends. A moment later, Ji-kyun had brought Baekjin to his place. He arrived and immediately thanked Ji-kyun. Just then she curiously asked, before you go in, want me to show you how to stop people calling you Uncle Butts? He looked at Ji-kyun and asked curiously, how? She promptly encouraged him, become stronger. For those who scorn you because you're Uncle Butt, just crush them with your strength. After saying that, Ji-kyun reflected on her words. Though it sounded cliched, whether he changed was his own choice. She was curious how he'd turn out. Baekjin, still insecure, said, but I have no talent at all. You needn't worry about that. Why need innate talent? Ji-kyun thought, build a solid foundation and later success will be real talent. Ji-kyun recalled when she confided in Jin Yul and repeated the advice her master had given. Although it differs from her own situation. He was so moved by the encouragement that he felt deeply touched. Baekjin couldn't help asking, so can you see me off tomorrow? She quickly waved him off. I'm not going anywhere, I still want to sleep. Ji-kyun's refusal left him incredulous. He gasped. She hurried off, not forgetting to say, go if you must, but tomorrow's the only day I can sleep in a bit so I won't get up early. Baekjin still tried to hold her back. Wait a moment. At last he spoke up, then I'll see you at Mount Wudang. Baekjin hesitated before daring to say it. In 4 years' time, okay. His words left Ji-kyun baffled, but she still agreed, taking Baekjin's hand and sealing it. If they can meet again, then it's fate. When Ji-kyun returned, Yue-song curiously asked, Kid, did you go say goodbye to that little friend? She found it odd. Friend? He looked at her reaction and remarked, why are you becoming more and more like me? Time flows like running water. A year has passed since the thin chapter selection ended, and now I've arrived at Nakenbong's departure cave. Ji-kyun couldn't help asking, but why? Is my 6th birthday present the number 1 slot in the selection exam? Yue-song walked over and ruffled her hair, saying, you think getting number 1 is easy? I once got number 315. That's called a privilege. Ji-kyun, not at all pleased, retorted, privilege isn't these pieces of paper, it'd be being told the event list in advance. She focused on the crux of the matter. That's right, this year, after 15 years, Mount Hua has opened Nakanbong's selection cave to recruit the 28th generation of disciples. This is the exam to select and filter the first-line true disciples. They will choose 30 out of 500 children aged 6 to 13. Afterwards, they will be called by sect titles instead of their given names. And this specially selected group of prodigies will be bound to the sect for life. They won't be restricted in any aspect of martial arts and may be appointed to positions like sect leader or elder. This is completely different from disciples who can't get on the official roster or those admitted through family donations. If someone has outstanding ability, they'll surely become a true disciple. And today is the start of the True Disciple Selection exam. This 5-day test is also called the Special Selection Hell. At this point, Ji-kyun pleaded with Ui-hyun, "Tell me the event categories, please, you're in an awkward spot and I don't know what to do." She was still very eager, thinking, "Give me a hint." Suddenly someone spoke up, "That's not a privilege, that's cheating." Hearing that, Ji-kyun turned in surprise. That voice was. Her face twisted when she saw the arrival of Ui-hyun and Ui-sang's junior disciple. Ui-jin, senior uncle, is really terrifying. Ji-kyun was baffled. Why would someone who normally ignores her come all the way here? Ui-sang picked her up and explained to him, "Our child has trained hard, so even without that, he'll do fine." Ji-kyun, not very pleased, added that if she knew, she'd probably do even better. Then Ui-hyun came over to soothe her. "Ji-kyun, don't be too nervous, just be yourself. Even if you fail the exam, you're still of Mount Hua." Ui-sang found his behavior puzzling. "Senior, why dote on her so much? If you can't guarantee she passes, at least don't let others suspect she'll cheat." Ui-hyun sighed helplessly. "I just don't want Ji-kyun under pressure before the exam." Calmly he said, "How could one not be nervous participating in this special selection hell?" At that moment, Ji-kyun smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely pass and return with the title of True Disciple." He had great faith in Ji-kyun. Who is she a disciple of? Of course she'll pass. Ui-hyun waved goodbye nearby. "I'll trust and wait for good news from you." She innocently replied, "I'm not your disciple, senior." Ui-sang, provoked by Ji-kyun, raised his voice. "Why do you like ruining the mood at the last minute like that?" Then she shifted her gaze to the side. Ji-kyun looked up at Ui-jin and asked, "Has Master Yi-chan still not returned?" He stood there calmly and replied, "For this exam I am the chief examiner." She felt as if the news struck her ear. Ui-jin shot Ji-kyun a sideways glance and reminded her, "So from now on respect me and call me chief examiner." She accepted Ui-jin's instruction with a soft sound, but he wasn't satisfied and warned, "Don't just go like that." Ji-kyun understood and quickly complied. She suddenly felt disappointed. If he is the chief examiner, there should be no secret favoritism or extra points given to anyone. Seeing Ji-kyun sprawled there, he called out, "Number 1. She felt very displeased. "Don't call me by my number like that, it's too cold." Ji-kyun remained motionless and asked what's going on. Ui-jin immediately ordered, "Come here and help me make the number board." She crawled over to Ui-jin and didn't forget to ask, "Do we get bonus points for doing it?" He glanced at Ji-kyun and asked, "Did you just think that up?" She immediately declined. "Then I won't do it." Ui-jin warned, "Do you want points deducted then?" She couldn't help but criticize. How petty. He said quite nonchalantly, "If you're not satisfied, go do it, dare you." Ji-kyun scribbled the numbers on the board while muttering, "If that's the case, then I'll do it myself." Ui-jin opened his mouth to tease her, "Then wait 15 years. Ji-kyun forced down her anger and replied, "I know it'll be like that, really. Heen or Yithan should have been made the head instructor instead." She suddenly remembered the time frame he mentioned. 15 years later, if I pass this time, then the rest will be Ji-kyun's problem. Ui-jin was still watching Ji-kyun's every move. "The characters are misaligned," he said. She couldn't help muttering, "I've already helped and yet you keep complaining." She had worked very hard. After helping Ui-jin and waiting a long while, finally in the selection area, Ui-jin went out the gate to announce to those outside, "There are 499 people in, so when the last, number 500, arrives, we will close the gates and begin the exam." Hearing that, everyone started gossiping about who would be number 500 and what kind of kid would come last. "I don't know. Look, there he is, he's arrived." Then everyone was stunned to see 2 people with identical faces appear, but there was only 1 spot left. The boy urged, "Brother, go ahead 1 step and try to stand in for me in this selection exam." His twin replied, "See you at Mount Hua." Ji-kyun observed everything and judged that all 500 people had gathered. It was the first time in this life she'd seen so many peers assemble like this. Just then someone announced for everyone to gather. The Taoist took the notice and shouted, "Now I will explain the selection exam." The Tao Immortal grabbed the notice and shouted out, "Now I will explain the selection exam." Ji-kyun felt nervous seeing him there. The chief judge is the Tao Immortal. This is bad. She remembered the Tao Immortal's warning. Instead of worrying about that, train harder. Ji-kyun thought of what she knew. The Tao Immortal is Hyun's master. He often calls her that derogatory name and openly hates her, thinking she wasted his time. In that case, we can't expect favoritism from the chief judge or the head judge. The plan to use connections is ruined. He continued explaining. From now on, you'll be called by the number on your tag instead of your name, so I'll lay out the schedule. Listen carefully. Ji-kyun whispered to herself that if she summarized the timetable in a modern way, a chart would appear in her head. She guessed quietly to herself that it was probably like this. The schedule didn't differ much from what she usually did. Hyun always got her up early. It was all for experience and life preparation. Keeping fit every day was such a hassle. He kept going on. Not only did success in the exam matter, but if you didn't follow the morning routine, you'd be eliminated at once. The candidates would stay in this building until the final exam. Men and women would be separated into 2 rooms, 8 per room. Ji-kyun suddenly felt annoyed. Those prearranged rooms were really cramped. Seeing that room, she complained. Why so cramped? So Ji-kyun voiced her complaint. 8 people in one room isn't too crowded. The Tao Immortal calmly replied, you needn't worry. In a few days, it'll naturally feel more spacious. Hearing that warning, she panicked. How many people would be eliminated in this initial stage? Those around her began to tremble. So does that mean we won't get breakfast? He showed no mercy and said, you'll be lucky you don't have breakfast. You might train until you throw up. Ji-kyun, threatened, thought despondently, if there are no more questions, then return to your rooms. Time passed quietly. With night gone, a new day began. The wake-up drum sounded crisply, rousing everyone. Ji-kyun was jolted awake by the noise. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. Since today is the first day, I'll give you time to rest. The selection hell has begun. I shot up reflexively, like conditioned behavior. Although I used to complain about being woken early, now I had to follow orders. Exactly 4 people, including me, woke to the morning drum. Those who didn't wake up needn't be roused. Farewell, farewell. Then a water jug was set out to be filled. Hyun pointed to the side and said, pay attention to the water jugs here. Check the number on your jug to find your own. The drinking water comes from the stream beyond the rocks. Other sources aren't drinkable, so be careful. Then he shifted his gaze to everyone. All right, from now on. Fill your jugs and fill them within 1 watch to use during training. Learning this task, Ji-kyun annoyedly rushed off. Even the water has to be fetched personally. Hyun, seeing everyone sprint away, reminded them that after someone returns with water, they'd start running in the training area. Now she frowned, thinking, there's an exam in the afternoon and we already waste energy like this in the morning. If you stop, you'll surely be eliminated, so you have to run. I understood why people from Manhwa repeat harsh, military-like tasks. Maybe because it's an unforgettable experience, they'll talk about this exam until they die. Even strict senior Hyun went through it, and he's ruthless. After the rushed basic fitness test ended, it was mealtime. She had no strength left to hold a spoon. Ji-kyun couldn't help muttering that if her fitness had been poor as usual, she'd have been eliminated ages ago. She recalled the earlier scene. People even fainted while running. It seemed their goal on day 1 was to prevent anyone from passing the first round. This will definitely go down in Manhwa history. I wonder how hard the first test will be. After the meal finished, the Tao Immortal shouted, has everyone eaten enough? Following the judge's instructions, everyone had filled their water jugs. Now I will explain the first round. The test is this. Climb to that Chuang H1E1 peak and then return. Everyone who heard the task judged it fairly easy. You didn't need to hang or carry anything extra. Then she assessed the journey she'd face. The path up TR letter 1B0 letter 1EDD NG Janghabang was steep but manageable. The Tao Immortal reminded them the time limit was before the sun fully set. Ji-kyun thought the conditions weren't too harsh. Right then she noticed something odd. Ji-kyun stared at Hyun, puzzled why he was smiling like that. Meanwhile, he cleared his throat softly. All right then. The first test officially begins. Everyone hurry off with the goal of finishing first. Seeing that, she immediately called them fools. There's no stupider mistake than wasting energy from the start instead of packing yourself. The timing is set in stone, and something about it felt off. It looked far, but not impossible to reach the summit. In fact, the morning training had been tougher. I thought they'd require us to slay a monster solo and bring back its core. Suddenly, someone behind shouted, big danger, climb faster. Ji-kyun startled and looked back, wondering if they were being chased by wild boars. She remembered the Tao Immortal's reminder. The time limit is before the sun completely sets. Only then did she realize the problem. Why had the sun set so early today? Indeed, the classification test was certainly more than just mountain climbing. The sun couldn't set that fast. Something was wrong. Was her sense of time distorted, or had she mistaken the season? In any case, little time remained. Very quickly Ji-kyun reached the registration point. Candidate number 1 had arrived. The attendant immediately handed her a slip of paper. "Well done, take this token and descend and your test will be complete." Ji-kyun, still panting, acknowledged with a quiet reply. Then she stared at the thing in her hand and muttered, "A paper, it had the peak's name on it." Ji-kyun unconsciously recalled the instructions she'd heard earlier. Listen carefully, Ji-kyun. Each peak name on Manhwa carries its own meaning. TR letter 1B0 letter 1EDD NG Janghabang means the peak of prolonged dusk. The sun sets quickly, but the twilight lingers here. Right, she had heard that clearly, considering the examiner's intent based on those two traits rather than descending quickly. What I need to focus on now is packing my stamina. Otherwise, if I act without careful thought, I'll be drained and won't make it back in time. After that, the Tao Immortal solemnly looked at the paper he'd received. He turned his gaze to Ji-kyun. Candidate number 1 had come back first. She listened and was thrilled, replying softly. Back in the room, Ji-kyun exclaimed in surprise. She said, quite surprised, "Only the first day and 4 people are already eliminated, so the room does feel a bit more spacious now." A quick little girl introduced herself, "So how about we each say a bit about ourselves? I'm Baek Soyeon." Seong Riri nearby spoke up. "Seong Riri, I'm 8 this year." Ji-kyun also chimed in. "No family name." Name, Ji-kyun. After saying that, she silently did the math. If everyone knew she was only 6, they might look down on her, so it's best to say nothing. Then everyone unconsciously turned to one side. The remaining person, Ji-kyun, grew curious. Who was this, arriving and already lying here? The person lay with their back to them and said, "Anyone can be eliminated at any time. So what's the point of introducing ourselves?" Surprised, she said, "This one is cold, huh?" Ji-kyun kept polite, speaking up. After all, they might meet again later. Wouldn't it be a shame to just ignore them? Only then did the other reply, Ju Eryong. She didn't give up and went to ask, "How old are you?" Ju Eryong still didn't turn to answer. 9, now let me sleep, don't ask. Ji-kyun inferred from her coldness that with that personality it would probably be hard to get close. The next day, Baek Soyeon was eliminated for oversleeping, and the 3rd day of the final selection exam had arrived. The Tao Immortal announced today's rules. After completing the final run, we'll take a short break. Ji-kyun ran and grumbled, felt like she'd already done this yesterday. Why is this selection exam getting harsher and harsher? A while later, she finished running and dropped the pack from her shoulders. Ji-kyun couldn't help complaining that finally there was a bit of rest. Ju Eryong opposite offered, "Ji-kyun, if you have no water, drink mine." Another friend came over and said, "Everyone, let's fetch water together from now on." Countless whispers rose around her. How can Ji-kyun run so fast? Could she be used to this? Ji-kyun, go ahead, I'm too tired and want to rest a bit longer. Ji-kyun glanced around and silently evaluated. People were gradually getting to know and bond with each other, but only Ju Eryong still seemed not to fit in. Was she planning to face everything by willpower alone and keep her distance from others? Suddenly Seong Riri came over and said to Ji-kyun, "Ji-kyun, don't you think that one seems a bit strange? Even if she fails now, there's still the Central Southern exam coming and next year's True Disciple trial. For some reason, she acted like this was her last chance." Ji-kyun took the water and voiced her thought. There seemed to be some reason the senior put all her effort into this exam. Hearing that, she quickly scoffed. "Failing this time won't kill you. Or is it that if she fails, she'll be unable to inherit the family estate and touch a sword anymore?" This info surprised Ji-kyun. An inheritance? Surely there must be some reason like that. Just then Seong Riri warned her, "Don't eat that, it's poisoned. But with such poor stamina, I wonder if Ju Eryong will pass this exam." Jiok Hwa had strong faith. Maybe so, but with that spirit she'll succeed at anything. Meanwhile, she muttered that eating this would surely give her a stomachache. Ji-kyun mused quietly that in novels people like Ju Eryong often face hardships later. In any case, later exams will get progressively harder. People who like to gossip behind others' backs like Seong Riri usually get eliminated. Of course, strength matters, but spirit must be steady too. Perhaps that's why, without knowing Ju Eryong's circumstances, Ji-kyun didn't underestimate her seriousness. Hyun said it's okay if he fails, but since he's been granted the Tao favor, he can't allow himself to be eliminated. Whatever happens, he must do his best. Come on. No sooner had she thought that than, in less than 10 minutes, Ji-kyun was furious, snapping, "What the heck is this? Who heartlessly touched my water jug?" She couldn't believe it. A small incident had occurred. To fetch water, one must scale cliffs and reach the valley with drinkable water. The process takes quite a lot of time and effort. So there were those who sneakily drank others' water like a gang of cable thieves. She seethed, muttering, "Really killing two birds with one stone, saving your own energy while wasting someone else's." Ji-kyun began to worry. What should she do? If she went to fetch water now, the rest time would be gone, and asking others for a drink felt awkward. She turned to look at her water jug, then saw Seong Riri approach and say, "So it belongs to Ji-kyun. No wonder that person was so watchful while drinking." Ji-kyun found this odd and asked if there was a problem. Seong Riri, a little flustered, said, "I'm not entirely sure, so I'm a bit hesitant to say." Before she finished, Ji-kyun cut in, "Then don't say it." She could sense something. Was this an attempt to put her in someone's debt? Not so easy. So Ji-kyun bravely walked off. "I'll find the culprit myself." Seong Riri grew more panicked. "Wait a moment. I'll tell you, although I'm not certain. Anyway, drink from mine." "Have another sip. One swig won't do." After drinking, she asked curiously, "All right then, who did you say it was?" Only then did she honestly tell the story to Seong Riri. When Ji-kyun learned the truth, she gasped in surprise. But she analyzed the situation. "With that personality, I don't think she'd do it." Seong Riri was puzzled. If the culprit were Ju Eryong, that wouldn't be surprising. If she did it, she'd stand a better chance of passing this exam. Ji-kyun immediately pointed out the reason. For this entry exam, it's enough to be in the top 30. However, there's no rule forbidding eliminating others to reach the goal. In other words, hindering others, so long as it doesn't cross a line, is tacitly accepted. There are people who only feel satisfied by stepping on others to achieve their aims. Lacking confidence in themselves, they'll try to pull others down. That's why Master Yujin also warned me to be careful of people like that. From what I've seen so far, I don't think Ju Eryong is that kind of person. But I can't fully trust someone I've only met a few days ago. That night, Ji-kyun took the initiative. "Ju Eryong, if you're not asleep, there's something I want to ask." Ju Eryong, lying in bed, wondered, "It's midnight, what's the matter?" She quickly got to the point. "Could it be that you drank the water from my jug?" Immediately, her expression changed. Ju Eryong angrily retorted, "Accusing the innocent and then making a fuss like this is really terrible." Seong Riri, roused by the noise, sat up and grumbled, "What's going on? Why are you arguing in the middle of the night?" Ji-kyun hurriedly explained to her, "I didn't mean that. Seems there's a misunderstanding, so I wanted to clear it up." When Seong Riri saw her suddenly shout, she curiously asked what was wrong. Ji-kyun stated her condition. "My stomach suddenly hurts so much." "Did I eat something wrong?" Hearing that, Ju Eryong scolded gently. "Really, if your stomach hurts, you should speak softly. Anyway, my still has an exam, so go to sleep quickly." She sensed something strange. Could it be the dinner? By the next morning, Ji-kyun still had many questions. After all, were there any other tests in this exam severe enough to cause death like this? The second test required climbing Mount Hua's famous cliff. She couldn't help screaming, "Save me, Heavenly Emperor, please save me." Ji-kyun had her own feelings. Though she didn't know who that was, she truly apologized for not being able to look down. "I can't die here. There's the gentle senior like a rabbit and the fierce senior like a wolf waiting for me back at the mountain. And the old sect leader like a white tiger and many others." 11 people had already given up in front of this cliff. 37 people quit halfway and were led down by the sect officials. However, there was one problem. Who knew whether the sect officials could catch those who fell in time? So she screamed in terror. "Isn't it normal to learn lightness skill first?" Lightness skill is a martial art that makes the body lighter so you can run fast or climb walls. Luckily, I'd been trained early, so I climbed almost to the top without being hit by falling rocks and was currently in the lead. But Ju Eryong staying steady and being the only one to reach a height comparable to mine was unexpected. Ji-kyun couldn't help saying to Ju Eryong, since only the first 100 are chosen, it should be fairly relaxed. So why is Senior in such a rush? Her whole body trembled as she criticized, "It's too noisy." "That's my business, so don't worry about it and mind your own self first." She saw Ju Eryong slip and shouted, "Senior Ju Eryong." Ji-kyun, seeing her clutch a handhold, warned her to be careful. Right now Ju Eryong was extremely frightened. She didn't dare loosen her grip. Seeing the situation, she said, "I'll call the sect officials." Then the senior firmly replied, "Don't call them." Ji-kyun, deeply worried, said, If you fall here, you'll actually die. Don't be stubborn. But Ju Eryong remained resolute. Whether I fall here and die or fail and get dragged back to that terrible place makes no difference. Ji-kyun immediately caught the key phrase. What did she mean by that place? Though unclear on the details, looking into Ju Eryong's eyes, I realized assuming we shared the same desire was a mistake. If my desire sprang from love for important people, then Ju Eryong's desire seemed to come from an empty loneliness. In any case, Ju Eryong's resolve couldn't be shaken, so she had no choice but to help her. So she spoke up, advising, move your foot a little to the left. While Ju Eryong hadn't yet understood what was happening, Ji-kyun continued, raise it a bit. We still have to reach the summit together, don't we? She glanced at Ju Eryong behind her and thought, even if she couldn't change Ju Eryong's will, as a cultivator of the Manhwa sect, she couldn't ignore someone in trouble. In the end, helping Ju Eryong cost her the chance to lead. She finished 30th in the cliff climbing challenge, a mid-position but slightly higher. Compared to what she gained from helping, the benefit was almost nothing. Ji-kyun couldn't help asking Yujin, don't good deeds get extra points? He glanced at her and replied, it depends on the judge's decision. She suddenly wondered, right, given the Tao Immortal's strict personality, I wonder if he'd award extra points? Yujin gently ruffled Ji-kyun's head and praised her for doing well. Then she looked toward Ju Eryong and realized their personal relationship hadn't progressed much. Thanks for the help, but usually asking about my past would make someone open up and share their story by now, right? Still, she didn't regret helping Ju Eryong at all. Time passed. The next day, the third selection test began. Now Ji-kyun angrily shouted, those cruel people again. Yi-hyun from the distance couldn't help asking, why do I hear Ji-kyun's voice echoing from the summit? Yu-sung looked up at the peak and said that temper is unbearable. She was so upset because the third test was climbing the cliff while wearing a sandbag. Actually, it was already known from the second test that the sect elders would stand by like safety guards, so if you fell you couldn't really die. Still, the difficulty remained very high. However, despite all the ups and downs, the third test ended well. Ji-kyun excitedly exclaimed that she'd come first again this time. Yujin, seeing her reaction, commented that at least her spirit was good. She felt reassured, thinking even Ju Eryong had reached the summit today without incident. It seemed that because the exam was entering its final stage, there were only a few seconds today to separate those who slipped from those who passed. Then Ji-kyun picked up her water jug, took a deep breath, and drank a mouthful. What's? Suddenly Ju Eryong nearby warned, if it were me I wouldn't drink from that jug. Number 143 had put dirt into your jug and shaken it up. When she learned that, she cried out in anger and poured the water away. But Ji-kyun secretly analyzed inwardly, what a bunch of tricks. Lately the water in my jug has been disappearing on its own, so maybe it's that guy. She carefully asked Ju Eryong again, you mean number 143, right? Surely more people will be eliminated tomorrow. I'll deal that guy a proper beating before I leave, you'll see. But what does number 143 look like? She described to Ji-kyun a boy with slanted eyes, dark skin, and short hair. Hearing Ju Eryong speak like that, she was curious. Could Senior remember everyone's numbers? Ju Eryong closed the jug lid and explained nonchalantly, there are only 50 of them left, remembering their numbers isn't hard. Ji-kyun suddenly felt annoyed and thought, sorry I'm an idiot who can't remember 50 people, okay? Ju Eryong, fairly concerned, asked, so do you want me to point someone out by name? Ji-kyun immediately rejected the offer. No need, I'm just surprised, I always thought Senior didn't care about others. At that moment she quietly judged Ju Eryong, remembering 50 faces after just a few days meant her memory must be excellent. Even with limited strength, if she had been born into the Jia family, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. Suddenly someone behind warned, don't trust people too easily. They smile in front of you but hold a knife behind your back. People like that aren't rare. Ji-kyun couldn't help laughing. So among the remaining people, who will stab me in the back? But she didn't answer Ji-kyun's question, do I have to point them out for you? Find out yourself. Hearing that, she inwardly mocked the pettiness. And surely Ju Eryong wasn't that kind of person. She never pretended to be friendly or tried to win me over. Is she indirectly saying that only oneself can be trusted? Until that evening when number 143 shuffled over toward the Tao Immortal. So, was 143 the one who poured dirt into number 1's jug? Because of being angry, that made number 143 turn out like that, right? Ji-kyun calmly confirmed his guess. Her attitude made the Tao Immortal very angry. He also knew that arguing among contestants was not grounds for disqualification. Moreover, that guy was the one who had put dirt in his jug first. He helplessly kept admonishing, how reckless. Both of you go now, but Ji-kyun refused to leave and stayed, intending to say something. She quickly reported that the food seemed spoiled. Lately my stomach keeps hurting, she said. The Tao Immortal raised the important point. Only you complain of stomach aches after eating. Maybe you ate something random. Ji-kyun retorted, I did eat some wild berries, but others ate them too. He frowned and pointed out the reason. It seemed those berries didn't suit your constitution. The Tao Immortal's nonchalance made her even more annoyed. Come on, answer properly. What have you lost by doing so? He waved his hand and poked the exasperated Ji-kyun, saying, do you think this is a place where every complaint will be accepted like in Mount Hua's upper abode? She replied in displeasure that even if it's not the main place, this is still Mount Hua. The Tao Immortal helplessly waved his hand. There really are no rules. Go over there and check if something's wrong. The new sect official forced a smile and complied with his order. She left afterward complaining she wasn't asking for much. Some considered attention wouldn't kill anyone. Then Ji-kyun jolted when she saw Jia Keichuan waiting nearby. She quickly realized he was contestant number 500 in the selection exam. He then proactively suggested, why not head to the training ground? Ji-kyun, puzzled, asked, what training ground? What do you mean, just go there like that? She had a lot of questions. Could the jealous ones be gathering to gang up on her? Even if she went, she couldn't beat them all alone. Very quickly Ji-kyun arrived at the training ground and finally caught Yujin following along. Yujin walked ahead and said, so you dragged me here based on your guesses and bother me while I'm busy. No one will lose points, you know. His coldness annoyed Ji-kyun. How could this happen? There's no reason to call someone at this hour. After saying that, she silently calculated that if she didn't bring someone who could testify, she might be treated unfairly. The Tao Immortal was brooding, still needing to prepare for tomorrow's practice. A second later, Ji-kyun pointed in a direction. Someone's over there, look, that person. He shot Ji-kyun a sidelong glance and asked, do your eyes think that's the scene of a violent training session? She glared at the Tao Immortal in outrage and demanded, why? Men and women meeting at night like this could be secretly plotting something. He tapped Ji-kyun's head without mercy. Don't say such weird things. Just then, number 143 barked, so. It's completely different from your tale. You were so sure Ji-kyun would be eliminated in 2 days, but now I'm the one about to be eliminated. Tichdain overheard that and exclaimed in surprise. She immediately turned to the Tao Immortal and said, see, I told you they were plotting something, and he pointed out the important issue. Anyway, no points were deducted. Seong Riri glanced at him and said, who told you to mess with the water jug and get caught? Number 143 retorted, I carried out the plan discreetly and wasn't caught by anyone. She waved her hand and said, it's ridiculous that it's exposed now, as if nothing happened. He, provoked, snapped, are you mocking me? Seong Riri pointed out the reason. He'd only drunk a little, but his body had been disturbed for a long time already. Finally, Ji-kyun understood the whole issue. Her water jug was taken and Seong Riri kept giving her senior's guy to drink and her stomach kept hurting. Everything matched. Just then Yujin stepped out and coldly said, what you just said. I want to hear in more detail. She and number 143 were greatly frightened by his sudden appearance. Ji-kyun appeared from behind on tiptoe and asked, right, explain what senior gave me to eat. It's not something that harms the body permanently, is it? Seong Riri, seeing this, was terrified. Since when have you been here? Number 143 pointed at her accusingly. It was him. He was the one who initiated it and told me to do it to eliminate number 1 together. He ordered me to put dirt in the jug. I only messed with the jug, but he was the one who poisoned. Ji-kyun saw him brood and realized he was angry. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense, very different from usual. Seong Riri turned pale and replied, that wasn't poison, I can prove it. She agreed with her. Yes, Chief Judge, hear her explanation. Why was only I having a stomach ache if both of us drank from the same jug? In the end, Seong Riri had no choice but to admit her mistake. The water jug Seong Riri had given me contained the essence of a plant stem. Fortunately, it wasn't a toxin, so it caused no lasting health problems. But that essence, when it met the fruit I ate at dinner, acted like a laxative. In any case, she planned it very thoroughly, even learning my daily habits. In the end, Seong Riri and number 143 were disqualified from the initiation exam for their plot. Afterward, Ji-kyun and Seong Riri returned to their room in very different moods. She glanced at her and bluntly asked, now tell me, why did you try to drive a wedge between me and Senior? Seong Riri no longer hid it. Because that stupid number 143 was caught by Ju Eryong pouring out your water. So I had to make your relationship with Ju Eryong go sour so he wouldn't tell you. Ji-kyun started and looked toward Ju Eryong. Wait, So Ju Eryong knew who emptied my water but never told me. If I hadn't rescued Senior from the cliff, maybe she never would have said anything. I didn't expect her to be friendlier, but at least she revealed a little. She pressed on, fine, let's leave Ju Eryong aside. What about you then? Seong Riri hesitated, unwilling to say. After a moment, Seong Riri snapped angrily. If you get eliminated, my chances of passing go up. I must pass this exam at all costs. As the eldest child in a family whose parents only know how to give birth without planning for the future, it's truly exhausting. Ju Eryong couldn't help but laugh at that. Then she sat up and asked, what nonsense are you spouting? You have a place to return to, yet treat that as a grand reason to pass and get angry about it. Seong Riri angrily retorted to Ju Eryong, what do you know? Ji Kyeon suddenly remembered earlier events. Seong Riri had said that if she failed this exam, she'd have to become head of the family and take over. That pressure made her even more stressed about passing, so seeing Ju Eryong's behavior annoyed her and she thought the other was overreacting. Then she pointed at herself, I know everyone has their own story, but shouldn't you apologize to me first? She teared up and offered an apology. But it really won't harm your health. Ji Kyeon smiled faintly to lighten the mood. Alright then. There's the Jongnan selection exam in a month. Jongnan has a lower standard than Manhwa, so you'll have a good chance of passing. Seong Riri found this odd. Why were you suggesting Jongnan like it's an insult? She immediately denied it. I'm not saying that. Hopefully you won't be discovered when you take the exam at Jongnan, okay? The night passed and a new day began. After the final night together, Seong Riri said farewell, wishing you all the best. If we meet later in the West City, let's greet each other. Everything follows the rules. Seong Riri finally left the selection area. That meant she would take the Jongnan selection exam. Parting that way and still wishing me success shows she's not a bad person. So Ji Kyeon politely replied, I've received both your promise and encouragement. So before you go, accept one hit from me, okay? She recalled her thoughts from the previous night. She'd stayed up thinking and realized she had been a bit too generous. Tears and apologies weren't enough. Before she left, she had to give her a smack. After all, she almost got into serious trouble. After striking her, Ji Kyeon didn't forget to wish her a safe journey. Once it's settled, I hold no grudge. Seong Riri clutched her stinging cheek and replied, Ji Kyeon, don't accept anything strangers give you casually. She warned her, then be careful descending the mountain and don't fall. A candidate disciple of the true sect of Hueshan, T. Huan, saw the scene and gave a small exclamation. Hearing the sound, Ji Kyeon turned and saw numbers 143 and 500. Number 143 panicked and hurried away, saying, I'm heading down too. She went toward Jiake Chuan and called, Hey you. Why did you help me yesterday? You were the one who told me to come to the training ground, he stammered, not knowing how to explain properly. After a while, Jiake Chuan finally confessed, actually I saw that person tampering with the water jug, but I pretended not to notice. Because I was hoping you'd fail the exam. Ji Kyeon was baffled. Why didn't you say so from the start? It's not that I didn't say anything, but my conscience was half-hearted, he said suddenly. I felt guilty when I remembered what my younger brother told me. Before leaving, he had asked me a favor. If I got into Manhwa as a successful candidate, tell him how the selection exam went. How could I tell my brother I'd turned a blind eye to cheating and got in by eliminating others like that? From that info, she analyzed whether they were a pair of siblings, one of whom had to return because he didn't make the top 500 back then. Then Ji Kyeon looked at him sincerely and said, I'm sorry about your brother, but if you two had both taken the exam, you probably would have stayed silent until the end. Jiake Chuan replied, not very pleased. How can you say that? But anyway, I'll tell you now, because if it were my brother, he'd nag me until I confessed. She found it odd. Why was his standard of concern always his little brother? In the end, Ji Kyeon politely said, well, thanks for letting me know. Though I'd appreciate it more if you'd said it a bit earlier. He noticed her following him and said it didn't really feel like much gratitude. She couldn't help laughing. Well, that's fine then. Today was another day of the selection exam. The presider announced that from today onward everyone would handle swords, and told each person to take a wooden sword placed over there. Everyone grumbled as they picked them up. The swords felt heavy, like they'd strain the wrists. Ji Kyeon lifted her sword and pleased, thought of course no one could handle a sword better than her. Excited, she called out, let's try to seize the advantage from the start. That said, not everyone was clueless about sword use, just a bit clumsy. She glanced at Ju Eryong and thought, except. Ji Kyeon observed her hesitant manner. Senior Ju Eryong. She went over and asked with concern, is this your first time holding a sword? Ji-kyun analyzed inwardly that unlike physical strength, sword posture couldn't be fixed by will alone. Those nearby began whispering, has Ju Eryong trained so long only to stop here? It seemed her past life had nothing to do with swords and spears. She quietly observed and judged her, but for Ju Eryong, Senior had the ability to turn the impossible into possible through intelligence and thought. A moment later, Ji-kyun couldn't help but exclaim, she actually did it. She was amazed that with just a little observation she could mimic so skillfully. Truly a genius, right? As the sun slipped behind the mountains, night wrapped the sky. She was quite surprised to see Ju Eryong wake in the middle of the night. Ji-kyun couldn't help asking, training time is over. Are you really going out now? If you keep this up you'll be exhausted and won't be able to handle the sword tomorrow, so you might be eliminated. You should rest at this hour. Ju Eryong turned to her and explained, I'm the only one who doesn't yet know how to handle a sword, so skill differences will be obvious this time. If you paid attention, you might have noticed the instructors are teaching only basic sword techniques. They hand you a sword not to hold sparring matches or teach detailed techniques, but to select those with true talent in sword handling. I must become an orthodox disciple of Manhwa. Ji-kyun still found it odd. As Senior said, rapid improvement could surpass others, and Senior already met that standard. And besides, in a month there's the Zhongnan exam, or she could enter as a refined disciple or a household disciple. Why must Senior insist on becoming an orthodox disciple? Ju Eryong walked to the door and answered, for me there is no next chance. I ran away from Kuro. The place I used to be was the Green Pavilion in Daryeohyun, so getting to Huyen isn't too difficult. The Green Pavilion is a tavern where courtesans work, but if it's easy to get in, it's also easy to be caught. Ji-kyun guessed inwardly that perhaps people from the Green Pavilion were already in Huyen. She clenched her sword in quiet determination. So if Ju Eryong were eliminated from this exam and left Manhwa, she would. I truly have no other chance than this one. Ju Eryong did not want the past to repeat. If dragged back to the Green Pavilion, she'd have to follow in the footsteps of those sisters before her. She remembered clearly a woman's words to her, listen, Senior Ju Eryong will find a way to create an opportunity for you at all costs. That spurred Ju Eryong's determination. In the meantime, at least you must. Then I'd rather be dead, so I need Manhwa's patronage to live as myself. Ji-kyun was startled to hear Seong Riri speak like that. She suddenly realized she'd assumed her ambitions and Ju Eryong's were the same, but at least she still had somewhere to return to. She felt ashamed for thinking their desires were identical. So Ji-kyun from behind spoke up, when you swing your sword, don't use too much force or tense both shoulders like that. If you watch for that, you'll get far less muscle pain. You're still holding posture much better than the others, so don't worry. Ju Eryong heard this and replied in surprise, I thought you only knew how to snipe, yet you can encourage others too. She smiled and said, after all, this is an exam to select talented people. After that, Ji-kyun analyzed inwardly that, given the situation, those who would be eliminated at 18 were clear. Ju Eryong had been in that group at first, but after hearing the earlier story, I definitely can't let that person be eliminated. Then Ji-kyun handed the sword to Ju Eryong, so take this and start correcting your stance. I, Sword Prodigy Ji-kyun, swung a sword before I even knew how to walk. I will teach Senior from start to finish, so rest assured. She curiously asked if it was pity. Ji-kyun immediately denied Ju Eryong's guess. It's not like that at all. Because Manhwa will not refuse the outreached hands of those who need help. And I, who have lived under Manhwa's protection, will give the same to others. Isn't that the way of righteousness, loyalty, and cooperation? She laughed at Ji-kyun's attitude. You speak as if you're already a Manhwa disciple, huh? She calmly retorted. After all, it could happen. So why not? Ju Eryong, invigorated, raised her sword. So this will be the first protection I receive from Manhwa. Ji-kyun was captivated by that action. The beauty's smile truly had an unusually powerful impact. Time flowed like running water. A week had passed since the selection exam began. The Tao Immortal proclaimed clearly, from now on I will call the names of those who passed. After a week of testing, the top 30 candidates list has finally been published. He quickly announced, starting with number 1. She was overjoyed to see she'd passed. She had to brag to Hyun. It didn't stop there as the Tao Immortal continued. Number 500, number 99, number 327, and finally number 202. Ji-kyun immediately realized that number belonged to Senior Ju Eryong. He remained solemn, concluding the announcement. Those are the people who will become the 28th official disciples and lead Manhwa's future. In the records, real names aren't written, only the Tao names are used, signifying severing ties with the secular world by taking a Tao name. She received her Tao name unchanged and was thrilled. she had finally received an official Dao name at last. The Dao Immortal reminded everyone, and before daily life on Mount Hua begins, I will announce the leader and chief disciple of this exam. Number 1, Ji-Kyon. Everyone was astonished to learn Ji-Kyon was the leader. Wasn't she the youngest? She pondered the news. Rank among disciples is arranged by time of entry, or if by exam then by age and achievements, like between Ui-Hyun and Ui-Seong. So even though I'm only 6 and should be the youngest, my entry order was nearly first. I was temporarily given a Dao name by the head from a young age and taught skills like the 6 harmonies technique and the 24 methods of the plum blossom sword since I was 4, so I'm clearly a prodigy. Perhaps the Mount Hua elders ease things for the young by granting them an honorable position, so the chief disciple spot often goes to the youngest. Ji-Kyon stood there ignoring the gossip. Honestly, I don't feel great about it, so go ahead and be jealous. I'll just hear it and forget it later. Ik Baeon, very displeased, said, I don't mean to respect a child of only 6. Growing up at Mount Hua like that, he might just be a spoiled brat. Hearing that, she turned the words over in her mind. She had meant to brush off suspicions of favoritism, but really couldn't let them pass unnoticed. Jia Keichuan accepted the fact one must follow the rules. That's the principle, Ju Eryong added, with my low entry record, respecting a peer as chief disciple is only natural. Ji-Kyon was pleased to be defended. They stood on her side. Ji-Kyon challenged, don't you want to respect a chief disciple who has higher achievements and entered earlier than you? What kind of petty thinking is that? He was criticized and hastily explained he meant no such thing. She was delighted he took her side. Good job, Ji-Kyon. Having someone different like you nearby is reassuring. But before entering the main hall, let's sort out the ranks clearly. So Ji-Kyon cleared her throat. Is there anyone dissatisfied that I'm the chief disciple? The other boys immediately objected. We haven't accepted it yet. What can you do if we're unhappy? After a while, she beat those guys down and then laughed. If you're upset, settle it with fists. Anyone with objections, come up here to me. She felt there was nothing wrong with that. Respect built from a few punches works quite well. And thus the entry exam for Mount Hua's orthodox disciples officially ended. Time flowed like running water. A year later at Mount Hua's upper hall, Ji-Kyon was overjoyed and loudly greeted Ui-Seong. He saw her return and remarked, it seems you've improved your skills quite a bit. Ji-Kyon dove into Ui-Seong's embrace with a song. After a year apart, it was wonderful to see her senior again. Much had changed. A year since becoming an orthodox disciple of Mount Hua passed slowly. During that time, we continuously practiced techniques like 6 harmonies gong, 6 harmonies sword, basic boxing methods like differm fist and bifrm fist, and the lightness skill, fragrant shadow leap. The reason we returned to Mount Hua's main hall was that people praised her homecoming as the best possible outcome of fate in the exam. The youngest chief disciple truly deserved praise. Did the other disciples listen to you? Ji-Kyon answered proudly, of course, who else would I be? She happily thought that after a year of countless struggles and conflicts, she had finally been recognized as a senior disciple. Just then someone called her name, Ji-Kyon. Welcome back, I've missed you very much. Ji-Kyon looked intently at Ui-Hyun and replied with a smile, I'm back. What about your master in the future? He and Ui-Seong were extremely surprised to hear that. Then the three of them gathered to chat and he angrily shouted, You brat, have you betrayed me? I'm the one who taught you so many things. She calmly replied, They say a master is like a parent and uncle surely knows who raised you until now, right? Ui-Seong was taken aback and protested. Why are you suddenly using honorifics like that? It's startling. Ji-Kyon quickly explained the reason. I'm now in a higher position, so if I speak familiarly like before, it wouldn't be appropriate. Your choice has its reasons. Orthodox disciples who enter Mount Hua's upper hall are assigned a patron. Unlike the usual case where a master selects a disciple, someone raised by Mount Hua from childhood receives special favor. I could choose a master from among those who taught me martial arts. But actually, I never even considered that because I was already taught in a formal, proper way. Afterward, Ji-Kyon performed the disciple ceremony with Ui-Hyun, asking for the master's guidance. She didn't find her action strange. After all, she had officially become a disciple, so she must carry out the right of respect to her master. A moment later, Ji-Kyon exclaimed in surprise, Is master crying? He brushed away a tear and replied that she had grown enough to perform this return ceremony. Ui-Seong, beside Ui-Hyun, added a comment. Time truly flies. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but tease. What kind of uncle sits there looking like he's at a wedding? Also, Uncle Ui-Seong, please help me move my things to the joint courtyard. Since Master is currently a judge in the exam as a witness, I'm short on support. The reason Ji-Kyon wanted this was that she must stay at the Dao residence, so she needs to transfer her personal belongings there. She felt a bit reluctant to say goodbye. Just after her promotion, she had to leave immediately. Ui-Seong readily agreed to Ji-Kyon's request. Still, that's no problem. Always remain dutiful to your master. Cut to the spacious, luxurious Dao residence. She stepped inside and couldn't help but remark, so this is the Dao residence. It seems a bit set apart from the master's quarters, doesn't it? Jiake Chuan looked around and assessed. This mansion seems similar to the lodging in the selection area. The rooms inside look much the same, huh? Jikyeon glanced around and judged, though it's fairly roomy anyway. Is that Jikyeon? Orthodox disciple Jikyeon. Ju Eryong was tidying the new living space. Ju Eryong pointed in one direction and said, "You can put bulky items in this cabinet." Hearing that, she politely thanked her. Indeed, a fellow disciple so helpful and earnest. "I heard Master Yi is your master. Master Yueyang doesn't like lazy people, so you'll fit in well," said Ju Eryong without answering Jikyeon's question, and instead reminded her. "Finish arranging your luggage first, senior sister. Or if you don't tidy now, I'll put your things in the far corner." Seeing that, she hurried to stop her. "You just received some priceless advice from me." Yuexiang chuckled at the scene. He'd met his match. At that moment, Dai Ling said sternly, "So don't just toss things around, organize them." Yuexiang, the senior, heard this and muttered in alarm, "Is she scolding me instead of Jikyeon?" She glanced at Yuexiang and queried, "Wasn't the point of coming here to help us tidy up? Whether you're above or below, there's no exception." Caught off guard by Ju Eryong's words, he was flustered and didn't know how to explain. Jikyeon smiled very happily. Albeit a bit belated, she now truly felt she had become part of Manhwa. Then Jikyeon moved to another area and promptly called out, "Head of the sect." Hearing someone call, the sect head turned and it was Jikyeon. She politely greeted him. "It's been a while since I came to pay my respects." He laughed and urged Jikyeon to come in quickly. From a toddler who learned a single martial trick and worried she couldn't make the plum blossom bloom, to somehow growing up and becoming an official disciple, "I'm proud of you, Jikyeon." At this moment, she suddenly realized one thing. Just as I grew up quickly, time has passed very quickly too. The elder Mu Jin, who always wanted me to become Mount Hua's sword prodigy, had passed away while I was at the selection residence. Moreover, the sect leader will step down and become the supreme sect leader. The sect leader proactively proposed this to Jikyeon. When Mount Hua's successor arrives, meaning the position of sect leader will also change. And with this generational handover, the number of farewells will also increase. This room, which has been my playground and resting place since I was a newborn, will now become precious memories that can never return. I know all of this is inevitable, but even knowing that, I can't help feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Now Jikyeon, with tears welling, clutched his hand. "Master, then I wish you reach the realm of bone transformation, escape death, and reverse aging to live 100 years. The sect leader laughed. "Such a state is indeed a martial artist's dream." "All right, having received that kind blessing, I should return it. I'll give you a piece of advice that might help when you cultivate the plum blossom." She replied excitedly, thinking she hadn't asked just to receive instruction. He looked intently at Jikyeon and instructed, "Unchanging truth, only those who awaken can attain the realm themselves. Never forget this." These words from the sect head surprised her greatly, until Jikyeon understood and smiled with excitement. She suddenly found it odd. If he's stating the obvious in such a convoluted way, why not just give me the training order already? Then she thought, wait, haven't I heard similar words somewhere before? Cut to where the disciples were gathered when someone called out. Was it them? The 25th generation Orthodox disciples had just passed. Everyone was abuzz about uncles Yuehyun personally leading and accompanying them. It seemed the uncles were splitting into groups to escort the Orthodox disciples. A senior sister couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow, they're all so big, must have eaten well and grown quite strong." Jikyeon had noticed the issue too. The Orthodox school only accepts disciples up to age 10, while the main branch disciples are accepted to 13, so their average age differs from ours. She suddenly wondered, how can we dominate them? The boy beside her laughed and said, "They're older than us. Should we tell them not to be cocky because of their age, or just make them kneel?" Jikyeon, thinking about their taunts, noted the oldest in our group is only 11 while I'm the chief disciple at 7, perfect conditions for a 13-year-old to look down on us. However, if we confront the senior elders in the upper hall over ranking and support from master and the uncles is limited, that's unwise. So wait for them to make trouble first, then counterattack. That way we can blame them and everything will be perfect. Jikyeon secretly resolved, wouldn't it be most satisfying to attack the opponent who underestimated me, then be defeated and forced to retreat? Light chuckle. After joining the sect, Ju Eryong was also called Jikyeon. Seeing this, she couldn't help saying, "Senior sister's temperament, really." Jikyeon smugly replied, "You see it every day and still find it novel. But anyway, I've resolved to rearrange the rankings. So why hasn't any of those main branch disciples come pick a fight? Senior disciple Jia Keichuan calmly answered, "Isn't it better that way? Peaceful, without bloodthirsty brats." Ji Kyun exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say? Boring seeing you so angry. Take that as a warning. Then go on and keep training." She swung her sword at Jia Keichuan and shouted, "I'm tired of training. He's a bit helpless, so what should we do?" Then she proactively proposed, "Then let's hold a duel, a life or death match right now." He cast a dubious glance at Ji Kyun. "Really? Senior sister, are you crazy?" At that moment, someone from afar called Jia Keichuan. It was Jia Keichuan's twin brother. Ha Yong walked over smiling, saying he was on a break between matches, so he took the chance to drop by. Jia Keichuan displeasedly reminded him to call him senior brother, not just bro. Ha Yong immediately backpedaled, saying calling him senior brother felt awkward, and besides, little brother has come to cheer a few times and has already greeted others. "Anyway, brother, I came because I'm curious about something." He suddenly wondered what made him come all the way here. Ha Yong asked bluntly, "Is there really a disciple among the orthodox disciples who is the rear guardian? Chu H letter 1 Ead Yuman." The other disciples were horrified. Could that brat really know that taboo term? Ji Kyun watched the scene and spoke up as if she just swallowed someone whole, right? "I have a question about the rumor of the rear guardian. Where did you hear it?" She suddenly grew curious. "Do people really think I'm some violent troublemaker?" Ha Yong answered frankly, "It's a rumor circulating among the main branch disciples." A female disciple nearby whispered, "I'm afraid I don't know if he can even make it back alive." The boy next to her voiced his opinion, which sounded doubtful. Moments later, Ji Kyun loudly ordered, "Whether rumor or not, it must have a source. Find out who first spread this." He stared blankly at her sudden command. Ji Kyun, brimming with killing intent, continued, "Not ready yet, and you come here spreading that nasty rumor." Jia Keichuan, displeased, admonished, "Please don't do that to my little brother, senior sister." She immediately grabbed his collar and barked that he took the path to sever worldly ties for that reason. "And you still call him little brother? Little brother, my foot, get off the mountain right now." Everyone watching whispered that something big was happening. At that moment, someone called out, "Those orthodox disciples." The kid, looking amused, shouted, "You look like you're really struggling, huh?" One disciple mocked that Tich Lin was the so-called rear guardian. After she defeated many people, she said coldly, "Even if my skill is the weakest among the ranked disciples, it's not to the point of being inferior to scum like you, especially cowards who gang up on the weak." The kid, hearing that, started to ready his hands. "If you're not truly the rear guardian, then with one strike I'd be able to take you down." Moments later, Ji Kyun appeared, kicked that disciple in the face and scolded, "You actually dare challenge and fight our elders? You couldn't do that without me." Ji Kyun, nearby. The nearby male disciple stared blankly. Was that really them? Those around buzzed. All the orthodox disciples had gathered here. "Isn't that guy the rear guardian? So is he part of the isolated group?" She, displeased, snapped, "Long time no see. Were you the one spouting nonsense about the rear guardian?" After that, Ji Kyun judged him to be one of the rejects, not in the top 30 of last year's orthodox disciple exam. The rumor about the rear guardian appeared after the exam, so it's surely not a conspiracy. Perhaps he saw Ji Kyun during the exam and singled her out. The kid awkwardly sat up and explained, "I didn't spread any such rumor." The boy nearby heard the commotion and got curious. "What's going on? Is the orthodox disciple exam so easy that a child like you could pass, if there were no age limit?" Ji Kyun stared at him and smiled, replying, "Are you the oldest one here? Is that so? Let me answer your question for you." Then Ji Kyun punched him hard in the chest. He winced in sudden pain from the unexpected hit. She kept going on to teach him to bow respectfully to those he must revere, the moment he even glimpses their figures. "That person is your senior sister, me." Ji Kyun shouted a battle cry and charged. All the disciples rushed at one another, swinging limbs and weapons. Of course, news of the fight soon reached the seniors. The other side was confirmed to have struck first and caused the trouble, so they were judged rude. Thanks to that, we weren't punished. The one who spread the rumor and started the brawl was. Jia Keichuan brought a brat forward and spoke. He was the source of the rear guardian rumor, senior sister. She glanced over and recognized him as one of those who'd taken part in that scuffle. She asked, "Are you sure?" He answered very confidently, "Yes, yes." Ji Kyun immediately demanded, "Come here, let's see, did you make up those nonsense words?" The boy went pale with fear and waved his hands, denying it. "Not me, I only heard someone else say it." She curled her lips teasingly, "My junior just said it was you, so why are you denying it so much?" The brat started bawling. "I'll tell everything, really it wasn't me." He stammered out the story. "Actually." When Ji-kyun heard that, her eyelashes lifted in surprise. Tik Ring from behind poked her head out and asked, "Senior sister, are you all right?" She clenched her fist in indignation at such petty, small-minded, nasty, despicable cowards. The image of them in her mind made Ji-kyun realize one thing. They were the ones who mocked her as the rear guardian and had been taught a lesson. So they still held a grudge against her. She fell silent, but her expression darkened, perhaps merely snapping a finger that day wasn't enough. The brat opposite forced a nervous laugh. "So can I go now?" Ji-kyun, hearing that, didn't make things hard for him. "All right, from now on don't spread such nonsense." Yoo-jin suddenly tapped her on the head to admonish her. "Are you some hooligan from the market? Watch your manners." This is the overseer of the entrance exam, currently responsible for Ji-kyun's training Yoo-jin. Ji-kyun clutched the sore spot, full of indignation, and shouted, "Really, people who can't speak properly. He said someone among us was the rear guardian and spread that baseless rumor." She grew angrier as she spoke, because that slander had dredged up a grudge from 3 years ago that nearly put Tik Ring in danger. A thought occurred to her. As a third-generation disciple, she couldn't settle something involving a second-generation one, so she'd pass it to Yoo-jin and let a second-generation disciple handle it. Unexpectedly, Yoo-hyun was standing right behind and had heard everything clearly, which made him shiver. "So the rear guardian grudge from 3 years ago is like that," Yoo-jin blurted, startled. "Yoo-hyun's senior brother, when did you arrive?" Minutes later, Seong-ya was detained. His face turned pale from fear, and he didn't dare raise his head. Yui-sang crouched, his tone mocking. According to the brats, it was this guy, the one who once insulted Tich Diern, had his finger broken, and was later locked up in the path of repentance. Yoo-hyun smiled, but the smile chilled the air further. "Junior brother Seong-ya, come with me for a moment." Ji-kyun was inwardly smug, thinking they'd planned to quietly isolate her from behind. She curled her lip and looked down with resolute eyes. "To fight the top scorer of the entrance exam like me, you don't stand a chance. He'll surely follow the path of a foolish villain and be kicked out of Mount Hua." A few days later, the air on Mount Hua was fresh and cool. But Ji-kyun sighed in boredom. The Martial Alliance conference was rarely held at Mount Hua, yet I can't go watch and must be stuck cleaning like this. As of tomorrow, the Martial Alliance conference will be held at Mount Hua. Martial artists in the Jianghu consider each other rivals and constantly compete. Yet they now gather to form a meeting to face the threat endangering the Martial Alliance together. Hearing her sigh, Tik Ring spoke up. They've been arguing for 2 years straight just about where to place the Martial Alliance's headquarters. Ji-kyun puckered and replied, "Even so, the 5 great families still sent people to scout." She gripped the broom handle, full of regret. It's rare to have visitors at Mount Hua today, a perfect chance to network. She sighed and reminded herself to focus on cultivation rather than socializing. "Senior sister, you've been shirking duties lately." Ji-kyun immediately made an excuse. "I was just practicing sensing the manhua chi at Oknuji." Then she fell back into her old habits, strolling about with arrogant complacency. She never imagined she'd come to understand Yoo-sang's senior uncle's laziness. In these basic trainings, no one could catch up to her. She alone had reached the opening stage of the L-1E1C Duong sword. Besides, winning matches had grown boring. Tik Yoon turned to ask curiously, "By the way, what was the incident senior sister encountered before joining the sect?" The kid, unaware he was playing with fire, cheerfully said it was the incident that always made the elders wince when it was mentioned. Ji-kyun shot him a glance and ordered him to shut up and get back to work. Her past involved fighting a guest of the martial hall and slipping someone wine. Tik Yoon panicked and fled when chased, but his words kept poking at her. "You keep acting like that, so I'm even more curious." She swung the broom and shouted, "I told you to shut up and get back to work." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. "Hey, where are the third-generation disciples of Mount Hua?" Ya Kat Yun behind cautioned nervously. "Young master, let's go. If we cause trouble, the elders will notice right away." Ji-kyun turned in surprise and silently noted the black curly hair, the 2 beauty marks under the left eye, and that delicate face. "This was the one who stole my hair ribbon 4 years ago." Si-hyun crossed his arms and demanded, "Didn't you hear me?" Si-hyun continued impatiently, "I'm asking where the third-generation disciples of Mount Hua are." Ji-kyun felt as if needles pricked her ears and forced a crooked smile, thinking silently, how rude, where did this person come from? He turned away with contempt. "I'm looking for the true inheritors of Mount Hua, not commoners like you." Her blood boiled. "We are the true inheritors of Mount Hua, you idiot," she seethed inwardly. "Don't you understand the meaning of these 5 petals?" Si-hyun, utterly unabashed, replied coolly, "So why are you doing chores then? I thought you were just servants working at Mount Hua." Ji-kyun was provoked to the point of ignition. Over 4 years, his ignorance had apparently grown along with his height. Tik-yoon couldn't hide his displeasure either and hinted, young masters of noble families don't do menial work like this. Lucky them. He ignored that and turned to ask Jia Keichuan, who's the strongest here? The kid shouted in fury, listen to this bastard. He was pointed at Ji-kyun and explained, not him. She placed a hand on her chest confidently. It's me, of course. Si-hyun didn't waste words and tossed his sword to the other. Give it to me. Are you feeling dazed? Take it. Ji-kyun was a little surprised. It was a real sword. She examined it and asked curiously, a young master of a noble house using a real sword so early? He fell silent and assumed a stance. Out of old ties from 4 years ago, she'd be a bit gentler. Despite that thought, his actions differed. Si-hyun charged in and swung a bold sword stroke. She deftly parried, but the surprise put her on the defensive. Damn it, why did this bastard rush straight in? Ji-kyun fixed her gaze on her opponent, but the issue wasn't just that. Her legs began to feel pushed back to the point she could barely stay steady. She was being overpowered. Si-hyun grew cockier, the corners of his mouth curling in satisfaction. You're pretty good, huh? Ji-kyun scowled with disgust. Pretty good? Who is this arrogant jerk? She gritted her teeth and fought to maintain her stance. Damn it, the feel and weight of this sword are so unfamiliar. Ji-kyun was in trouble, her moves read and countered. He was easily parrying her attacks. She realized the weakness was the thing she used to pride herself on, techniques she could recite flawlessly but couldn't execute smoothly in real combat. But Ji-kyun still strained to absorb and return his blows. We'd passed 30 moves in this match already. I've met a prodigy my age who matches my skill. Suddenly her hand relaxed and the sword slipped from her grip and fell. Ji-kyun froze, staring at the sword skittering across the cold ground. It was the first time this had happened. Her eyes still bore the shock of the fight, her mind repeatedly questioning herself. Did I lose? You drew your blade before the match even began. You're Manhwa's sword prodigy, top of the entrance exam. Did you really start 5 steps ahead of everyone else? Si-hyun, seeing his opponent's catastrophic defeat, couldn't help smirking with contempt. Is Manhwa's swordsmanship only at this level? He had dismissed them already, yet they'd acted so arrogant. He even poured salt in the wound. I'd expected much more. Si-hyun kept heaping scorn without stopping, and it turned out Manhwa was nothing special, leaving Ji-kyun stunned. What had he just said? She clenched her fist in furious accusation. Friend of mine, what did you just say? The boy bluntly repeated his disparaging words. I said Manhwa is nothing special, and since when are we friends? That really provoked Ji-kyun. He didn't even remember anything. She suddenly grabbed his elbow tightly. Si-hyun flinched and blurted, what are you doing all of a sudden? She thought to herself then, with all her fury unleashed, she would land a decisive blow to his face. If you won with Hua Mountain's sword, try facing Manhwa's fist now. Kat-yun outside trembled in panic at the scene. Si-hyun, Ji-kyun had officially lost control and was gripping his sleeve so hard. That sounded like you'd completely beaten me, didn't it? She was so angry she dropped all decorum, her voice thundered like a storm. You only won once in a real sword match, and yet you dare to look down on Manhwa's swordsmanship. Suddenly a gentle voice called from behind, Si-hyun. Ian stepped forward, curious and questioning. What are you doing there? Who's that? Ji-kyun turned and was surprised. How strange. The two looked like carbon copies. Kat-yun, seeing their savior, sobbed out loud. Second brother, Ian's senior sister. Si-hyun behind also sniffled. Sister, open your eyes, I sense trouble. Are you really relying on family ties? Yet she smiled brightly as if watching a show. Are you having fun playing with a new friend? Don't overdo it and come back early. Don't stay out too late. Kat-yun followed seriously. No need to scold. Ian cheerfully waved. Don't join the kids' game, you'll get stuck like glue. Big sister. Ji-kyun broke into a cold sweat, thinking, in the southern clan families, is this considered a game? She sighed and looked over in boredom. Suddenly, she didn't even want to fight him anymore. Then Ji-kyun urged, all right, let's go. Si-hyun grew more bewildered. Where were they suddenly going? She told herself quietly that if she remembered correctly, this one was directionally challenged. As the sun began to set, Ji-kyun asked, did you find the way to Ngok Than Pavilion? Kat-yun awkwardly replied, I only know the general direction. Hearing that, she bluntly said, but if you get lost and wander around, you'll trouble us, so now quickly follow your junior brother and big sister. The next day, she was discovered for dueling with Nam Kung-si-hin. Hyun's voice asked probingly, so neither of you intend to explain why you fought? Ji-kyun was punished by being forced to bow her head to the ground, which filled her with indignation. Why was she the only one made to kneel and kowtow when both had fought, just because the other was from a noble family? She furrowed her brow in deep grievance. Clearly, I explained everything to Hyun yesterday, so being summoned like this must be the Nam Kung head's doing. Jikyun glanced at Sihyun in indignation. Did that brat run to his father and tattle that I fought him? Yuejin spoke up firmly, dissatisfied. This cannot be let slide. He continued with a stern face. The main line of the Nam Kung clan was assaulted by a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua. The more they defend you, the angrier she gets. I was struck too. Your son drew his sword first and attacked me. Although the newly appointed sect leader is a decent man, I still don't know how he will handle this. And instead of being gentle like the elders, he seems stricter. He appears to think you're just a troublemaker. The sect leader sighed tiredly and asked, so what exactly happened? Jikyun, why won't you say anything? Hearing that made her more irritated. She wondered how Nam Kung Sihyun had cut and twisted the account. At that moment, Hyun quietly called Jikyun. He knelt on one knee opposite her and asked, do you intend to stay like this all day? Jikyun bit her lip and stubbornly refused to speak. Her hands were clasped rigidly behind her back from the strain, but she remained resolute, wronged and angry, yet unable to explain herself. If she could endure it, she would stay there all day. Only then would she speak with her own voice. Her brows twitched slightly, conflicted and choked. She couldn't say that Mount Hua's swordsmanship was mocked because of her loss, nor could she utter words that would harm Mount Hua's reputation before the elders. Even if it meant being sent to repentance, she'd rather that than speak. Sihyun finally spoke up. Father, do you think I'm that weak? I wasn't lying down taking hits, I was struck while fighting. Also, I spoke out of turn then. Catching the crucial moment, she shouted to urge him, come on, say it. He looked up at the elders and admitted, I was the first to mock Mount Hua's swordsmanship. Jikyun's hands trembled as things reached their end. She didn't want others to have to listen to such words because of her. The sect leader then suggested in a firmer tone, both of you stand up. He turned and proposed the most peaceful option. This is hard to judge, so why not end it by having the two youngsters reconcile? Yuejin forced a smile and chimed in, yes, that's a good idea. Jikyun finally complied and murmured, I'm sorry. Sihyun beside her replied, I'm sorry too. After that, everyone dispersed and returned to their resting places. On the way back, the silence between the two was eerily profound. At that point, Hyun turned his head and softly called, Jikyun. He expressed a desire to understand. Can you tell me what really happened? Jikyun stood still, her voice wavering from firmness to a slight tremble. I can accept being mocked for my weakness. Angry and upset as I am, I must still acknowledge the result. But she clenched her hands because the emotion was too great. I can endure everything else, but when it comes to Mount Hua, Jikyun finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears from humiliation. She could not bear Mount Hua's swordsmanship being belittled. Through choked sobs she recounted, because I lost Mount Hua's swordsmanship. Hyun smiled, bent down, and embraced the small figure before him to comfort her. Mount Hua's swordsmanship isn't weak enough to be demeaned by a single defeat, especially when it was a third-generation disciple's blade still learning higher techniques. He gently stroked Jikyun's head, his voice like a cool stream. You must be tired of carrying everything alone. She hugged him tightly, sobbing but resolute. Next time I'll definitely win. Hyun smiled kindly. Yes, yes. The scene shifted to a magical place under an evening-tinged sky. It was called Jikyun's secluded spot, Oknuji. She relaxed into the whispering breeze. Now I feel a bit better. People call this scenic therapy, right? A strange voice suddenly made Jikyun turn and ask, who's there? She warned seriously, no outsiders allowed here. Ha-ran turned, hair glossy and features lovely. Jikyun blushed and breathed an inward compliment. So beautiful. It's the first time I've seen someone as pretty as Tick Ring. She took in the striking features, pure white hair, red eyes. Such coloring is rare in this world. Is he albino? Jikyun then looked down at his exquisite clothes, vibrant and as beautiful as a fairy's. She kept analyzing inwardly, but why did that maiden's face look so lifeless? Is she even human? In any case, she didn't look like someone from the martial world. Then she stepped closer and hesitated. Outsider demon, be gone, be gone. Ha-ran lifted the thin fabric and said, there is nowhere I cannot set foot. Jikyun frowned in puzzlement. Nowhere you can't go. This is Mount Hua's domain after all. Are you princesses of the emperor? He shook his head in denial. I'm not a princess. She continued to guess, getting more fanciful until Ha-ran laughed. So you're a young lady from a noble house, but there are still many things you're not allowed to do. He placed a hand on his chest and spoke slowly. I am someone with a terminal illness. Ha-ran went on to explain, it's a kind of indulgence. Because I don't have long to live, they want me to see as much of the world as possible in a short time. Jikyun thought, A terminal illness, so that's why the tone sounded so resigned. She looked down at Ha-Ran and asked, "Did Mount Hua's elders permit this?" He replied calmly, "I haven't asked, but they would agree. I've already accessed secret family archives of other clans, so a pond like this is nothing." Ji-Kyon felt increasingly uneasy. Could albinism really be considered a terminal illness? She decided to ask plainly, "So what exactly is your illness?" Ha-Ran kept smiling and answered, "It's quite famous. Everyone knows it's the disease the youngest son of Ha-Bak has had since birth." Hearing that, she frowned in annoyed disbelief. "How would I know that? Ha-Bak and Shanxi are so far apart." He laughed softly, then lowered his voice to reveal, "Have you heard of the 9-yin severed vein? Of course you have. It's a disease in the martial world. Excessive congenital yin energy causes a shortened lifespan. Though it can be cured by consuming the inner pill of a thriving yang spirit beast, finding one is as hard as plucking a star from the sky. Despite short lives, sufferers often have outstanding looks and talent to shine brightly in their brief time. Often, thanks to that setup, they appear as talented protagonists or heroines. In the end, they sometimes find the chance to fully cure the 9-yin severed vein and emerge victorious in both appearance and talent." Ji-Kyon nodded. "I know what the 9-yin severed vein is." Ha-Ran breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, good, then I don't have to explain more." He propped his chin and casually recounted his life. He was overprotected by his clan, so a few steps would make him collapse and they wouldn't let him move about much. "Right now, I'm sneaking out," Ha-Ran said without worry that everyone was probably searching for him. She kept staring at him, thoughtful. "You have a terminal illness, beautiful looks, and an inherently weak body." Ji-Kyon fell silent as thoughts surged. Coming from a prestigious clan, overprotected by family, a life like the romantic upbringing novels she'd once longed for. But now, she shrugged and casually remarked, "It must be boring, tiring, and frankly annoying, huh?" Suddenly she felt a pair of eyes fixed on her, making Ji-Kyon flustered. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Ha-Ran's eyes shone in awe. "When I tell these stories, people usually say they're jealous that I have such a good father and big brother." She nodded, "So that's it." Then realizing something, Ji-Kyon gasped in surprise. "What? Big brother, you're a man." He laughed and said bluntly, "You're really slow on matters like this, aren't you?" Ha-Ran admitted, "You're right, sometimes I truly feel suffocated, as if that overprotection constantly reminds me of how little time I have left." She grew oddly quiet, and suddenly Ji-Kyon spoke up to set a boundary. "Even if you have little time left to live, you may not come and go here as you please. But," she turned and smiled reassuringly, "next plum blossom season, visit Mount Hua again, then I'll officially take you to see the Maiden's Jade Lake." Ha-Ran's eyes widened, sparkling with astonishment. He murmured dreamily, "Could I return to Mount Hua again?" Ji-Kyon cheerfully explained, "When you come then, the Maiden's Jade Lake in plum bloom will be more beautiful than any grand spectacle." Ha-Ran laughed and confessed, "I really like you a lot." She tilted her head in puzzlement. "Why say that all of a sudden, like what about me?" He shone like summer sun and said earnestly, "You're the first person who's promised me a future." Ha-Ran sighed and recounted, "Nam Kung young master is overly cautious with me too, so troublesome. Come to think of it, he's also at Mount Hua now." Ji-Kyon thought she must be hearing things. "Nam Kung Si-Hyun can show concern for others, yet treats me differently. Could he be discriminating?" Seeing the sun about to set, she suggested, "Anyway, shall we descend the mountain now?" Just as the two leisurely prepared to move, a call rang through the air. "Little brother." Ha-Ran's older brother rushed over and hugged him tight, sobbing as if they hadn't met for 10 years. "Little brother." He poured out his emotions at length. "Weak body wandering alone in strange places like this. I had to search everywhere for you." Not only that, he turned to blame Ji-Kyon. "You lured my naive, weak little brother out, didn't you, miss?" Ha-Ran helplessly tried to explain. "He went out by himself. I just happened to meet him." She stood aside, forcing a smile. This overprotectiveness and attitude felt like something out of a melodramatic romance novel. He quickly introduced himself, Peng Heron. Heron tilted his head and softly looked at Ji-Kyon. "That's my name, remember it." Dusk dyed the distant mountain ridges orange. She strolled down the slope, murmuring to herself, "It seems Peng Heron picked the wrong genre. Maybe he's not cut out to be a hero of the martial world." Right then, a child brightened at the sight of her. "It's Senior Ji-Kyon." Dick Ring calmly looked up and remarked, "Still looks fine, right?" As expected, she's not the type to go somewhere familiar and cry alone. "Here's 3 tails," the people behind chatted happily. "See, I told you Senior would never cry just because she lost once." Ji-Kyon asked helplessly, "You all bet on me?" She flopped onto the bed in a huff, voice deliberately indifferent. "Besides, how am I okay? I'm only holding myself back from smashing everything." She thought inwardly that although the defeat that day wasn't too severe. After a long, tiring day and a conversation with Ui Hyun, Ji-kyun closed her eyes and finally felt the sting of her first ever failure. At that moment, Tik-ring stepped forward, gently patted her shoulder and said, "Senior, failure isn't entirely bad for you." She continued, "You've always won, so perhaps you haven't realized that winning can sometimes be a poison." Ji-kyun asked in confusion, "Poison how?" Tik-ring bluntly pointed out, "Because you never learn from defeat." She stubbornly refused to concede. "What is there to learn from losing?" Tik-ring smiled kindly and explained, "Don't you often think that in countless matches over the years, losers gain nothing at all?" Tik-ring pressed a finger lightly to her forehead and gently said, "Because you only ever see answers in victory. Try looking for them in defeat once. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." In that moment, Ji-kyun seemed quieter than usual. Suddenly, Tik-ring looked a bit more mature, didn't she? Her mind tangled like a skein of silk, yet she sat up, shouted, "But I don't know anything." She sighed in helplessness. "At least think a little before asking," she thought. The next morning, as each ray of sunlight fell on the jet-black tiles, Ji-kyun had risen early and was strolling along the familiar path. Her brow was furrowed, still carrying a nagging question. What exactly can be discovered in defeat? Ji-kyun tugged at her hair in utter confusion. She really couldn't understand. Would neglecting practice, switching to unfamiliar weapons, or training her left hand help? Just then Sihyun walked by and the two ran into each other. She immediately turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. Thinking about the defeat and encountering the one who caused it was infuriating, which made him blurt out in surprise, "Hey, wait a second." Sihyun, out of options, resorted to this provocation. "You wretched junior disciple." Sure enough, Ji-kyun spun around as if stung and snapped. "Why would you want to get beaten like last time so badly?" He curled a lip and said, "Then you'd better answer when someone calls you." Mletter is a rude form of address for a fellow practitioner, like calling someone a lowly monk. She grew even angrier and unleashed a long tirade. "Didn't you hear the warning yesterday about speaking carefully and keeping quiet when scolded?" Sihyun responded calmly, half joking, then addressed her as Ko-D-letter-1 Osai. Ji-kyun cursed inwardly. He's still as annoying as ever. Damn him. She took a breath, released his collar, and pushed him away bluntly. "If getting involved with you again causes trouble, I'll be banned from going out, so disappear from my sight." Tich Dian looked annoyed and guessed, "Did you get lost again? The one who used to go with you isn't here now, is he?" Sihyun, feeling insulted, snapped, "No, it's not that." Hearing that, she turned and walked off without a second thought. "Is that so? Then find your own way home." But he called out, "Wait a moment." Ji-kyun glanced back with a smirk. "You want me to lead the way?" She was plotting a little revenge. If he shouted 3 times that Manhua's swordsmanship was the strongest, she'd lead him. Seeing her silent patience fade, he grew impatient. "Say something, will you?" He mustered his courage to express his remorse. "I just want to apologize to you properly. I'm sorry for mocking Manhua's swordsmanship. I shouldn't have said those things." Ji-kyun stood silent, somewhat surprised inwardly. "I thought he was being forced by the seniors to apologize. Well, that's unexpected." She crossed her arms and demanded to know the truth. "What were you thinking to say such things to a Manhua disciple like me?" Sihyun lowered his head and admitted the truth. "I was thrilled. It's been ages since I had a real match like that. But when I saw you upset and staring at the ground, I got angry." He looked up eagerly and said, "You're the first person who's exchanged more than 30 moves with me." Ji-kyun scratched her cheek and suddenly felt relieved. "That makes sense. I can understand that a bit." She recalled that duel and couldn't help but feel excited. "It's been so long since I fought someone evenly matched like that." Ji-kyun herself had laughed heartily then. For the first time in ages, a match made her nervous and thrilled instead of bored and empty. Because of that, she finally admitted her true feelings. She'd been unwilling to acknowledge them and felt slighted. Apart from that, it was a joyful, radiant time. Eventually, Ji-kyun primly offered some admonition. "Now that you understand, be more careful with your words in future. A single line can decide hostilities and start fights in the Jianghu." Sihyun tilted his head and remarked, "You talk just like my father." She calmly confirmed, "That's basic Jianghu etiquette." Ji-kyun tossed her head and made a proposal, "But since I'm somewhat petty and narrow-minded, I won't show you to Akshingun for free. If you kneel and shout, 'Manhua's swordsmanship is the strongest,' exactly 3 times, then fine." He raised an eyebrow and waved his hand dismissively. "I already know you're petty and narrow-minded, but I'm not asking for directions, I just have a question." She asked curiously, "What question?" Sihyun recalled the silhouette of a little girl and began, I once visited Mount Hua before. I got lost then and a young girl showed me the way. She must have been about my age. She'd be 8 by now. I wonder if that girl is still at Mount Hua. Ji-kyun heard it and immediately recognized herself. Isn't that me? Why is he looking for me? She pointed at her face and declared it was me. He completely ignored the question and dodged. Who else could it be besides you? She once again asserted confidently. There's no one like that among the disciples of the Orthodox sect. I don't recall anyone like that among the sect's disciples either. She wondered fiercely inwardly, does he really not recognize me? Si-hyun still couldn't believe it and sighed with sorrow. It seemed that the girl had left Mount Hua. Ji-kyun boiled with anger. I've wanted to meet her so much, yet I'm standing right in front of him. Don't go imagining I left Mount Hua when I'm plainly here. He muttered in perpetual melancholy. That girl was far too fragile to survive in the Gyeonghu. The image of a lotus-shaped hair ribbon appeared on his wrist. She gaped, instantly recognizing it as her #1 treasured hair ribbon. Ji-kyun reached out, seized Si-hyun's wrist, and shouted, "You." She flew into a rage and demanded, "Give me back my hair ribbon." "Thief, hand it over." He retorted indignantly, "Me, a thief? Even if I had traded it for your ribbon, I wouldn't need it." Ji-kyun erupted into full fury and screamed, "This is my #1 hair ribbon. You stole it 4 years ago." Si-hyun froze, shards of pleasant memories breaking as he stammered, "What? You were that person 4 years ago. This hair ribbon is yours." He nearly lost his strength as he whispered, "That girl really was very beautiful, fragile, kind, and gentle." She, pleased by the compliment, decided to let things slide peacefully this time. "So that's how I'm remembered by him. Well then, I'll forgive him this once." But then Si-hyun suddenly flipped and unleashed a torrent of harsh words at her. "And you're fierce, burly, and your personality is awful, completely unlike that little girl." Ji-kyun froze mid-smile. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She shouted at him loudly. "How many times did you try to coax me to come to your mansion? And if I had actually gone, you surely wouldn't have recognized me and would have chased me away. You're still in shock. Invite me? Really, is that you?" Ji-kyun grew increasingly indignant. "Yes, the one you're looking for is me, you bastard." Suddenly Si-hyun lowered his head in silence, his voice choking and tears welling up. Finally, Si-hyun looked up moved. "I found you." Ji-kyun stared bewildered. "What?" Seeing his pale face and those streaming tears stunned her into silence. Does he have something on his mind? Si-hyun sobbed, voice thick with emotion. How hard must it have been for someone's temperament and appearance to change so much? The suddenly sentimental scene made Ji-kyun bonk him on the head, causing him to yelp. "Why did you hit me?" she shouted in annoyance. "You from 4 years ago and you now, aside from being taller, are no different at all." Si-hyun sighed and flopped down, utterly dejected. Ji-kyun sat down beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" He hung his head and explained, "It's just that at the time I felt lucky I hadn't taken you to Anhui." Si-hyun turned to repeat, "You said being an orphan wouldn't be a problem at Mount Hua, but if you'd gone with me, you'd have had big trouble." She snorted and replied, "Yes, but you didn't understand back then." Hearing that, he grew even more gloomy and spoke sadly. "Now I understand. At my manor I have other companions to play with, mostly from cadet branches or children of other clans, but they still hold back when they play with me. I once sparred fiercely with one of them. My face was only slightly scratched while that child would have been hurt much worse. But his parents forced him to apologize to me. When I argued with you and was scolded, I suddenly thought of that. If this weren't Mount Hua but the Namgung family, you would have been treated the same way." Si-hyun turned and said with relief, "So I felt lucky you stayed at Mount Hua while I belonged to the Namgung household." Ji-kyun fell silent and thought, "At least those kids had parents, whereas I have none, so things would have been much worse." Then she brightened and recounted, "Staying at Mount Hua was my choice, right? And you tried so hard to take me away. Have you misremembered?" Si-hyun retorted, "No, not at all." He remained arrogant and confident about his family. "The point is I let you go. I could have taken you without caring what you thought." Ji-kyun frowned in displeasure but was no longer as sharp as before. "Your proud, reckless nature hasn't changed a bit, has it?" Ji-kyun suddenly spoke up. "Hey, young master, I know you've always lived in a world where you can get anything you want, but..." She jumped up, quickly snatched a leaf that had just fallen from a branch. Ji-kyun clenched it in her hand and said firmly, "There are things in life you can't obtain no matter how hard you try or beg." Then she let it fall, decisive as someone utterly certain of where she was raised. "Besides, back then I was also a child raised by Mount Hua, so Mount Hua certainly wouldn't let me leave just because of the tantrum of a 4-year-old like you." Beautiful images existed in Ji-kyun's mind along with the pride she always nurtured. That has been my family all along, and I'm a child of the Manhwa Sect. Jikyeon excitedly pointed at her chest and boasted, and now I've become an official disciple of Manhwa, so you still can't do anything. I even have 5 petals. Sihyun, sweating, asked bluntly, do those 5 petals mean something? She answered enthusiastically, it means only true inheritor disciples are allowed to have them. He bluntly remarked, childish. Jikyeon didn't hold back in return. Compared to you lot who distinguish main and branch lines, mine is even less childish. Sihyun, provoked, shouted, don't joke, those 5 petals are the childish ones. Jikyeon stood her ground and fired back about bloodlines and lineage. You're not exactly innocent either. Family houses are far better than sects. They bickered for a long while before finally stopping. Yuisong faced them and curled his lips, ready to speak. So these brats. He didn't miss the chance and teased them. You've already been summoned by the chief for fighting and you're still doing this? Jikyeon puffed her cheeks and turned away stubbornly. Damn it, word of my defeat even reached uncle's ears. Yuisong bluntly dredged up memories. You even kissed when you were kids. Humiliated and angry, she snapped, forget it, don't bring up someone's dark past like that. He laughed, nudged both of them and soothed them softly. All right, dinner time, it's crowded. If we're late, there'll be nothing left. Jikyeon mischievously teased, because he's directionally blind, I had to bring him to Aokshingwen. Sihyun, embarrassed, shouted back, I'm not directionally blind, okay? Suddenly a voice cut into the warm moment. Finally found you. Haren's older brother sternly demanded, what's your name? She thought to herself in surprise. Right, the romantic martial hero version. He honestly recounted the situation. My little brother is very upset that he doesn't know your name. Jikyeon immediately recognized him as Peng Haren. Yuisong frowned, puzzled, and asked, you searched everywhere sweating just for that reason? Haren's brother dramatized the matter and yelled, he said he won't eat if he doesn't know your name. Actual food, mind you. She sighed helplessly, who knew threatening not to eat could be used as intimidation and bargaining like that. If I said that, no one would care. Jikyeon frowned and sighed at life's unfairness. One side is so sensitive they search everywhere, the other says, fine, starve yourself, which is the real nurturing love here. Yuisong, exasperated, replied quickly to finish it. Our brat is Jikyeon, alright, make sure to tell your little brother that carefully. He was about to add, if you're going, bring this Namgung family's young master too. He carried Haren off like a gust of wind. Got it, I'm off now. Yuisong was left puzzled, not understanding what had just happened between those two. Jikyeon beside him was equally baffled. She thought to herself that perhaps they really are the protagonists of a true story of nurturing love in this world. Sihyun, displeased, furrowed his brow and demanded, I'm your guest, aren't you responsible for seeing me to where I need to go? Are you going to shove that responsibility onto others? Hearing that, the other guy grimaced and replied, shut up, kid, as long as you get to Aokshingwen, who you go with doesn't matter. After a while, once they arrived, Jikyeon smugly said that even if he were directionally blind, he wouldn't get lost here anymore, so he could go on his own now. Suddenly he turned and called, hey Jikyeon. Sihyun nonchalantly provoked, let's fight again next time, of course I'll win again. She, furious to distraction, shot back, ridiculous, I only lost this time because I'm not used to real swords yet. He sneered, blamming the weapon is the most common excuse of losers. Tickring cracked her knuckles and growled, you wanna die? To the point that Yuisong had to step in and scoop her up. Come on, if we're late we'll miss dinner. Jikyeon struggled angrily, master, let me go. She pointed forward and declared, Namgung Sihyun, I'll prove to you it isn't an excuse I'm making up. Jikyeon's shout echoed through the air, just wait and see. Sihyun smiled and waved as if that was exactly what he was hoping for. He sighed and looked down, unbelievable. Everyone sees it and still gets so hot-headed. Your hair's all messy, you need to tie it up again from the start. Only then did she remember something important. Right? Jikyeon shouted again, the cry rattling the forest as she yanked at her hair ribbon. Today she still hadn't gotten it back from him. Time passed, Jikyeon kept hammering at her sword practice, making up for lost training time, and before she knew it, the sky had already grown late. She set her face sternly and held her stance, feeling as if the weight of the sword in her hand had suddenly become much lighter. Jikyeon spoke with resolute determination, to get used to it, I need to hold a real sword as soon as possible. Suddenly a voice cut through the air, enough, if you keep going you'll hurt your body. She turned and recognized him at once. Oh, it's the Tao Master. Every time she saw him, she remembered the way he'd scolded, why Yuihyun couldn't train regularly. The Tao Master frowned in displeasure. Still here and you haven't gone to pay respects to your master. Jikyeon drooped, greetings, Grandmaster, he really is going to nag again. Thanks to you, Yuihyun had to walk all the way to Oknuji to look. He also needs to save time to practice. She turned away with a forced smile. Sorry, I'll change. The Tao Master sighed. It's just your first defeat and you're already so ashamed. He reproached wearily, you're childish and impatient. Jikyeon rubbed her head and admitted, I'm only 8, of course I'm still young. The Tao Master snapped, always ready with an excuse, huh? He confiscated her wooden sword, which made her mutter in displeasure, oh, my sword, give it back. The Tao Master frowned and said, the fruits of growth and effort don't appear in an instant. He seriously lectured, they must be accumulated little by little. Then he scooped Jikyeon up and continued, if you keep forcing yourself like this, not only will you not see instant results, you'll harm your body. She was stunned inwardly. Why was he being nice to her all of a sudden? Worried, she asked, Grandmaster, are you hurt? He looked helpless. The Tao Master pulled his cloak over Jikyeon's head and questioned, can't you sense someone approaching even when they're this close? Caught to the core, she blushed and tried to explain. I was just thinking about what I could learn from failure. He sighed but didn't relent. I've told you many times not to let your emotions distract you when you swing your sword. A corner of the Tao Master's mouth lifted in praise. Turns out you do have such valuable thoughts. He began to open a new horizon for her. From victory you learn achievement and confidence. From failure you learn humility. Jikyeon at first didn't fully grasp it. Humility? The Tao Master calmly pointed out the first change. Look at you now, the one who used to skip training is practicing late into the night. She tried to protest loudly. No, I just came out because I was too angry. He didn't press that and moved on to ask, all right then, do you remember the sword forms of the disciples you've fought hundreds of times and beaten? Jikyeon replied nonchalantly, no, only Jia Keichuan is a faint memory because I often sparred with him. Then the Tao Master dropped a key question. What about the sword form of that brat from the Namgung family? She immediately fell into thought, her mind picturing Si-hyun gripping his sword. At the mere thought, the answer sprang to her, the strikes she couldn't parry and the gaps in her own attacks. Jikyeon bowed her head because in time she recognized the crucial point and the final blow that had made her fail. What the Tao Master meant by humility was realizing she could be beaten by someone. The Tao Master kept up his stern teaching. A victor doesn't need to analyze the loser's sword form, but the loser must. If you're buried in the shock of defeat and do nothing, that's disadvantageous. If you analyze to find the path to victory, that's the solution. He patted her head lightly and asked, were you overwhelmed by that Namgung brat? Jikyeon lowered her voice, a little hesitant. Not really. The senior, satisfied, reassured her, then there's no need to feel inferior. He smiled and declared wryly, insecurity will blur your view of your true strength and only breed hatred toward your opponent. The Tao Master sat down opposite Jikyeon and said, I'll tell you, Hyun, that I brought you to the Tao Hall, so go wash your face and get some rest. Just as he turned to walk away, she called out loudly, thank you, Grandmaster. He paused, then urged her to hurry home. Jikyeon laughed with relief. Thank you so much, Tao Master. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed over the black-tiled roofs. Jikyeon stood tall, making the crowd a little uneasy. Today was the last day of the conference. The guests returning home all had to pass through the mountain gate. Her eyes were resolute as she thought to herself that today she would certainly get back her hair ribbon. At that moment, Si-hyun ran up shouting, Jikyeon. He asked, a little nervous and hesitant, did you call me for something? Si-hyun forced a smile and said, you weren't just waiting here to see me off, were you? Jikyeon grabbed his wrist and said bluntly, give me back my hair ribbon. Si-hyun adamantly refused, waving his hand. What, you mean take away the precious ribbon that's been with me for 4 years? It's been with me longer than you've been with me. Without it, my hand would be helpless. Not a chance. She was so angry she was speechless. What did you say? Really? Jikyeon ground her teeth and yanked his arm forward. Hey, you're a thief with no shame. Si-hyun suddenly spoke up, if that's the case. He suddenly snatched the new ribbon that Jikyeon was currently wearing. Si-hyun excitedly claimed it as his, so let's barter fairly. Jikyeon froze. What the heck? Her hand stiffened around her old favorite ribbon, the one Namgung Si-hyun had carried for years. He shouted challengingly, if you want it back, come to Namgung next time and look for it. Jikyeon shook with anger, her voice strained and hoarse. Fine, I will come, just wait and see. Si-hyun happily waved and called out, I'll take good care of it, I'll definitely come by. You're left with a mess, your ribbon's gone and your hair's a tangle. Jikyeon, brows raised, said loudly with a hint of complaint, my hair's curly, it tangles easily. Suddenly a pair of hands reached out and neatly tied her hair, making her start and turn. Who is it, Haran? He smiled brightly. They're done, it's safe now. Jikyeon smoothed her hair and said, thanks for tying my hair, I'll return the ribbon later. Haran kept smiling and then asked, really? Then it's not much to ask, tell me your name. She was puzzled. Didn't you hear it yesterday with your brother? He placed a hand on his chest and said earnestly, I want to hear it from your own mouth. Ji-kyun was surprised inwardly hear herself say it, but she indulged him. My name is Ji-kyun. Haran cheerfully replied, thanks, before we leave it's lucky to hear that directly from you. Suddenly a pair of eyes drew close and a deep voice echoed as if from another realm. Aren't you standing a bit too close? Ji-kyun broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, startled. Haran's two older brothers murmured darkly to each other, perhaps it's better to keep some distance. Since when did this manhua brat get so close to my brother? She had to shout back, stop it, brothers, instead of chasing off my few friends, you're driving them away. Their faces softened and they pampered her like a delicate thing, saying it was just a test to see if they could take care of the younger brother. Ji-kyun rubbed her cheek and sighed in exasperation. You brothers are the #1 reason you wreck my friendships. This family really is something else. Haran turned and called out Ji-kyun. He turned and smiled. See you at the next Ming martial conference then. Nearby Si-hyun raised his hand, watching the hair ribbon sway gently in the breeze. He smiled softly to himself, thinking how lucky he was to have followed her to the manhua conference. Si-hyun kept an image in his heart as an excuse to return the ribbon and see the first person he ever liked again, despite those memories. Then he put a hand to his chest and gave a forced smile. It was over-glamorized. How could someone go from a fairy to a scruffy rogue like that? Still, Si-hyun smiled, feeling warm inside. After all, this new ribbon gave him an excuse to meet her again. Hopefully the next meeting will be even more interesting. A shout interrupted his thoughts. Hey. Haran appeared with a sudden request. Can you give me that hair ribbon? Si-hyun glanced over, immediately recognizing the other, which put him in a sour mood. That youngest master who acts like he doesn't have long to live. Hobbiletter when EAFC always makes absurd excuses that he's about to die to do whatever he wants. When he peeked at the Namgung family's secret manual, I tried to stop him, but I got scolded for it. He immediately deflected. What ribbon? My hair is so short, why would I need that to tie it and run around? Haran tilted his head with a smile and said, I mean the thing on your wrist. You seem to have witnessed the whole thing earlier, the thing you snatched from that girl. Si-hyun resolutely objected. Don't joke, I absolutely won't give it up. Someone behind, hearing the commotion, called out curiously, what's going on? Is something wrong? Haran glanced back, thinking such trouble over a mere hair ribbon was unwarranted for a family. Then a sly smile touched his lips. Maybe a bit of teasing wouldn't hurt. He spoke up. I really want you to stay foolish in front of her forever. Haran smiled, his words sharp, because only then won't some fool like you steal precious time that could be spent by her side. Si-hyun asked in confusion, you like her? He shook his head and replied, if you mean romantic feelings, no, I don't. Which left Si-hyun baffled. Then what is it? Haran said slowly, it's hard to explain. If I must, she's the first person I feel comfortable being with. Scene shifts to the towering majestic mountains, the sky clear and the wind whispering. 1 month after the Ming martial conference, Ji-kyun and Ui-hyun went down the mountain from Mount Hua to buy a real sword in Huyin County, Shanxi Province. Mount Hua lies west of Huyin County. At the summit of Hualien, people from Mount Hua often come down to Huyin village to buy swords and essentials, but there's one issue. Yuejin had been thoughtful a few days earlier. Recently, the activities of the demonic cult seem worrying, but you don't need to know about that. At the conference, Yuejin mentioned something like that, though there's no clear provocation from the cult right now. Anyway, this was her first official descent, so she was quite excited. Ji-kyun said excitedly, when I was little I used to wait on the mountainside just to meet Master Ye-cheng. Ui-hyun beside her smiled and marveled, you've grown so fast. He raised his hand and offered, hold my hand tight. She obediently did, yes. The two arrived at a place with a sign reading, firearms and cooking supplies. Ui-hyun said, this is where we'll stop today. The blacksmith, hearing the door open, cheerfully turned and said, who is it? Aren't you Taoist Ui-hyun? He laughed heartily and said, the plum blossom blade made from proper metal shouldn't wear out so quickly. What's the matter? Metal is what we use to craft the special swords of the martial world. Within a month, Ui-hyun, Yi-kang, and Ui-seong were registered on the Plum Blossom Sword Fighters roster. The Plum Blossom Swordmaster will pick the top 5 contestants, and they will receive swords made from Yixi, a rare and hard metal. The blacksmith leaned down to look at Ji-kyun and guessed cheerfully, looks like it's time for your master's disciples to hold a real sword, huh? Are you their apprentice, kid? Ui-hyun replied calmly, yes. Ji-kyun, say hello. She clasped her hands to her chest and solemnly said, I am Ji-kyun from Mount Hua. Ji-kyun's gaze turned to the sword beside them, curiosity barely hidden. Huh, but what is that sword? It's thinner and longer than the others. The man working there noticed and asked, interested in the folding sword. The folding sword. He pointed at the wondrously curved blade and explained in detail. It's a sword whose blade is bent, as its name implies. It can coil up to hide or carry easily, making it quite suitable for self-defense. The blacksmith warned seriously that mastering it is quite difficult, so it's not recommended for beginners. He brought out a set of moderately sized swords, thinking she was still a child with little experience, and told her to choose one of those first. Ji-kyun stared at them, thinking inwardly that they were real swords but smaller than adult ones and more suitable for a child. The nearby smith advised, since this will be the sword you'll hold for a short time while young, pick one that's easy to grip and swing rather than focusing on looks. She looked up and asked, "May I touch it?" He laughed heartily. What fighter just glances and picks a sword? Ji-kyun gripped the sword tightly and examined it with extreme care. Even if it's a temporary sword, she couldn't be sloppy. This is the sword she'll use when facing Namgung Sihyun. Seeing her grit her teeth, he couldn't help but be surprised. This kid is serious even about a temporary sword. She excitedly squealed, "I'll take this one." Ji-kyun's master smiled kindly. "Please ring it up for me." The blacksmith nodded in satisfaction. "All right." After the purchase, he bowed slightly and suggested, "While you're in Huyin, grab some snacks and have some fun before heading back." She answered eagerly, "Yes, master." Ji-kyun beamed with happiness. She'd finally bought a sword, now to truly enjoy Huyin County. Suddenly a scream tore through the warm atmosphere. A young woman, her body covered in blood, ran up in agony shouting, "Help me." Yuahyun, stunned, caught her and asked, "What's wrong?" She trembled and stammered, "In the alley, hurry, hurry." He turned serious and instructed, "Ji-kyun, I'll go with this person through the alley over there for a moment. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here." Before leaving, Yuahyun reassured carefully that Huyin lies just below Mount Hua and is our territory. Because your clothing is embroidered with plum blossoms, it should be safe. Ji-kyun trembled inside with unease. Although she thought the same, she couldn't help but worry. A strange hand slammed down hard on her shoulder. Someone appeared behind, a cultist cloaked head to toe in black. Ji-kyun's eyes widened in terror. "Who is this?" I couldn't sense his presence at all. He glared and ordered hoarsely, "Quiet and come with me quickly." Ji-kyun's mind flashed back to Heron's parting, "See you again later." Old moments resurfaced. She once asked, "When will that be?" He smiled and replied, "We'll meet at the next Ming Martial Conference." Heron had once said the elders seemed to be keeping things secret, but recently the demonic cult situation hasn't looked right, so surely the Ming martial world will convene another meeting soon enough. And now Ji-kyun was facing him, looking at that terrifying appearance. She couldn't help but tremble. His aura and sharp gaze sent chills down her spine. Could this be the demonic cult Peng Heron and Yujin warned about? Ji-kyun silently imagined the worst-case scenario. If so, just like a familiar wuxia trope, the cult might brainwash her and she could fall into a slaughterous state, lose herself, and be dragged into an endless spiral of killing. Ji-kyun thought of every dear friend and relation. If that happened, the precious bonds she'd made in this life would be harmed by her own hands. As they moved, the cultist rasped in a hoarse voice, warning her to be very careful. Her whole body went rigid as she realized he was threatening her with a blade. If she went with him, at best she'd be tortured, at worst she'd be killed. Ji-kyun had to fight fiercely in her mind to make a final decision. Surviving and escaping would be ideal, but if escape was impossible, better to leave a trace and die here than vanish without a clue, otherwise Yuahyun and Mount Hua would have no way to find her. He glanced at her and lowered his voice, questioning, "Why stop? Wanna die here?" She looked up with the corner of her mouth curled. "Stab me then." Ji-kyun said without hesitation, "If I must die, I'll die here." Ji-kyun took a deep breath. At that moment, she shoved him hard and let out a piercing shout. "Help, this is the kidnapper." Ji-kyun shouted again, "Kidnapper," but the cultist clamped a hand over her mouth. Luckily, the townsfolk heard everything. "Did you hear that, brother? Kidnapping?" And at that moment, Yuahyun called out loudly, "Ji-kyun." She instantly recognized Yuahyun's voice and forced out, "I'm here." But unexpectedly, he struck brutally and slashed her cleanly. "Too bad, eliminate her." Ji-kyun opened her eyes wide in disbelief. "Not now, really." She collapsed to the ground, hands trembling, thinking, "Yuahyun is almost here, stop him from escaping." Ji-kyun tried with all her might to throw the sword at the cultist's legs. Now was not the time to wait. She needed to leave a trace so they could catch him. But she gradually grew exhausted and drowsy. The cruel man stabbed did not cry out. Yuahyun quickly found and fought him. Ji-kyun could no longer stay conscious. Her eyes slowly closed, but her heart felt relieved. Fortunately, Hyun arrived in time. With him, he could restrain the man and trace the mastermind. Jikyun spat a mouthful of blood, her vision darkened and a metallic taste flooded her mouth. Could it be poison? It must be. They were clearly prepared to eliminate her. In her faint, hazy gaze, only a few thoughts remained. I hope if I die, Uncle won't be too sad. This was unforeseen, so please don't blame yourself. My life won't end dull. Because of you all it was joyful. Jikyun frowned and gradually woke from a long sleep. She opened her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar place. Jikyun looked around, thinking to herself where she could be. She clearly had fainted. She looked down at her own body to feel. Surprisingly, she didn't feel pain nor any wounds. Jikyun's eyes fell on a vague figure before her in puzzlement. Moreover, behind that translucent form was. She recognized and exclaimed in shock, Elder Mujin. Elder Mujin had ascended when she trained at the recruitment hall and had greatly cherished her. Ascend, meaning to become an immortal and fly to heaven, or a respectful way to refer to the death of a noble person. Jikyun slapped both cheeks, utterly panicked, babbling incoherently. Wait, is this the third path to heaven? Then I must hold on and not cross this river. No happy return path, like I'll be scolded by the dead and then suddenly wake up. He muttered unpleasantly, child, come back inside. She thought to herself, is he telling me to come back? No way the elder would do that. Could the person before me be some ghostly head disciple? She spoke cautiously, pardon, I can't hear you. Mujin suddenly pointed forward and barked, why have you come here? If you want to die, at least bring the first blossom sword. Hearing that, Jikyun was moved to tears. This really was Elder Mujin. He loudly advised that if she didn't want to go to the netherworld, she must keep a clear head. Crossing the river isn't hard. She felt a flicker of hope and asked, can I come back after coin soaking? What's coin soaking? It's when the body loses control from overexertion or shock during training. Take an immortal pill and you might die, be immobilized, or go mad. Mujin explained injuries aren't the issue. The problem is TH letter 1ED5 C letter 1EA9M. Jikyun asked, puzzled, what's TH letter 1ED5 C letter 1EA9M? At that moment, a fairy pill formed from powerful demonic energy. Her eyes widened in horror. What is Elder doing? But before Tich Dian could fully grasp the situation, it had already drilled deep into her stomach. Jikyun lifted her head, breath choking in her throat. She clutched her neck, convulsing, choking as if boiling water flowed through her body. An unbearable energy raced through her veins. Jikyun clenched her teeth. The chi near her throat seemed to consume the poison that had killed her, but it felt like it wanted to devour her flesh as well. Above her hung a sphere of energy about to burst. Jikyun thought with difficulty that her chi and blood were about to transfer. If she didn't seize the moment, she would truly die. Her instincts had to kick in. She tried to hold the sphere with both hands. If she couldn't seize that amount of chi, she'd be killed by the mania it caused. She forced both hands to support the sphere. If she couldn't control that chi, she'd be slain by the frenzy. She shut her eyes tight, bracing against the power's destruction. No, it reached the top of her head. She had to get through this or she'd be addicted. Jikyun flung her arms wide and used every ounce of strength to bear it. Not like this. I have somewhere I must return to. Her face went deathly pale as she fought not to collapse. Please, please. Suddenly a voice rang out, Jikyun. Jikyun snapped her eyes open. The voice was. She felt the protection of heroic sect leaders around her. Keep crying, treat it as releasing chi. Don't try to absorb it all. Just take in as much as you can. Jikyun felt more motivated, hearing many voices cheering her on. That was right, stop the chi from peaking, absorb as much as possible. She couldn't die like this. She recalled Sihyun's back and vowed inwardly that above all she wouldn't lose. No way. Her vision grew steadily clearer. Hyun sat worriedly before her and called Jikyun. She hazily looked around. Was this the infirmary? Jikyun recognized the people who had helped her at death's door. She croaked weakly, Sect Master and even the Elder too. Hyun gently wiped the sweat-damp brow of her. I thought I might never see you again. He hugged Jikyun tightly and said, what would have happened without the T letter 1EF1 T letter 1ED1 Dan? She echoed. Yes, thankfully for the T letter 1EF1 T letter 1ED1 Dan. But Jikyun suddenly noticed something odd. What's a T letter 1EF1 T letter 1ED1 Dan? The T letter 1EF1 T letter 1ED1 Dan is a very sacred item, accompanying the Great Completion Pill and the Central Balance Pill. Only those who have made great contributions to the sect receive it. Jikyun was still dazed. Wasn't it already given to someone else? She whispered, Great Elder of the sect. He looked at her kindly and said, yes, from now on you must continue training and make the T letter 1EF1 T letter 1ED1 Dan your own. Jikyun understood her limited strength. She couldn't absorb a huge amount of spiritual energy at once. As advised, she should only take in what she could handle. Ji-kyun trembled slightly at the distant prospect. After all, if this happens, she may have to face the leaders of the demonic cult. But then she sighed in relief, at least she's back. Ji-kyun felt proud to once again behold her glorious Mount Hua, prosperous for centuries. That night in the warm lantern-lit room, the Taoist doctor wiped his sweat and announced, "The prisoner has died." The sect master, surprised, questioned it. He'd had his tendons cut and even his mouth bound so he couldn't commit suicide. He hesitated, saying that. Then the Taoist spoke something that made the room tense. "It's code Destrokletter 1ED9C. Muyong could not believe his ears. "What do you mean by code Destrokletter 1ED9C? Hyun spoke up. "Master, if it's code Destrokletter 1ED9C, then the Taoist is right. Yes, it's a demonic sorcery." His expression turned grave as he continued. "They force the victim to swallow an extremely poisonous snake called ko. It manipulates the host and can even kill. It's used when demons carry out missions or attacks." The sect master stroked his beard with unease. Demon path tactics like this aren't unusual, but are they trying to break the truce of the martial world? He sighed with worry. The Jianghu will spill blood once more. At the training arena where Mount Hua's third-generation disciples gathered to practice swordsmanship, Ji-kyun trained diligently with her sword while reflecting on recent events. 2 months since the failed kidnapping, her body seemed somewhat recovered. Could the T-letter 1EF1, T-letter 1ED1 Dan really have helped so much in her recovery? Of course, her use of the T-letter 1EF1, T-letter 1ED1 Dan was a secret. After taking it, Ji-kyun even awakened toward becoming a top master, so there was no risk of anyone finding out. The other disciples were very concerned. "Senior sister, are you fully recovered? If you can absorb spiritual chi but haven't yet received it into your danshin, you could reach the first realm. But it will take at least 2 years and at most 3 years, so it's still far before you can make the plum blossom bloom." The elders absolutely did not tell those involved who was behind the failed kidnapping. Instead, Mount Hua disciples were banned from leaving Huyin County for a time. However, the travel ban was tolerable because Ji-kyun privately recalled the upcoming event between Wudang and the Mount Hua Tianmin Association. A disciple stepped forward and asked, "Senior sister, you once watched the Thin D-letter 1EA7N Association 4 years ago, right?" She calmly replied, "Yes, but I was very little then." The girl curiously asked, "But what exactly does the Thin D-letter 1EA7N Association do?" Ji-kyun smiled and explained, "Simply put, it's an exchange between Mount Hua and Wudang. Aside from martial contests, there's nothing particularly special." She continued, "Last time they came to Mount Hua, so this time we'll probably go to Wudang." The disciple grinned. "A martial contest." The girl excitedly wanted to know the results. "So who won last time, Mount Hua or Wudang?" "Of course Mount Hua did." Ji-kyun bluntly dampened hopes. "No, it was Wudang." She rubbed her chin and smiled, saying the winner there had a slight edge. So the disciples back then, our current masters, were scolded a lot. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on Ji-kyun's head with a familiar voice. "If you knew in advance it wouldn't be fun, just experience it yourself." Yujin ruffled her hair hard and said to cheer her up, "Anyway, it's annoying that even rare pleasures get stolen." She complained loudly in irritation. "I'm so mad, my hair's a total mess now." He pointed straight at the group training and said firmly, "Anyway, train hard. Remember, late-stage strength is the sect's future." Ji-kyun decided to poke at the sore spot for revenge. "Master, you also lost back then, right?" Jiake raised his hand and asked. "And we have to take part in the martial contest too?" He glanced and replied, "Of course. Haven't you noticed training has been much tougher lately?" He hesitated a bit. "According to senior sister, Wudang's third-generation disciples entered the sect a whole year before us." Yujin folded his arms and retorted, "So you mean we'll lose just because we joined later?" Ji-kyun frowned, thinking what a pessimistic attitude. She looked at Jiake baffled. "Someone with such outstanding talent, my successor, no less, acting so weak before Wudang?" "The third-generation former contestant number 500, Jiake." Ji-kyun recalled and reasoned, "Jiake master is Uncle Yikang. If that mighty senior had taught him the plum blossom sword like he taught me, he'd be more motivated." He beat his chest and said sternly, "If you're truly afraid, let me treat you like in the selection exam. Survive another round of selection hell and you'll have the courage." That made Jiake pause. His gaze seemed to demand a satisfactory answer. Jiake sighed, "I'll train hard to win." Yujin smiled in approval. "Of course, failures who return will be dealt with harshly." The sky on departure day was clear and favorable. As time passed toward the Thin D-letter 1EA7N Association, everyone headed to Wudang Mountain in Habuk. Ji-kyun looked up in awe. Is this Wudang Mountain? Unlike Mount Hua, the road up is so gentle, Jia Chuan behind her replied, because Mount Hua is a peak mountain after all. Yikang shouted excitedly, come on, juniors, hurry up. She hesitated a bit. Senior Uncle Yikang is over there. Jikyeon couldn't hide her curiosity. Why is there a lake in front of the mountain gate? He explained when he saw it. That's the Sword Sea Lake. When we cross this bridge, we must not carry weapons in hand to show respect to Jang Sambong. The Wudang's founding master rested his hands on his hips and said, but anyway, the swords we leave will be carried across by Wudang disciples, right? Jikyeon folded her arms in agreement. Then why not just carry our swords across ourselves? Suddenly Jin Yul appeared behind and admonished, you brats, don't do that, it's a breach of sect etiquette. We can't trample on Wudang's honor. The former successor of Muyong, now promoted to elder and having received the plum blossom sword technique from Muyong, panted nervously. Mount Hua's #1 sword. Jikyeon looked up and replied, my apologies. She bowed her head as a reminder, after all, neither of them is at Mount Hua anymore, so behave carefully. Jikyeon nodded in acceptance. Yes, we'll be more careful. Although Jin Yul is about the same age as her master, through talent she became Elder Muyong's successor. While Jikyeon went through the selection exam, Jin Yul has become an elder and Mount Hua's #1 sword. Jin Yul smiled and spoke. The puzzling girl asked, did the kid do something wrong to attract so much attention just after arriving at Wudang? She shook her head and denied it. I don't know. But everyone knows Jikyeon's glorious past. It's not just fighting Wudang disciples. She even made another disciple drink wine once. Maybe she'll meet that person again this time. She felt extremely annoyed being watched as she walked. Stop starring, I can't take it anymore. Jikyeon's eyes found cover, and she thought to hide behind the tall, sturdy Uncle Yikang. She frowned when she saw a familiar face. Jikyeon, what are you doing there? It puzzled her why was usually calm Jia Chuan acting like that today. Hearing the noise, Yikang turned and laughed loudly. What's up, kids? Are you hiding behind me? She asked. You're hiding, he's avoiding my gaze, well, sort of. He laughed loudly, flung the two kids aside, and enthused, no, now that we're at Wudang you must act like this, don't be such cowards. Yikang winked warmly, make friends with the Wudang disciples, and ask them to show you the T-1EF1 T-1ED1 hall. This unintentionally sparked an awkward rivalry that made Jikyeon sigh in exasperation. Do adults really think similar ages automatically mean friendship? Kids this age are more likely to start brawling than bonding. Suddenly a voice broke the tense air. Aren't you Heeman? Long time no see. Have you joined Mount Hua? Jia Chuan forced a smile and said, I'm not Heeman anymore, I'm Jia Chuan now. Jikyeon popped her head out curious. What? How do you know Wudang's Chan-san disciple? He ruffled his hair and explained, I lived in Habuk when I was little. She immediately seized the weak point and teased with a smile, so you failed Wudang's entrance exam. But when it comes to the older Wudang disciples' enrollment times, you act like you've never heard of it. Jikyeon said that but secretly hoped otherwise. If he did fail, he'd better resolve himself and pass Mount Hua's selection exam. I also hope Mount Hua's selection isn't any weaker than Wudang's. Baek Baeon shrugged and replied, what a pity if the exam had been fairer back then. Jia Chuan answered, the past is past, I'm here now and very satisfied. He laughed, tone laced with mockery, really? Sounds like you're living the Mount Hua dream. Suddenly she realized something. Wait, that fox-eyed guy looks familiar. Baek Baeon also felt a familiar silhouette, and Jikyeon instantly remembered him as the ringleader bully. He frowned, pointed at her, and shouted, you're the one from back then. Jikyeon curled a lip and replied, long time no see, so you're the ordinary brat I beat up, huh? Baek Baeon still sneered, taunting, wearing Mount Hua robes like that you must have officially entered, right? Mount Hua sure treats you well. Have they found out you're that? The crowd stirred. Is he the one? Seems like it's him. Jikyeon folded her arms and shot back sharply. You're still bringing up that Uncle Rearguard business? I don't know about Wudang, but at Mount Hua there's no such thing as illegitimate entry. She said bluntly, you stop mentioning that Uncle Rearguard story. Baeksa appeared behind Baek Baeon and bonked him on the head to scold him. That happened 4 years ago. Are you causing trouble with another sect now? And please don't pick fights when I'm not around. He looked up at Jikyeon and chuckled nostalgically. Kids grow up so fast, you used to only reach my waist, but your temper hasn't changed a bit. She was puzzled. Who is this? Have I met him before? Seeing her still dazed, Baeksa introduced himself. Don't you recognize me? I'm Baeksa, your senior brother from Wudang, the one you met 4 years ago. Ji-kyun stood frozen, astonished at how much he'd grown, from a primary school look to suddenly like a middle schooler. She cleared her throat and commented like an old woman, "Kids really do grow in a flash," and he helplessly warned, "You're not old enough to be lectured yet, you know." Baek-sa laughed warmly and spoke up, "As senior brother, I apologize on behalf of my junior. I'll lead everyone to tour the T-letter 1EF1 T-letter 1ED1 hall, so follow me." The group traveled nearly a full day from dawn to dusk. Ji-kyun trudged along, barely able to keep her eyes open. The man in front was pointing the way. "This is the main hall of the T-letter 1EF1 T-letter 1ED1 hall, and over to the right is." Seeing her sluggish, Jiake-chuan asked, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Ji-kyun yawned repeatedly and replied, "We've been walking for days straight to reach Wuding Mountain. I'm exhausted." He agreed, though Shanxi and Habuk are nearby, the walk here is still pretty tiring. She staggered lightly up the steps, voice drowsy. "I was going to take a little nap, but who knew senior Uncle Yiking would call out, 'Careful.'" Baekjin stepped forward to catch Ji-kyun. There are stone steps under her feet. She instantly realized, "Who is that? That's not Jiake-chuan's voice." He smiled with concern. "You look very tired." Baekjin gently offered, "Let me carry you." She tried to open her eyes, but sleep dragged them shut again. Her eyelids were so heavy she could barely tell who it was. He tenderly became her support. "Now I'm big enough to carry you." Ji-kyun was still half asleep. "Now what?" At that moment, Jiake-chuan's voice cut in, "Give her here." He easily hoisted Ji-kyun onto his shoulders. "Senior sister, let me carry you." Baek-sa ruffled his hair and smiled awkwardly. "You must be exhausted. I shouldn't have dragged everyone around like this. I feel bad." Jiake-chuan turned serious and said, "After all, she's still young by age. She's the youngest among us." He sighed helplessly, saying even if she can't hear him, she shouldn't let a stranger carry her like that, senior sister. At that moment, Ji-kyun only felt warm and comfortable, a strangely pleasant feeling. Jiake-chuan finally spoke, "Anyway, senior sister needs more care, so we'll take our leave now." Baek-sa replied happily, "All right, I'll set up the brackets and come find you soon." Baekjin stood there, smiling as a farewell to an acquaintance. The arena had been set up, with disciples appearing on both sides. Ji-kyun tightened her grip on her sword. The day of the match had finally come. She and the fox-eyed kid Baek-baeon would open the bouts, not childhood scrapping, but a real competitive match. In other words, she could legally teach this fox-eyed brat a lesson. Opponents are usually matched by rank, but due to the age gap and his senior brother over there, she was paired with this little fox-eyed disciple. Baek-sa smiled wryly. "Even if you're the top disciple, it's awkward for me to face a 9-year-old. Ji-kyun understood silently. True, winning is embarrassing, losing even more so. To keep the mood for the next matches, she had to win. And she had to overcome the sting of defeat she'd suffered against Namgung Si-hyun. With that in mind, Ji-kyun lunged forward and shouted, ready for the fox-eyed one. Baek-baeon had to quickly raise his sword to parry that instantaneous attack. He frowned and said, "Even now your strength is still formidable." Ji-kyun curled her lips, excited thanks for the compliment. She swung a blade through the air and said, "Looks like you haven't just been playing around." Ji-kyun tightened her grip on the sword, thinking to herself. But for this match, she rushed the opponent and silently declared she wouldn't need it. With one slash, Ji-kyun cut Baek-baeon's sword clean off. No need for many moves to finish the opening. The referee announced loudly, "The winner is Mount Hua's Tich Diern." She curled her lips with pride. This match was surely Mount Hua's great victory, or so she thought. After Tik Ring and Jiak Dam secured 2 more spirited wins, Mount Hua had banked on 3 opening victories, but then suffered 3 straight defeats. The referee's calls rang out. Wuding wins. Ji-kyun looked on helplessly. "Look at that momentum. When we return, we're as good as dead." The Mount Hua disciples began to panic. "What now? Mount Hua is rallying. It's okay because this first time is." At that moment, she spotted a familiar figure shouting, Baekjin, causing Ji-kyun to open her eyes wide in astonishment. "Wait, Baek-kin." Ji-kyun remembered the scrawny kid from before and could hardly believe it. The senior brother over there has changed a lot too, but this one has clearly leveled up. She watched the match and immediately saw it. Moreover, seeing him utterly dominate Mount Hua's disciple like that. The referee announced, "The winner is Wuding's Baek-kin." The crowd buzzed. "You saved Wuding today, wonderful." Baekjin's senior brother, Ji-kyun, could only smile wryly. "Weren't you the ones who ostracized him before?" Suddenly, Baekjin looked over this way, startling Ji-kyun. Eye contact made it impossible to pretend not to know him. Maybe a little wave would do. She turned her head, trying to keep calm. "Long time no see, the match was great." Suddenly Baekjin beamed, making Ji-kyun even more flustered. What is he smiling at? He tilted his head and replied, long time no see, shame I couldn't keep my promise about that match before. She broke out in a cold sweat because she couldn't remember a thing. What promise? The match of the third-generation disciples. It ended with Wudang's senior brother fighting Jia Keichuan, and we barely lost. Manhua's third-generation disciple lost, and the score was 69. Ji Kyeon rubbed her chin, thinking the standout moment of the second-generation disciples' bouts was that the next match was between Wudang's second disciple King Hui and Manhua's second disciple Yuisong. He smiled determinedly and said, this time I must beat Yuisong. I've trained very hard to prepare for today. She below wore a serious face and mused, he's not just handsome but also Baekjin's master, right? Even though he lost to Yuisong in the past, the watching disciples started whispering excitedly. King Hui is formidable. How can he keep getting back up after so many losses? I almost want to cheer for Wudang myself. Yuisong curled his lips and taunted a bit. This time, King Hui, how much have you improved? Immediately, Ji Kyeon felt something odd. I also hope this time the result will be different. Wait a moment. She looked up and saw King Hui sweep a sword that knocked Yuisong's weapon away. Is Yuisong being overwhelmed? That night in the small resting house, Tik Young asked curiously, senior sister, how are the senior uncles doing? Ji Kyeon propped her face in her hands, sweating, and answered, the atmosphere over there is tense. The boy, hearing that, was a little frightened. This loss will master really give a thorough dressing down? She tilted her head back, yawned, and said, besides, senior Yuisong also lost. Suddenly, Hyun burst the door open and shouted, Ji Kyeon, have you seen Yuisong anywhere? Ji Kyeon shook her head and replied, no, he hasn't come here. He panted, full of worry. Really? It's this late and he's still not back. Hyun turned but didn't forget to instruct. Understood, don't go out, stay in your rooms. Tik Young tilted his head and forced a smile. If you've said so, we'll stay in the room. She flatly retorted no. Ji Kyeon jumped to her feet and declared, I'm going to find senior Yuisong. She frowned and thought he ran off because of the loss and in another sect's territory at that. I've been shocked by defeat before, but I wouldn't run away like that. I'll just find Yuisong and bring him back. Ji Kyeon wandered around for a while and sighed in frustration. Despite her bold declaration and search, where is Yuisong? I've searched everywhere but can't find any trace of him. Suddenly, a voice cut into the peaceful air. Are you looking for Yuisong? It nearly made her faint. She jumped in shock. Ji Kyeon immediately turned and recognized him. It's Wudang's King Hui, the one who largely contributed to Yuisong's escape. She answered hesitantly, yes. He smiled kindly and said, perfect timing then. I'm a bit embarrassed to escort him back myself. Let me lead you to Yuisong. King Hui raised his hand and asked, can you help me bring him back? Ji Kyeon was taken aback. You know where Yuisong is? How's that possible? He smiled awkwardly and explained, Yuisong can only go to one place. It's my secret spot. She immediately understood. Adults share secret spots? First they insisted they wouldn't, and now they're friends. What a plot twist. Ji Kyeon looked up, curious. Hey, can I ask, was this the first time you defeated senior Yuisong? King Hui nodded and explained, it was my first time. Actually, my first match at the Thin Deal Eder 1 EA7N branch was against Yikang. She was astonished to hear that. Against senior Yikang? Yikang Sr. is famed for his strength. He scratched his cheek and smiled apologetically. Back then I was the youngest in the sect, but also the strongest in Wudang. How embarrassing. King Hui honestly recounted the events. After defeating Mount Hua's senior brother Yikang, I completely underestimated Yuisong. It turned out Yuisong had beaten Yikang Sr. and I lost decisively. After understanding, Ji Kyeon looked up and asked, during that time, how did you persist? Every time I think of the moment of defeat, I feel like I'm going mad. His gaze grew contemplative and indescribable, as if recalling those days. King Hui scooped her up and said softly, sometimes failure isn't such a bad thing. He smiled comfortably while recounting his defeat. It allowed me to ponder and hear the answers to steady my mind. In fixing my shortcomings, I gradually grew, even discovering new facets of myself. King Hui kept walking and advising, if you keep working hard, you'll eventually catch up to the one who beat you, and that victory will feel more precious than anything. He quickly wrapped up the conversation to handle the main task. I've brought you to the spot, the rest is up to your junior disciple. If possible, I hope you bring him back before sunrise. Ji Kyeon nearly screamed in shock. Senior made Yuisong scream like a bankrupt debtor. She was jolted awake. He wiped sweat and glared down, questioning, what is this? Why are you here? She flopped down, exhausted, and said, everyone's looking for you, come back quickly. Yuisong turned his face away and said, is that so? But I want to stay a little longer. Ji Kyeon looked up, bewildered. Senior, are you crying? He despondently collapsed and grumbled, don't ask, idiot. She hadn't expected him to show such emotions. She took the chance to lie on his arm and said, "You once told me before." Ji-kyun immediately repeated his old words to quietly encourage and rouse him. If you keep feeling ashamed over a defeat, how can you go out into the Jianghu where dozens of masters could trample you? Do you remember? He could only sigh, "Your mouth is quick, aren't you? I'm sorry." She promptly asserted, "No, I don't want to hear an apology from you." Ji-kyun sat up, her voice suddenly firm. "I just want to return to you exactly what you said. One defeat doesn't mean the end of your life. In my view, opportunities will come again. So senior, win it back in 4 years." Yui-sang honestly admitted his feelings. Actually, 4 years ago it was very close too. But to prepare for today's match I trained hard, and that feeling of being haunted by him, I really hated it. I purposely slacked off, and now I realize effort without talent is meaningless. He finally grasped the core truth. Don't say that, don't waste time pointlessly out of pride. She could completely empathize. I know that too, that I'm starting to become like Yui-sang. Ji-kyun recalled her former self from past months. The urgency born from worrying about making the plum blossom bloom and earning Mount Hua's recognition vanished the moment she realized she was superior to her peers. She looked up at the moonlight, illuminating the deepest part of her soul. Somehow she had come to envy Yui-hyun and Tik Ring, the ones who always gave their all for a goal. Yui-sang said softly, "So I think it's fortunate that you tasted defeat at such a young age." He looked at her and advised, "Turn that failure into nourishment." Yui-sang reached out and stroked Ji-kyun's head affectionately, "And you'll be able to grow even stronger than I am." She sighed, but a soft smile couldn't hide at the corner of her mouth. Even now, she thought Yui-sang was a bit lacking as a mentor. Ji-kyun also knew that although he was a little awkward, he was one of Mount Hua's elders who genuinely cared for her. He chuckled teasingly, "If you don't train properly now, I'll settle accounts with you myself, kid. No more rest time, don't make me scold you." What is that about? Dawn gradually dawned over the towering mountain peak. It spilled across the glossy black tiles. At Wudang's martial hall, Ji-kyun trudged along, yawning and complaining. Training this early in the morning is so sleepy. She gripped her sword tightly but thought, the thin D-letter 1E7N branch has already lost. Ji-kyun returned seriously to her main duty. Now she needed to keep absorbing the sacred pill, train diligently, and become stronger to overthrow Namgung Sihyun. She forced a smile and sighed. Of course, when she returned to Mount Hua, she'd get scolded for losing at the thin D-letter 1E7N branch. Baekjin suddenly appeared beside her, smiling and saying, "Ji-kyun, are you a junior here? A third-generation disciple of Wudang?" Ji-kyun was secretly surprised. This Baekjin also came here to train. He bowed and struck up a cheerful conversation. "You came to train early this morning? Impressive." She looked up calmly and replied, "Just usual. And you, brother?" Baekjin sat down beside her and said, "After returning from Mount Hua, I thought I needed to change." Ji-kyun nodded as if she understood. "Is that so?" She closed her eyes and spoke bluntly, "If you're here to train too, then train over there. You see, I'm about to regulate my chi. If I'm disturbed mid-process, I could easily go mad." He shook his head and gave a wry smile. "Your face is exactly the same as before, huh?" Ji-kyun was a bit surprised and asked, "Huh, didn't I tell you not to bother me before?" Baekjin recounted with a gloomy expression, "You didn't even see me off because you needed to sleep in. I was pretty sad about that. You were so nonchalant. Is that so?" He almost pleaded as he turned to her. "So this time let me have it. Ji-kyun, it's only 4 watch hours." Ji-kyun stared at him, feeling slightly bewildered. This guy. She couldn't hide the surprised scream in her mind. Is he possessed? Otherwise, how could such a timid person become so bold? She rubbed her chin and began to analyze. But is that important enough for me to spend time on him? Baekjin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke honestly. "Yes, I won't deny this is an excuse to steal your time. What really made me upset was..." He forced a half smile and repeated, "I believed in the promise that we'd duel, but you let Senior Baek Baeon quickly take the match." Ji-kyun paused a beat, then quickly blurted, "Sorry." But inside she felt utterly helpless, truly nothing more to say. She didn't hesitate to state plainly, "Actually, you were so different from the image in my memory that before I heard your name I couldn't recognize you." Baekjin brightened at that. "Lucky, because I don't want you to remember me as timid or weak." He cheerfully asked, "So which image of me do you prefer, the old me or the new? Do you think the other person is insecure and needs serious advice? Will I change myself based on your choice? Live your life with your own views and stance." That unexpected sermon made him laugh with delight. Ji-kyun blankly set down the blade and said, "Then I'll let you sleep in and not see me off as a way for you to apologize for the first bout." Baekjin kept a smile and replied nonchalantly, "Sadly, I prefer seeing your face to sleeping in. In 4 years I won't be able to see you, so I should look as much as possible while I can." She stretched comfortably and answered, "Do what you want." In her mind, she confirmed that his personality really seemed to have completely changed. Ji-kyun shifted her gaze curiously and asked, "By the way, now Bok Van doesn't dare act up around you anymore, right? Did you follow what I advised earlier?" He hurried to explain, "Of course not. Wudang also has strict rules so no one can defy orders. I only smashed that lofty pride in front of the senior brothers, for example, by sorting hierarchy through matches." She agreed upon hearing that. Indeed, that method is effective to make people frightened. "I tried it too," Baekjin curiously asked, "Who used to bully you?" Ji-kyun enthusiastically recounted. "It was just that those older ones wouldn't easily accept orders from the youngest like me. Under the pretense of peace and friendship, now everyone recognizes me as the lead disciple." He tucked a strand of hair from her brow and soothed in a soft voice, "Those disciples were terrible, but you did well." Suddenly, a voice cut in, "Terrible, huh?" Tik Ring, who had witnessed everything, wore a clearly dark expression, obviously not happy. "They beat us every day, so our senior sister is not to be taken lightly, right?" Ji-kyun called out in surprise. "Tik Ring." Her tone grew threatening as she spoke. "If senior sister comes to the hall so early, why not train properly?" Baekjin waved his hand to explain. "Don't get me wrong, it's been long since I saw an old friend, so I'm a bit excited." She didn't understand and nudged him, saying, "No need to fear. If you fight, you'll definitely win and make him quake in his boots." Ji-kyun, "Not about that." Tik Ring glared and asked bluntly, "Did you just call our senior sister Ji-kyun?" Baekjin felt pressed and hastily said, "Yes, Ji-kyun. Does she have another Dharma name?" Her expression said it all. Terrible. V stepped forward to mediate, still Ji-kyun as always. Tik Ring grabbed her hand and urged, "Let's go, senior sister." Baekjin smiled and waved. "Well then, goodbye. Ji-kyun, I'll come see you off tomorrow." She frowned to compose herself. "I told you it's Ji-kyun already." Walking a bit further, she sternly reminded them, "Senior sister, in this world no one protects someone without a reason, especially between men and women." Ji-kyun laughed to reassure them, "Is that so? Besides, he's a cultivator, no romance there." "Same here," Tik Ring sulkily warned. "Hope you won't abandon Manhua for a lover later." She hurriedly changed the subject to ease the tension. "You're worrying too much. Breakfast time is near. Let's go." Suddenly, she gripped Ji-kyun's hand tightly and didn't want to let go. Tik Ring's eyes seemed about to well up as she sincerely said, "Please always be our senior sister." She smiled and offered encouragement. "Rest assured." After the defeat at the Thin D-Letter 1EA7N branch, the following 4 months saw her generation undergo a continuous, grueling training regimen. At last, the hard training period reached the day of harvest. Ji-kyun was finally able to go with them to Shaolin, where the Jianghu Alliance Conference was held. Although they normally wouldn't bring a third-generation disciple like her, someone not yet fully skilled, to the Alliance Conference, but there was a request from the Hab B-Letter 1EAFC Ban family and the Nam Kung clan that she must be taken along, so Ji-kyun was summoned by the headmaster and reminded to act cautiously. He warned very seriously, "Absolutely do not cause trouble." She nodded firmly, "Yes." Even so, Ji-kyun still had a plan to carry out. Although the headmaster had repeated his warnings many times, "This time I must defeat that Nam Kung Si-hyun." In fact, his officially sending a secret dual letter to Mount Hua is basically the same thing. Doesn't it mean he intends to have a showdown at Shaolin? Speaking of which, she had just stepped inside and had to exclaim, "It's horrendously vast. How many gates are there? Truly worthy of the 1,000-year Shaolin legend." Ji-kyun looked up and asked, "In the scripture hall are there Mount Hua manuals too? Can I go in and look?" Yuihyun beside her smiled and explained, "They say there are even demonic cult manuals in there, so Mount Hua surely has its own manuals too, but of course you can't enter without permission." A disciple cheerfully explained the lodging. "Guests of THI-1EBF-UM can stay at T-1ECBCH Koch Hall." Hearing that, she immediately said, "T-1ECBCH Koch Hall is like NG-1ECDC Than In on Hua Shan, or the T-1EF1 T-1ED1 Palace of Wudang." He looked a little tired, rubbing his shoulders. What a mess. Ji-kyun thought to herself that if she wanted to go out alone, now would be a good opportunity. She raised her voice to ask permission. "Master, may I step out for a bit and return?" Yuihyun was somewhat surprised. "What?" Yikang from behind suddenly called, "Yuihyun, come here a moment, keep him busy." "Yes, Senior Yikang, I'm coming right away." With no choice, Yuihyun could only permit her and gave careful instructions. "Ji-kyun, don't go too far, just around T-1ECBCH Koch Hall and the nearby area, okay?" She excitedly ran off. "Yes." Ji-kyun was fumbling for the way when she spotted a familiar figure. Now where's the exit? She then shouted loudly, found it, return my hair ribbon today. Si-hyun, hearing that distinctive voice, turned his head with curiosity. He asked in great surprise, you really came here? Ji-kyun snapped back, irritated. You sent a dual letter, what's there to be surprised about? Si-hyun hurried to explain, no, actually it's not a challenge request. He also honestly recounted that his father had told him not to expect too much. Usually they don't bring third-generation disciples to the conference. She didn't care about that. She focused on her main goal and said, that's unimportant, give me back my hair ribbon now. Si-hyun smiled with absolutely no intention of returning it. This hair ribbon, I said I'd give it to you when we reached Namkung, and besides, we're at Shaolin now, which made Ji-kyun furious to the point of wanting to scream. How could he spout such nonsense? He turned his face away arrogantly, issuing a challenge. If you want it back, you must beat me in a match. She trembled with rage, trying to compose herself. Calm down, calm down. Ji-kyun shut her eyes, took a deep breath, and considered the consequences. Although she had thought about a match, if they actually fought and he were injured even by a scratch, the Namkung patriarch would come after her. Si-hyun deliberately poured fuel on the fire. Are you afraid you'll lose? She couldn't stand it any longer and stepped closer, eyes blazing, and snarled. Now we'll go find a place to spar within half an hour. Clear. He curled a lip and replied bluntly, find one together? You think you can order me around? Ji-kyun sneered, hitting his sore spot. What are you saying, or are you lost and scared? Suddenly a panicked voice rang out, hey kiddo. Haren's older brother hurriedly and anxiously fired questions. You're a friend of our junior, right? She immediately recognized him as Haren's goofy big brother. He rushed to ask in fear, have you seen our junior anywhere? Ji-kyun sighed and answered, I haven't seen her. Haren's brother was utterly distraught and choked out, where on earth did she go? She's so weak already, good heavens, if I'd known I'd have dragged Jin Ya-in along with me. At the sound of that name, she suddenly froze. Jin Ya-in. Ji-kyun immediately remembered something. If it's Jin Ya-in, then he's the character I liked most in that previous role-playing novel. A tall figure with a sword slung over his shoulder appeared in Ji-kyun's mind. The returning sword god, right? Ji-kyun frowned, growing serious as she thought. Tran Tu Enhan has exactly the same name as the protagonist of my favorite novel, the returning sword god who incarnated into a body. Even in martial novels, name overlaps aren't uncommon. She decided to verify things slowly, but perhaps she should check now to be sure. Her voice rose to ask that person named Jin Ya-in. But Haren's brother paid no mind and dashed off, shouting, damn it, you lot, go find our junior already. Leaving Ji-kyun both helpless and annoyed. Did the elder brother just say a few words and then vanish? Is that a family trait? In any case, while at Shaolin, she needed to learn more about Jin Ya-in. The two finally reached a secluded spot. She put a hand on her hip confidently. A temple out in the sticks like this, surely nobody would come here, right? Si-hyun pushed the old door open with barely contained excitement. Get ready to be visited again. Ji-kyun stood beside him, warning with a raised brow, you'd better look after yourself. The moment the door flew open, his gaze froze for an instant. Si-hyun suddenly let out a terrified scream. He ran backward and grabbed Ji-kyun's shoulder, trembling as he said, there's a white-haired, red-eyed ghost in the temple. She, annoyed, snapped, what nonsense is that, you lunatic? Ji-kyun, not the least bit afraid, shoved the door wide. What ghosts would haunt a Buddhist place like Shaolin? Si-hyun clung to her from behind to stop her. Don't open it. I told you not to open it. She breathed a sigh of relief, as expected. Ji-kyun cheerfully called out, long time no see, Haren. He turned and smiled. Hello, Ji-kyun, and you idiot too. You keeping well? Si-hyun, hearing himself mocked, snapped angrily, you idiot, there's a limit to rudeness. Haren, still bright-faced, retorted, so calling me a ghost is high praise, or is it because I'm about to die? She stepped in and said, big brother, we've been looking everywhere for you. Why are you in a place like this? He answered softly, just a bit of sadness, and you lot. Ji-kyun explained, we wanted a quiet spot to rest, so we came here. Haren immediately guessed, you didn't get Shaolin's permission or the elders, but snuck here, didn't you? She asked Haren curiously, but why are you sad? Did something happen? He grinned brightly, maybe if you cheer me up I might tell you. Si-hyun flatly refused, I won't go that far just to hear it. Ji-kyun quickly requested, then be the referee for our match. Haren responded with delight, how unexpected, asking me to cheer you up and then to be your referee too. But he still stood and agreed. Watching a fight is probably the most fun, right? Fine, I'll be your referee. Haren folded his arms behind his back and said, when you're ready, we'll start right away. Si-hyun raised his sword high in a proud provocation. At least get past 100 of my strikes. If you can't block a single one, I'll be disappointed. Jikyeon was no pushover. She lifted her sword too. Leave that to me. She moved like a blade, lunging forward and delivering a decisive slash. The sharp edges of their swords clashed, ringing through the air. Jikyeon kept launching attacks without mercy. I told you so. A confident smile curved her lips as she declared, once I get used to the sword, the winner will be me. After a long while, Jikyeon fought and pondered. How long has it been? A true cultivation scene, huh? She gripped the sword, breathing heavily while smirking, held out quite a while, huh? Seems it's not just talk. Sihyun over there isn't giving up either. Told you so. His gaze sharpened and he said decisively, stop right here, I won't yield any further. Jikyeon opened her eyes wide in surprise. What the? She watched the opponent's attack line and couldn't help but be amazed. The sword's trajectory had shifted. What had been a straight line became unpredictably variable. Indeed, he had a trick up his sleeve. But Jikyeon wasn't afraid. Excitement curled her lips. Still, I have my own move, though I just learned it a moment ago. I'm sure I can land a hit. Sihyun tightened his grip and lunged with the Thuong Kung Vo Enhai sword technique, the imperial sword form, while Jikyeon quickly charged in with the Plum Blossom L letter 189 bang 14 strikes of the Plum Blossom sword. The instant the two moves collided, both their swords slipped from their hands and fell to the ground. He bellowed fiercely, you dropped your sword first, I've won. She, naturally unconvinced, shot back, not you dropped yours first. Heron jabbed a finger at his face and cut in, have you two forgotten the presence of the referee? Jikyeon immediately turned to challenge. So I'm the winner, right? He was the one who dropped his sword first. Sihyun also rushed forward yelling, don't be biased, judge it exactly as it happened. Heron calmly proclaimed the result. In my view, both dropped their swords at the same time, so it's a draw. But that doesn't even matter anymore. Heron grinned broadly and pointed at the Buddha statue that had been overturned, asking, so what do you two plan to do about this? Jikyeon and Sihyun gaped in horror. No wonder earlier when the sword flew off I heard a huge crash. She frowned and said they were doomed and should atone. He picked up the sword and began, idiot, your move just now was. Heron described it perfectly, the imperial sword form was it. He continued to both their astonishment, and Jikyeon's was the 14 Plum Blossom strikes, right? Jikyeon broke into a cold sweat and demanded, how do you know that? Heron didn't explain, he acted. He began to execute a flowing sword pattern. If it's the 14 Plum Blossom strikes, it should look something like this, right? Heron smiled and added that without the verbal formula, it was indeed difficult. She gaped in utter astonishment. Just from a single glance, he could replicate the move. Jikyeon couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The world is vast and geniuses truly are countless. Wait, the movement was actually the one Nam Kung Sihyun used earlier. He gripped his sword tightly and continued to perform the move as if he'd practiced it for years. So the imperial sword form is this technique. Sihyun ground his teeth in anger and astonishment. He turned to seize Heron's wrist and demanded directly, who are you? Heron responded nonchalantly, I know the verbal formula, no need for the manual, I can just sense it directly and reproduce it. Sihyun was even more shocked at that. You know the verbal formula. He couldn't believe it and shouted firmly, how ridiculous, that scripture is only to be seen by the clan head and the young master of the family. Yet Heron remained unperturbed. Someone showed it to me. He tilted his head and smiled gently. Was Sihyun's sister's explanation enough now? Sihyun froze for a moment. Sister, are you lying? His hand began to tremble. That's the clan's secret manual. How could sister pass it to an outsider? Heron said bluntly to his heart, you're not even the heir and yet you learned it. He narrowed his eyes and calmly reassured him, don't worry, I didn't study it in detail, just the verbal formula and the moves, that's all. Sihyun lowered his head, his voice shrinking. I only learned a few moves from the elder sister. Jikyeon was utterly surprised. Isn't Namgung Sihyun supposed to be the heir? She glanced between them, thinking inwardly that something was off with the Namgung family. Could the Namgung patriarch really be that poor? And that guy has sword talent. Shouldn't he be qualified to be the young master? Jikyeon rubbed her chin, analyzing to herself. Besides, if someone can read the clan's secret manual, then she must be the young master. And openly sharing the clan's secrets with outsiders is really strange. She suddenly remembered their first meeting and that person's attitude toward Namgung Sihyun. There was no sign of affection that would justify teaching clan secrets to him. Thinking of that woman's radiant smile made Jikyeon even more annoyed at seeing Namgung Sihyun struggle. It was only a moment, but her eyes radiated a strange, gleeful satisfaction. Even if it's unrelated, I feel oddly irritated. Heron added an explanation. Maybe she just granted a bit of pity to a dying wretch like me. Even if I learned the infinite hall technique, I couldn't reach its peak. This body will soon decay to the point I can't hold a sword. Si-hyun's eyes widened in horror at that. Haran let out a bitter laugh that wasn't happy at all. He jerked his hand away and said decisively, "And you?" Haran suddenly grabbed Si-hyun's collar and hissed, "If you're going to fake pity for me like that, I'd rather Tich Dian treat me better. Say whatever you want behind my back." His gaze sharpened and his tone turned steel. "But don't pull that pity act in front of me. I loathe being pitied by someone like you." Si-hyun shoved Haran's hand away and said coldly, "Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier?" He sneered mockingly, "Everyone kept telling me to be careful with you, so I thought I should act that way." Haran turned stern and ordered, "Not careful, don't pity me." Si-hyun shot back, "Am I any different from you?" Ji-kyun too stood between them and sighed helplessly. "This is getting serious." Then inside the temple's main hall, Ji-kyun's voice rang out. "So that's it. Namgung Si-hyun has been banned from going out because of the Buddha statue incident." Haran smiled, confirming that he can no longer leave the guest hall. "I can still move around freely, but those brothers keep tailing me nonstop." She voiced a little worry. Truly, having only some people implicated made her uneasy. He didn't seem to care. "Oh well, let whatever good can pass. After all, we're from a respectable family and you're a mountain sect disciple, so the punishment will surely be harsher." Ji-kyun secretly thought the reversed Buddha statue matter involved Namgung Si-hyun and Haran. On the day it happened, someone had shouted, "Our youngest was here, right?" "Oh my, what is that? Isn't that a Buddha statue?" She had seen everything. Finally, second brother discovered it under these circumstances. Ji-kyun was flustered and wanted to take the blame, but Haran stepped forward and said he did it himself. She was very surprised and stared at Haran then. He casually added, "It was the result of cooperation between him and me, right, you idiot?" Si-hyun couldn't react in time to this move. Suddenly Haran lied that it was something done together with Namgung Si-hyun. Ji-kyun went along with the play. Haran had saved her life and she was very worried. They'd just argued fiercely moments before. If Namgung Si-hyun hadn't coordinated the testimony and revealed the truth, everything would have fallen apart. Afterwards, Si-hyun admitted it. He was right. We caused this together. Ji-kyun was astonished by his action. For reasons unknown, thanks to Namgung Si-hyun colluding with Haran, she'd safely escaped the elders' scrutinizing gaze at Mount Hua. Suddenly she remembered and said, "You said you were sad before, right? Why is that?" Haran answered nonchalantly, "I said if you cheer me up I'd tell you why, didn't I? It's indeed saddening, but I wonder if sharing such things is appropriate." Ji-kyun was very surprised. "Is it that serious?" He then confirmed, "A friend of mine died. Another friend of mine, Jin Ya-in, had witnessed him fall off a cliff. That shock sent him off balance and left him in a terrible state. I should have insisted on taking him to the Martial Alliance conference. Like you, he considered someone a precious friend and treated me like a normal person." She was very curious and asked, "Jin Ya-in again?" Then Ji-kyun couldn't help asking, "Also, not everyone can just attend the Martial Alliance conference, right?" Haran answered her question, "True, not everyone may join, but he's the son of the Manhwa sect's leader." Ji-kyun gasped in surprise. Manhwa sect. He laughed at Ji-kyun and said she wouldn't know, though a mid-level sect, it's quite known in Habuk. She whispered to herself, clearly dismissing Manhwa sect's significance. Jin Ya-in, son of the Manhwa sect leader, a childhood friend of the youngest master of Habuk's Bang family, and the one who lost a fellow disciple at age 10 on a cliff. He could only be the protagonist of the Returning Sword God novel. Jin Ya-in, that is. So this really is the world of the Returning Sword God novel. Ji-kyun suddenly realized something and stared at him. Relying on her memories, she guessed he was Jin Ya-in's childhood friend and had also appeared in the novel. Ji-kyun recalled a famous line, "Thanks to you I obtained a very rare treasure from Habuk Bang." She analyzed those clues. The blood sword master held an ornament on the sword swinging before Jin Ya-in's eyes. It wasn't a pearl but an eye that had been treated and preserved, pale and intact. All those features matched only one person. Just for temporarily sheltering him, his clan was wiped out by the demonic sect and his closest friend drew their last breath. Those who grew up with him ultimately all left him forever. Before the protagonist reset, the clan had been exterminated and his close friend had their eyes gouged out. After the second reset, everything remained the same. The young man passed on the information. It was the last thing his junior left behind. He entrusted me to make sure it reached you. Ji-kyun analyzed those details. The Manhwa sect's unique martial art, something his friend had regretted hundreds, even thousands of times for failing to fully master. He once thought the manual for the radiant Minjuan sword had been completely burned in the battle with the demonic sect. However, Jin Ya-in knew exactly who had restored it to its original state. Even though the reincarnated protagonist lured the demonic sect away to save Habuk Bang from annihilation, he still couldn't save his close friend. That friend died of a broken meridian, leaving Jin Ya-in with an irreparable pain. That person left the manual to his longtime close friend, the protagonist, and then passed away forever from the meridian illness. Haran noticed her daze and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Is this story too heavy?" Ji-kyun forced a smile, telling herself she was fine, then thought Haran must have been the most important person to Jin Ya-in in that matter. But he was dead and only appeared in memories and dialogues. That person was even known only by the nickname Ran. So the character Ran is Haran, and this place is indeed the world of returning sword god, which I'm only now realizing. In other words, once it's established that this is the world of returning sword god, then by the rules of wuxia novels or anything else, Haran is destined to die. Discovering this is the world of returning sword god was already disorienting enough. On top of that, Haran is preordained to die. No matter what I do, I'm extremely worried. This won't do, you look terrible. The rest I'll tell you next time, it's not like it's only today. Then Yikang, seeing great concern, asked, "Why do you look so sad? Ji-kyun, did something bad happen outside?" Ji-kyun stared at him, thinking of the sect's senior brother and also Jia Keichuan's master, Yikang. She glanced at him and softly called, "Senior Uncle Yikang." Suddenly Yikang lifted Ji-kyun up and said, "If anyone bullies you, tell me at once. I will go find them and teach them a lesson." The heir apparent of Manhua, seeing this, hastily warned, "Hey Yikang, when will you stop treating the kid like a baby to carry around in your arms? Ji-kyun is already a bona fide fighter now." Suddenly she asked a question that stunned them both. "Master, if war with the demonic sect breaks out, what will we do?" At that he seriously set Ji-kyun down on the ground. Yikang gave a forced smile and asked, "Ji-kyun, where did you hear that?" he questioned anxiously. "Has someone been spreading rumors about the demonic sect?" She gave a cursory explanation. She hadn't heard it from anyone, she was just curious. He cleared his throat and assessed, "It's baseless, don't go around saying such things. The journey to Shaolin must be exhausting, go back to your room and rest at once." After that, Ji-kyun left the room deep in thought, watching the tense reactions of senior Uncle Yikang and the sect leader. Clearly something concerning the demonic sect must be happening. The war with the demonic sect occurs when the protagonist is 20. Haran is the same age as the protagonist and is now only 10. That means it will happen in 10 years. Unexpectedly, the demonic sect had already begun stirring up trouble 10 years before the war. First, tidy everything up about Return of the Sword. Return of the Sword is the wuxia novel I loved most in my previous life, a fairly long work that was still being serialized when I died. The main plot revolves around the protagonist Jin Ya-in, who lost everything to the demonic sect and reincarnated to confront them in his second life. The problem is I don't know whether this is the world of the first run or the second. Moreover, since the work is unfinished, unpredictable events may occur. Even after reincarnating, the protagonist still took some time to realize he had returned. He only realized it on the day the Myungwon sect was destroyed, exactly on Haran's 20th birthday. With the shock of that tragedy, Jin Ya-in realized the truth. He had traveled back in time. In other words, whether this is the first run or the second, Jin Ya-in is still just a normal child now. If this is the first timeline, things will be far more complicated. She relied on what she knew that differed from the second run, using the advantage of a reincarnation memory. The main righteous versus evil battle in the first run ended in the catastrophic defeat of the righteous side. Naturally, major factions like Manhua were not spared. Since it's still unclear whether this moment is before or after the protagonist's reset, all I can do is pray this is the second time. Even if it's the first, I must alter the plot so it doesn't end badly. So what I need to do from now on is... Time passed until the next day when Ji-kyun, definitely discouraged, couldn't help thinking. A 10-year-old child who's only a third-generation disciple daring to mention the demonic sect's rise will just get scolded. What can I do? How should I act? Maybe the only way is to grow up safely and become a top master by 20, then join forces with the protagonist. Just then someone spoke up. Isn't that Ji-kyun who just escaped the Shaolin Council? Startled when her name was called, she whipped her head toward the sound. Ji-kyun asked in surprise, Namgung Si-hyun, I heard you're banned from going out. Th letter 1 EBF H I letter 1 EC1 N replied casually. Of course I snuck out. She asked with great curiosity. You didn't get scolded much, did you? He grinned self-satisfied. I rarely get scolded. My father is strict only with my sister. Ji-kyun stared at Th letter 1 EBF H I letter 1 EC1 and S current manner and judged. According to returning sword god, 10 years later the current head of the Namgung family will become the martial leader, and his daughter, Sehyun's sister, will inherit the family headship. Although his sister will be the Namgung family head, that character is so bland I don't remember her at all. It seems he's just an unnamed supporting role like me. He felt puzzled at being stared at. Why would your gaze be rude toward your benefactor? Hearing that made her feel even stranger, and this benefactor thing, what a weird reason. Sehyun replied calmly, I stopped it and didn't let them take you to the repentance hall. Jikyeon still had many questions. Why would he take the blame for her? He raised a hand to scratch his head and answered, you say that, one must have honor, right? I saw that Bang family young master purposely set himself up as bait so you could escape punishment. Also, it's better that I take the blame than you get scolded all the time. When we argued before, you even bowed so low your head touched the ground. She was surprised, so young, yet so thoughtful. On the other hand, though I have a child's body, I'm still an adult. How embarrassing that my spirit becomes childish just because my body is small, and I even feel glad I wasn't punished. Sehyun was about to ask more but grew curious when he saw her leave. So where are you going after this match? Jikyeon insisted vigorously, determined to show him what adult composure really looks like. Don't you find this weird? What now again? Then the Mount Hua successor, horrified, asked Jikyeon, if what you say is true, Jikyeon, that means the floor disruption and the toppling of the Buddha statue were done with the young master of the Namgung family. Not by the youngest master of the Hebei Bang family, but by you. She bowed her head and admitted, the youngest master of the Bang family took the blame for me. When he learned the truth, he was furious. Jikyeon, you little brat, not only caused such a commotion but didn't even win, only drew. Once you return to Mount Hua, go to the repentance hall at once. Those nearby hurried to defend Jikyeon, saying that was too harsh. Instead, make the girl clean all of Hua Mountain for a month. Knowing this punishment made her even more miserable. Cleaning alone, she didn't want that. She'd rather be sent to the repentance hall. After a hard round of cleaning, Jikyeon cheered excitedly at last. It was finally finished. Sehyun looked at her somewhat helplessly. You never change. What sense of pride is this, making things hard for yourself? Making someone clean a temple this big, honestly, Shaolin wouldn't mind at all. But Jikyeon objected. In fact, the Shaolin abbot was generous and let it slide. It's just the senior elders who wanted to make a fuss. Anyway, let's go have some fun. He looked around and remarked that it had gotten crowded already. She offered her guess, perhaps because the Martial Alliance conference starts tomorrow. Then Jikyeon suddenly jumped and blurted out an apology. She was astonished to see Dun appear out of nowhere. He frowned and stared at Jikyeon across from him. Caught being looked at, she panicked and bowed her head. What on earth was this? It was the aura of a tremendously powerful master, not hostile or murderous, but why did such force emanate from him? Could he be annoyed from being bumped? If so, I should apologize immediately. So Jikyeon put her hands together in salute. Senior, disciple of humble martial schooling, Jikyeon greets you. May I ask your honored name? Dun replied promptly, then what is the name of your respected elder? She answered quickly, I was placed at Mount Hua when I was very young, so I'm not sure. May I use my master's honored name, who is like a parent to me, instead? He couldn't help but appraise her, young yet quite bold. All right, but I have urgent business to discuss. Can you call your master to see me? Jikyeon, hearing this, replied flustered, my master. At that moment, someone was already running this way. Just then Yuaihyun ran up beside her bow, a 27th generation disciple of Mount Hua. I pay respects to the Yunnan Fist King. She was astonished by the news. Yunnan Fist King, a famed master whose nickname includes King, one must certainly be careful in the Jianghu. Then Dun proactively suggested, I have some matters to discuss about your disciple. Come with me. Seeing him agree, Jikyeon worried she might have done something to offend him. So she hesitated and asked, exactly what do you want to discuss? Are you really angry just because of an accidental bump? Meanwhile, Yuaihyun beside them exclaimed at the nickname including King, so cool. Jikyeon, annoyed at his teasing, warned, I'm serious, you know. Besides, the nickname should have venerable or emperor to sound cool. TH letter 1 EBF HI letter 1 EC1 N mocked, truly a provincial taste. Right then Heron approached and said if he is the Yunnan Fist King, then he is one of the 10 honored masters of the martial world. What are the 10 honored masters? 10 great masters nearly worthy of the title, the world's #1. You were pretty awed and asked, is he really that amazing? But why would such a figure ask your elder's name? Heron, equally surprised, suddenly asked the name of her elder. Could he have had recent contact with your biological father? Jikyeon, using that hint, speculated, so could he have known me as an infant before I was left at Mount Hua? Sehyun observed, but his manners make it seem like he's meeting you for the first time. She reasoned sensibly, so when he looked at me he thought of someone. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Can you really judge from appearance alone? Haran stepped forward, grabbed Jikyeon's hair and said, anyway, Jikyeon's hair is distinctive. Maybe he recalled someone when he saw this color. Then she realized her hair had gradually turned a brown mixed with silvery gray over time. She still found it odd, but saying someone assumed her father from hair color alone wasn't convincing. Even if face or hair resembled someone, it could be a relative, not necessarily a biological parent. He cleared his throat softly and said the surest way was to ask directly. Jikyeon was shocked at Haran's reaction. He just coughed. She then took his hand. If things go on like this, Haran's brothers will all swarm over us, Jikyeon decided. Let's just return to the guest quarters for now. He'll probably summon me later. Fine, Haran agreed to her plan. Let's go on like that. Hey, I hear the rumors about the trouble in the reception hall all piled onto you now. Jikyeon opened her mouth to explain. It's like this. But th letter 1 ebf hi letter 1 ec1 and cut her off before she finished. I warn you, I'm not going to say anything at all, okay? Cut to a tea house in the late afternoon. Yuahyun stared at Da-dun and thought, Yunnan Fist King Da-dun is one of the 10 closest to the title of the world's #1, alongside Elder Jin Yul. Why would such a figure want to see me over Jikyeon's matter? He suddenly pictured Jikyeon's innocent face. Could it be because of my minor offenses, scuffling with Wudang disciples, fighting with the youngest master of the Namgung family, forcing a Wudang disciple to drink? Yuahyun felt miserable. Jikyeon, I want to believe it's not that, but did you cause trouble again? Just then the man reassured him, relax, your disciple did nothing wrong, so don't worry. Judging from how straightforward you are, I guess this kid is a handful. I only called to ask you a few questions. Yuahyun replied at once, please ask whatever you wish. Vu Kwang went straight to the point. Do you know the biological father of your disciple? He quickly explained that 10 years ago they adopted the baby left at the Sect gate when it was an infant. They knew nothing about the child's birth parents or why the child was left at Mount Hua. After he finished, Yuahyun thought to himself that it wasn't that he hadn't considered finding the child's parents, only that there were no traces left to follow. Fortunately, the child regarded Mount Hua as home, and the senior and junior disciples as family. And she grew up splendidly without worrying about her birth parents' identity. He continued, we took it as fate and raised the child. The man couldn't help but chuckle. Fate, huh, I see. This scar has been here for 15 years, and your disciple oddly resembles the one who caused this scar. That rare hair color, that face, even that arrogant, irritating confidence, it's all exactly the same. Yuahyun was horrified to hear this. Every word the man spoke exuded dangerous momentum. Then Yuahyun carefully said, if he's the one who scarred the Yunnan Fist King, the king surely killed him. Unexpectedly, Da-dun denied it. Perhaps he hadn't been killed yet. Yuahyun grew even more worried. Could the man have survived after leaving that scar on one of the 10 honored masters? In hindsight, leaving the child atop Mount Hua and abandoning her was unusual. Even Mount Hua's masters couldn't trace who left the child. When he saw Jikyeon, he had noticed she had talents beyond her peers. If someone as perceptive as Da-dun sensed something from Jikyeon, then the person Da-dun suspected could very well be Jikyeon's biological father. However, that was only speculation. He still tried to reason that the world has more than one lookalike. The man sat calmly and replied, for them to resemble each other so much yet not be blood-related would be truly odd. Yuahyun insisted there's no basis to be certain, claiming so would be reckless. Da-dun suddenly asked, the girl is 10 years old this year, right? It was 11 years ago that he left the place he had built. He was suddenly terrified upon hearing that. 11 years ago, when he had deliberately avoided it, did those memories unconsciously return. The size and bewilderment of the elders and disciples at that time. The master's fury. Could Jikyeon's parents possibly be? Could it really be like that? While Yuahyun trembled with anger, the man continued speaking. And exactly 1 year after that, he returned as if nothing had happened. With bloodied hands, identical appearance, and the age matching perfectly, to me it's impossible not to be suspicious. So I want to verify it. Even after leaving for 10 years, parents would surely recognize their child. He guessed Da-dun's intent. Could it be that you plan to let the child meet the one who abandoned her? Don't you consider the damage the child might suffer in that process? Of course he doesn't care about that. That's none of his business. Yuahyun shouted angrily, I am Jikyeon's master, the one obliged to protect the child, her guardian. I cannot allow my disciple to be harmed. And Mount Hua absolutely cannot let this matter stand. Da-dun stared at him, assessing him. He had thought the boy was just a kid, but he's done a decent job as a master. As a senior in the martial world, I acknowledge that commendable trait. However, that praise does not erase Da-dun's deep grudge. so he stroked his beard and said, "Then I will ask the girl herself." Everyone is naturally curious about their origins. If you truly care for your disciple, shouldn't you let her do what she wishes? A while later, Jikyeon appeared and clasped her hands in salute. She greeted with great politeness. Martial school novice Jikyeon, Manhwa disciple, pays respects to the Yunnan Fist King. Dun, displeased, corrected her, "It's not pays respects to, but I pay respects." Annoying, realizing her mistake, Jikyeon replied, "Is that so? Let me do it again." He stared at her, curious, and asked, "Aren't you curious about your biological father?" Jikyeon answered innocently, "How can I be sure he's actually my biological father?" Dun bluntly pointed out, "You can only know that when you meet him." She was puzzled. How can you not know before meeting? Is the secret of one's origin like Schrödinger's experiment? He was asking Jikyeon's opinion. Do you want to try meeting him once? Earlier, Yehin had gone into the room calling Jikyeon's name. Seeing this, she asked curiously, "Did you just speak with the Yunnan Fist King?" "This time I really didn't do anything wrong." He laughed and reached up to ruffle Jikyeon's hair. "I know. There's no single correct answer. Choose what you want, but your master hopes you'll choose a path that spares you harm." Up until now, Dun had asked curiously, "Aren't you curious about your biological father?" He proactively proposed whether she would like to try meeting him once. Jikyeon silently analyzed the information Dun brought. "Biological father means the one who left me at Mount Hua's gate." She pondered for a moment before making her decision. After a long pause, Jikyeon finally opened her mouth. She said frankly, "I will not meet him. If that person truly is my biological father, I will understand why he abandoned me. But rather than spending my thoughts on that, I'd rather live as I do now, not knowing life or death." The master had once said, "When you swing your sword, do not be swayed by distracting thoughts." Having said that, Jikyeon reflected inwardly that even if her parents were lost or had abandoned her, she didn't care because she is the 28th senior disciple of Mount Hua Jikyeon. She continued talking on, and if they met and turned out to be strangers with no relation, wouldn't both sides be terribly awkward? Dun couldn't help laughing and stroked Jikyeon's head. "Your answer is a masterpiece. If that is your choice, I will respect it." "I said I would respect your decision as your master." She scratched her head in disbelief. "Really? Even obvious things need respecting? Is the Fist King above that and can do whatever he wants?" Then Jikyeon chatted with Heron. "So you've decided not to meet him, right?" He immediately praised her. "Well done, your opinion is of course the most important." Then she found it odd today felt unusually quiet. There wasn't a soul around. Ha Lan, not too surprised, replied that it was the meeting day, so the masters were probably gathered to discuss things. Someone suddenly shouted, "The topic of this meeting must be, get out and be gone." Kat Yun hurriedly grabbed the Heen's hand, but Yagal he warned, "Your father told me to keep an eye on you. If you had stayed in your room from the start, none of this would have happened." Jikyeon quickly recognized Namgung Sihyun and the person beside him as someone from the Jia Cat household who had traveled with him 2 years earlier. But who was the woman who looked exactly like that Jia Cat fellow? The Jia Cat family's Kat Yun let out a startled cry that surprised her. "What is there to be afraid of? Back then I fought Namgung Sihyun, not you." She anxiously demanded, "Good heavens, how could a young master allow someone to attack him in the street like this? How could a proper young master be defeated by a kid with no apparent background?" Jikyeon bristled at the insult. "Do I have no background? What is that supposed to mean?" Sihyun listened in horror. How could that person have no background? Yagal he still looked unconvinced, never having seen this face at family meetings. Who on earth was she? Could she not belong to any notable house? Then she noticed the embroidered flower on Jikyeon's robe, the twin emblem of Kat Yun. She hurriedly changed her tone. "So you're a true disciple of Mount Hua. I am Yagal he of the Jia Cat clan, twin sibling to Kat Yun." Seeing this, she introduced herself. Jikyeon couldn't help but marvel at how fast her attitude flipped. At that, he reminded, "Anyway, Kat Yun, I'll stay obediently here, go on ahead." Heron suddenly intervened. "Don't, all three of you stay. Jikyeon and I will go ahead." "All right then, the three of you go on." Suddenly someone grabbed Jikyeon's hand to stop her from leaving. Startled by the sudden hold, she turned around in surprise. Sihyun stared at Jikyeon and said, "I stayed here because of you. If you go elsewhere then." He then realized he'd spoken out of turn and hurriedly covered his mouth. Kat Yun immediately teased, "So you stayed because of her? It's like that, huh?" The Heen flustered and denied it. "No, not at all. It was just a slip of the tongue." Yagal he joined in teasing. "If it was a slip, did it have to be so obvious, young master?" Embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject. "All right, what are you all talking about? Heron replied promptly. We were discussing the agenda for this martial alliance meeting. Jikyeon, standing nearby, confirmed, this time we're discussing the establishment of a martial alliance branch. She opened her fan in surprise upon hearing it. Yagal-hee said cautiously, what I'm about to say comes from the martial alliance's strategist, so do not let it slip to anyone. The reason the Martial Alliance called this meeting is that the demonic sect is showing signs of resurgence. The group, Jikyeon and the others, continued to chatter excitedly. Meanwhile, at the Martial Alliance meeting venue, the Shaolin Abbey's response hall, the leader of the Orthodox White Path, the current abbot of Shaolin, Master Gongjian, declared plainly, according to reports, traces of the demonic sect have been discovered simultaneously in multiple locations. An elder, quite curious, asked, are you referring to the series of kidnappings recently occurring in the central martial world? I heard children around years old from some clans and sects have been abducted, right? He immediately confirmed the information. After several failures, we've realized this is a well-organized kidnapping conspiracy. Moreover, since traces of ancient venom were found, it's been confirmed to be the work of the demonic sect. The demonic sect's full name is the Sun Moon Divine Cult, a militant organization based in the Tianshan range of Xinjiang, worshipping power, divine will, and demonic paths. About 60 years ago, the three great powers of the Jianghu were drawn into a chaotic war known as the Sun Moon Great Martial War. The Sun Moon Divine Cult, ambitious to swallow the Jianghu, rose fiercely under the demonic sect's tremendous pressure. The Orthodox had to ally with the underworld, forming a temporary coalition. After 4 years of fierce, indecisive warfare, the two forces finally reached a ceasefire agreement. Still, the Orthodox's cooperation with the underworld, those who followed the path of evil, became a stain the Orthodox desperately wanted to bury, a shameful chapter in their history. Nonetheless, the coalition's glorious achievements are undeniable. One major triumph was seizing the Tianhua mirror, the sacred artifact of the Sun Moon Divine Cult. The artifact was broken into pieces and is now held by various forces among the Orthodox and the underworld. Coincidentally, Aunt of Kat Yun and Yagal-hee, the Martial Alliance's strategist Jegul Urion, offered an opinion. The places attacked happened to be those holding fragments of the cult's sacred artifact. What a strange coincidence. He clenched his fist in anger. 56 years you didn't bother searching for the Tianhua mirror and now you drag it up. Strategist, give us a more reasonable explanation. Jegul Urion bluntly scoffed. Ancient venom has long been known to be usable only by those who practice demonic arts. This is nothing new. Master of the Duanmu family, could this be about your heir who was lost in these kidnappings? The Duanmu head snapped in a low voice. What did you say? She continued without restraint. If it was indeed the demonic sect, are you worried the heir will become a cuckoo child? The implication in Jegul Urion's words refers to how cuckoos lay eggs in other birds' nests. This phenomenon is called brood parasitism. When hatched, the cuckoo chick monopolizes food by pushing the original nestlings out, causing their deaths. Children who ingest ancient venom or return brainwashed by the demonic sect are no different from cuckoos. They can easily infiltrate and quietly slaughter the young fighters of their original sects. 60 years ago, this policy of the demonic sect caused countless sects and clans to face extermination with no way out. She rambled on, even if the heir returned alive, surely you'd know you'd have to kill them, right? Are you the one afraid of that? The Duanmu head, provoked, leapt up and shouted at Jegul Urion. At that moment, Gongjin raised his hand to stop the dispute. Then he patiently explained, Mount Hua doesn't hold any fragment of the sacred artifact, correct? If these kidnappings target places that possess fragments, then Mount Hua wouldn't be on that list, would they? Hearing this, people murmured among themselves. So does that mean the strategist's hypothesis was wrong? Could a disciple of Mount Hua who was attacked be connected to the current demonic sect leader of Mount Hua? A senior sect leader spoke up. This is clearly an internal Mount Hua matter. Outsiders should not intervene rashly. Everyone was displeased when he said this was Mount Hua's private affair. It's quite possible the child has origins with the demonic sect. I hear the child was abandoned and taken in by Mount Hua. The Mount Hua successor was angered and raised his voice. Shut up. Mount Hua raised this child since infancy for decades. Just by looking into their eyes I can tell what they're thinking, yet someone here deliberately makes trouble. Expect Mount Hua to bow to that. People gradually calmed and denied any such intent. The Yunnan Fist King De Dun pondered the child. De Dun said very calmly, at least that child is not the demonic sect's cuckoo. I, as the Yunnan Fist King, swear to guarantee this. Sure enough, the others gradually calmed down. If the Fist King says so, then so be it. After receiving the report of the conversation between the Fist King and Hyun, the Manhwa successor, felt somewhat displeased, and Gongjin suddenly spoke up with his opinion. To be honest, after hearing this report, I see the future of the martial alliance like a lamp flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The deep origin of the name Martial Alliance is that after the war the Orthodox gathered under that name, but in reality it is only a weak coalition, still bound by the name alone. Still, he voiced his wish. I do not want to repeat the tragedy of 60 years ago, so stop these meaningless power disputes. With the demonic sect's current moves, isn't this exactly the time we must unite? The opportunity to restore the Martial Alliance has arrived. Time passed quickly and evening came. While the Martial Alliance meeting was underway, elsewhere in the martial world, someone who was ambushed immediately coughed up blood. Yuan spoke very coldly. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? You traitor, learned a bit of the demonic sect's arts and think you're great? That cheap provocation is laughable. Even if they successfully kidnapped and brainwashed someone in Huiyin County, that cuckoo should have been sent to Mount Hua, not to my foolish place. He sneered, always keeping a cold tone. How do you know these things so well? Mount Hua is far separated by Sichuan and Zhejiang, hardly nearby. Before he finished speaking, he was eliminated by Yuan. I don't want to hear another word from a traitor. He muttered that betrayal was already a grave sin, and now daring to join the demonic sect was despicable. Then Yuan couldn't help but scold. That damned old man clutched the useless fragment of the Tianhua mirror and caused trouble for future generations. At that moment, a young man ran over to report. Surely there have been rumors that the sacred fragment on our side should be used as bait. He wiped the blood from his body and replied, forget it. The demonic sect just stirred trouble with the Orthodox, so they probably won't act boldly for now. But if the young lady insists, he understood Yuan was referring to Yuan, and saw him reply bluntly, I have no children as you say, stop and withdraw now. After that, Yuan quickly left the place. He muttered as he went that the days of negotiations had finally drawn to a close. Jikyeon continued her own work. It was time to return to Mount Hua in front of the Heavenly King Hall. The main gate of Shaolin now clear. This is truly the world of Return of the Sword, and the kidnapper was none other than the demonic sect. It had been a profitable journey. I heard Heron left early due to poor health, the day before he even came to bid me farewell before departing. Suddenly, Hyun stopped her. It seemed V's friend had come to pay respects before leaving. Jikyeon objected unhappily, that person is not my friend. Sihyun, hearing this, questioned her why she said that. Are we not friends? Jikyeon bluntly pointed out, the one who embarrassed me is a friend. Besides, my standards for friendship are very high. Very well, this time you choose your words carefully. When we next meet, I will consider you a friend. Only then was he satisfied and left. Then your hair ribbon, when we meet again, consider it the ritual of friendship and I will return it to you. Jikyeon, having her item snatched, shouted, give back my hair ribbon. Then she continued on her journey. After that lively farewell, I returned to Mount Hua. Returning to Mount Hua stirred up a small commotion. People hurriedly called her name to report that something big had happened. Jikyeon asked calmly, what's all the fuss? Since coming back from Shaolin, hasn't everything been peaceful? Although being punished to sweep because I accidentally knocked over the Buddha statue was indeed a pain. The third senior disciple Jiok Dam hurried to report, actually recently. The senior brothers and sisters, all just 14 years old, including senior Jiok Hwan, had something odd about them. She turned and asked curiously, strange? What do you mean by that? Just how strange have they become? He recounted what had happened. The first type sighed about the world's impermanence, wore a melancholic air like a poetry-quoting teenager, going on about how fleeting flowers bloom for one season and wither, what, after all, is the way of the sword. And it didn't stop there when Jiok Dam continued, or like this. The second type claimed a black flame dragon slumbered in their body, some ominous Tik Yung lurking within. My left hand has sealed the black flame dragon because of that. He went on, or put on such theatrics. The third type were boys and girls who favored literary affectation. She couldn't help exclaiming that today's weather is truly perfect for reading, don't you think? Jiok Dam found it baffling, but why would it be literature and not the L letter 1E5C, H letter 1E3P sword manual? Jikyeon said a little helplessly, at 14 it's about time that phase visits, isn't it? Right now he went to boast to the senior sister. Oh, hidden plum spirits at rest, she seemed to realize something. Ah yes, those who claim they have special powers. Senior uncle, when did the junior brothers and sisters start acting like this? Yehin whispered to Jikyeon, only a few days, but it seems to be getting worse. After all that unfolded, the disciples who caused a ruckus over this so-called adolescence were all apprehended by Master and escorted to seclude and cultivate. She felt a bit helpless seeing things head this way. Ji-kyun smiled inwardly, wondering if puberty comes with a sophomore year syndrome too. It's a sure sign the junior at the selection hall has turned 14. Remembering Jia Keichuan's very sophomore-sounding words. Back then Jia Keichuan confessed, "Why do we force moral reasoning onto sword techniques?" She wasn't too surprised, of course it circles back to sword methods. She recalled having once discussed that very topic with the venerable former head of the sect. The sect leader once told Jaekyeon that the immutable truth of the way can only be realized by those who attain enlightenment themselves. Never forget that. Now she felt nothing but sorrow. Even I haven't found that answer to this day. I also hope one day to perceive the way to make the plum blossom bloom across heaven and earth. That is the path to go beyond the present realm and the pride of Mount Hua. He asked with some curiosity, "So you sought this old man to pursue the way?" Ji-kyun promptly confirmed that. She thought it was time to clarify that answer. The sect leader couldn't help but laugh and called her name. If the way isn't realized by oneself, it will only be meaningless. A way pointed out by others at best serves as a milestone. It cannot become your own thought. Ji-kyun asked puzzledly, yet even if it's merely a milestone, isn't that still useful? And certainly the ancestors must have found answers long ago. Memorizing that answer, it akin to discovering it yourself. He was surprised by her words. This youngster is indeed interesting. The way, is there an absolute answer? Even if there is an answer or a guiding milestone, without penetrating it with heart and mind, it's just vanity. Ji-kyun muttered in disappointment. But she still couldn't grasp a single clue. The sect leader patiently pointed things out to her. Isn't the very journey of seeking the answer the cultivation of the sect? Ji-kyun began to feel anxious. What if I never find it my whole life? If I alone cannot make the plum blossom bloom, then what should be done? Can martial achievement and enlightenment be regarded as the same? He ruffled her hair and she felt shy, thinking that out of pride she had never revealed these words to Yuaihyun. Although she'd long known she surpassed peers in martial skill, a yearning remained unfilled within and an unease of unclear origin. The sect leader continued patiently explaining Mount Hua's sword. Could one truly live just for the plum blossom? Ji-kyun felt that thanks to the elder's guidance and support, the lingering anxieties in her heart slowly dissolved. He reminded her not to bury herself in plum blossoms. Only by giving up attachments can enlightenment come to you. At last Ji-kyun realized one thing, perhaps she had been too hasty. The plum blossom couldn't bloom, but that didn't mean she'd be expelled from the sect. If so, she could inherit another martial art of Mount Hua. Then the sect leader spoke gently. Consider today's words the final teaching this old man leaves you. Engrave them on your heart, child. She asked with some disappointment. From now on you won't answer my questions anymore. I still have so many things to ask. Why say this is the last time? Ji-kyun remembered vividly. That day. The smile the venerable former sect leader once gave, she feared she would never forget it in her lifetime. Afterwards, the years passed quickly. She was able to settle all the spirit chi of her self-cultivation pill into her danshin. Fellow disciples who had been secluded for cultivation because of that sophomore syndrome, especially Jia Keichuan, often became targets of her teasing. So much for one way and another. 4 years flew by and we sat again to discuss the upcoming Dragon Tiger Assembly, trading quips and gossip. I lived contented days much as before. To me those were always simple, intact days. Yet she always carried a lingering worry in her heart. 13-year-old Ji-kyun felt a little sad as she thought. The Dragon Tiger Assembly had been postponed because of Mount Hua's situation. At that moment someone called to her, "The masters have returned." A voice from Mount Hua's pharmacy called out, "Not allowed in today either." The pharmacy owner, Elder Zhen Shan of Mount Hua, looked gloomy and said nothing. Ji-kyun asked a bit disappointed, "Not allowed in today either." Gongjin stammered in response. Ji-kyun, the venerable former sect leader, he is merely temporarily ill and needs rest. He'll soon rise from his sickbed, so do not worry. She understood the situation well. Even so, she fully knew that was only a well-intentioned lie. Everyone present understood the truth, but no one dared speak it aloud. They continued to comfort her. Ji-kyun, the venerable former sect leader, will surely be all right. Ji-kyun pondered sadly. Adults often think children are unaware. Then she confided to Yuaihyun, "I only hope, like Elder Vo-chan, he can leave the upper hall. Could that be?" He, hearing this, awkwardly replied, "Ji-kyun, that matter." She spoke her true feelings. "I don't want that." Ji-kyun was quite sensible. In fact, she knew everything already. She simply kept silent. At that moment, she wiped her tears and whispered, "I really don't want to face the parting. It's terrifying. I don't want it at all." Ji-kyun was deeply anxious. That year, just after she turned 13, the Dragon Tiger Assembly was scheduled to be held. Yu Hyun hugged her tightly and murmured, "The pain of parting from loved ones is something everyone must face, Ji-kyun. But if you flee out of fear, you'll live with regret forever. Parting is not only the last time for those who remain, but also the final road for those who leave." In the end, she endured pains of growing up she'd never tasted before, not only bodily pain but torment in the soul, crossing the threshold of maturity. He was waiting for her. The venerable former sect leader lay on his sickbed. His condition did not look promising. Then inside the room, a teacup suddenly fell to the ground. Ji-kyun was momentarily stunned when she witnessed the scene. Jia Keichuan, seeing this, asked with concern, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" She reached out to gather the broken pieces and replied that she was fine. Then Ji-kyun cried out in pain, startling him. "Did you cut your hand? Why did you touch the tray? Let me see the wound, senior sister." She went momentarily blank as they bandaged her, thinking that as a martial artist seeing blood was nothing new. But for some reason, an ill omen stirred in her heart. The matter of the venerable former sect leader was the same. Even though he had somewhat recovered and returned to his room, visitations were still not permitted. Just then, the second-generation disciple and head examiner, Wai Chin, called Ji-kyun's name. She looked up at once, silently hoping this was all groundless worry. To her surprise, Wai Chin urged, "Follow me." Ji-kyun immediately felt something was wrong. The day she dreaded most had finally arrived. The scene shifted to the living quarters of the venerable former sect leader. Everyone was urging Ji-kyun to enter. She glanced around with some hesitation. As a rule, even those of Yi, Tich, or Dao rank were not allowed into this room. Gongjin nearby called to Ji-kyun, "Stand by my side." She seemed to realize something, yet still obeyed when summoned. Voices rang out ahead. "Chan Min, from now on continue to devote yourself as my disciple and elder. I will remember it. Master, steady yourself and move forward. This is likely the moment of parting. In a past life when I still had poison, I could not comprehend how painful losing a loved one could be." At this moment, Ji-kyun softly spoke, "Elder." The sect leader reached out, wiped a tear, and softly called her name. He said gently, "Do not grieve too deeply. Facing parting is also part of growing up." Ji-kyun, hearing this, sobbed, "You never warned me it would be this hard. You promised to restore your form, become young again, live long by my side. So why is it like this? Even if not forever, leaving now seems far too hasty, doesn't it? You haven't even seen me compete for the plum blossom once." At that moment, the sect leader instructed, "Give me the sword. From now on it belongs to you." Ji-kyun, she stared in bewilderment at what lay before her. Why was this being entrusted to her? Someone in the back panicked. "The venerable former sect leader's sword is being passed to a third-generation disciple." Gongjin immediately signaled him to be quiet. While the elder whispered, "Child," a youth still unsteady on his feet. "When I took this sword in the purification chamber that day, I imagined a time when I would hand it to you. When you grew older, I intended to return it, and I'm sorry it had to be this way." Ji-kyun immediately assured the sect leader she would mature well so Mount Hua's name would not be disgraced. Hearing this, he seemed more at ease and called out, "Everyone take good care of Mount Hua." She took the sect leader's admonition to heart. It was the final words of the venerable former sect leader. Her childhood had at last come to an end. After that, Ji-kyun practiced swordsmanship with great diligence. Time continued to pass. After the former sect leader's funeral, she devoted herself solely to cultivation. For a full week, the sword the venerable former sect leader had passed on was not once sheathed. The person who once held an important place in her life was no longer in this world, leaving her with a profound emptiness and sense of loss. "Because the happiest moments of my life now seem to have a huge hole in them. If I continued like that, I feared I'd drown in sorrow. So I asked Senior Jin Yul to recommend a place away from the upper halls and buried myself in training." Afterward, Ji-kyun bluntly said, "I've already found you there, so come out now." "Tick Ring, how did you find your way here?" Tick Ring then explained, "Elder Jin Yul guided me." She was rather surprised and retorted, "But why did you come here?" Then she pointed out the reason. "Yu Hyun's senior uncle sent me. He asked when you would return. Senior uncle said that someone your age would make you more comfortable than he would. If your mood still isn't steady, Senior Uncle said you may stay as long as you like and return whenever you wish." Tick Ring stared at Ji-kyun, thinking it's fine if Senior Uncle had come himself, but right now she needs attentive care. Ji-kyun calmly said, "All right, I was planning to return to the upper halls soon anyway." She suddenly spoke up, "I think it's fortunate you left the upper halls for a while. There's been much talk about the sword," and Ji-kyun wasn't too surprised by that. No wonder, the plum blossom sword was forged from 10,000-year cold steel. Who wouldn't be moved? Tick Ring also knew some details. It was the relic the venerable former sect leader left to senior sister, so it was natural she kept it. Now Tich Dian looked at the sword in hand and thought, the blade, forged from top-grade 1000-year cold steel, the Snow Plum Blossom Sword. I heard it was once the master of the former sect leader's weapon, and he was regarded as Mount Hua's top swordsman of that generation. So if this sword were given to Elder Chan Min, a disciple of the former sect leader, it would make sense. Our branch traces directly from the venerable former sect leader. Before any dispute arose, voluntarily returning the sword would be appropriate. However, as Tick Ring said, this was the only relic the venerable former sect leader left to me. Thinking that it was the only thing that helped me remember the venerable former sect leader, I found it hard to intend to return it. Someone behind suddenly commented, "Senior sister, you look so much taller lately. Does it still hurt to grow up?" Tick Ring looked somewhat sad at Jikyeon to help her through the sorrow of parting. 1 week truly was too short, yet she saw Jikyeon smile at her and reply, "I can bear it." Tick Ring, seeing Jikyeon's cheerfulness, felt reassured and smiled. Then she brought up old times. "Senior sister, do you remember our selection exam?" She heard this and asked, "The selection exam?" She then recounted the past. "Back then, though I was stubborn and utterly lost, with the spirit of righteousness and chivalry Mount Hua always upholds, you reached out to help me. Perhaps even before becoming a disciple of Mount Hua, you had already carried on the will of the late venerable sect leader. Mount Hua's spirit and the venerable sect leaders will continue through us, so in my and your hearts the venerable sect leader will always accompany us." Later in the afternoon, Yuisong curiously asked, "Hey kid, feeling any better now?" Tick Ring, understanding, said, "I'll go ahead, senior sister." Jikyeon went over to ask after him. "Is senior uncle well?" Yuisong reached out and patted her head, replying, "They say children grow up in a blink, that's true. We can't carry you around like before." Jikyeon couldn't help but chuckle. This sorrow isn't something that can be washed away in 7 days like flowing water. Now all I can do is let go. Yuisong, seeing her reaction, praised her. "My child has truly grown up. Anyway, glad you returned inside." Jikyeon suddenly remembered an issue and recalled what happened with the sword. He quickly recounted that Elder Jin Myung had firmly demanded ownership, but seeing Yuisong hesitate, she wondered, if those above decided to reclaim the sword, what would we do? He paused for a moment, then continued. The sect leader finally flew into a rage and shouted whether it was necessary to go against the master's last wishes just to fight over a sword, and that calmed things for now. It's just that Elder Jin Myung now has a reputation for being petty. At that moment, Yuihyun appeared. Could the second-generation disciple be criticizing an elder in front of a third-generation one? Yuisong frowned when he saw him and asked, "Senior brother Yuihyun." Yuihyun replied nonchalantly, "It's enough that the elders in the sect have given me the cold shoulder. Do you want to drag Jikyeon in to be disliked too? That's a great way to invite trouble." "Jikyeon, you're back. Your robes are pretty threadbare, aren't they?" Jikyeon laughed and looked at Yuihyun, replying, "Sorry I couldn't return sooner, master." He didn't forget to admonish her. "Now listen, Jikyeon, don't behave like Yuisong. Don't go teasing the elders or doing reckless things, understand? At times like this you must be careful with every word and action." She understood Yuihyun's meaning and gave a small reply. But he didn't stop there and continued. "Also, even if someone loudly demands you hand over the sword, never yield, because the rightful owner of that sword is you." Hearing those words, Jikyeon was briefly stunned. His steady voice carried unconditional support for her. "There are people who will always stand by me. After the venerable former sect leader passed, my wounded heart is slowly healing, like new skin growing back bit by bit." Jikyeon smiled happily and vowed inwardly, "Honored elder, I will, along with everyone, inherit and continue your legacy at Mount Hua." Suddenly Yuihyun's voice rang out, drawing Jikyeon's attention. "Jikyeon, you should soon go to Huion to find a new sword." She blinked in bewilderment, lips murmuring, "A sword?" Yuihyun stood beside her, hand on his chin, pondering, waiting until the rumors about the venerable sect leader's treasured sword died down. Keeping a low profile is best. Jikyeon quickly cut in, offering her opinion. A temporary use of her old sword should be fine. Finishing his words, Yuihyun subtly raised a finger, a sly smile on his lips, then continued. "It's also time to learn the 14 moves of the Plum Blossom Sword, and you must choose a sword that fits your body as you grow." She inwardly exclaimed, "Oh, the Plum Blossom Sword technique. Wait." As if she'd suddenly realized something earth-shattering. Jikyeon widened her eyes and blurted, "The 14 moves, not the 24 moves." Yuisong, who had witnessed everything, gaped in shock. Why does her answer match mine exactly? Ignoring the bewildered expression on her face, Yihin calmly nodded in confirmation. "That's right. You've mastered the 7-plum sword and the 25 sword beyond 7 stars. It's time to advance, but the 24 moves of the plum blossom sword are not for now. The 24 moves of the chin flower sword may only be learned after reaching the 5-star realm or higher within the 14 moves of the plum blossom sword. The 24 moves of the plum blossom sword, consisting of 24 techniques, are a major martial achievement and must be practiced sequentially. No rushing. Jikyeon turned away, pouty and reluctant. However, among those 24 techniques, she'd already learned one. Hearing this, he lowered his eyelids and sighed with patient resolve. Jikyeon, everything in life has its order. Jikyeon replied softly, yes. She quietly stared off into the distance, her thoughts unsettled. As the inheritor of the venerable former sect leader's sword, she only wanted to quickly learn the 24 moves of the plum blossom sword. Suddenly, a warm hand gently rested on her head. Yui-sang looked at Jikyeon, his voice gentle yet encouraging. Kid, how about this? If you reach 3rd star in the 14 moves of the plum blossom sword within this year, I'll teach you the 24 moves of the plum blossom sword. Faced with this unexpected offer, she was stunned, eyes shining as she looked at him. You mean senior uncle Yui-sang? Jikyeon put a hand to her chin to calculate. About 4 months left in the year. That should be enough time to reach 3rd star. Seeing her silence, Yui-sang asked curiously, why not do it? She suddenly pointed at him, excitedly agreeing. Even though I know senior uncle Yui-sang's teaching is brutal, I'll accept the deal for now. He straightened, admonishing sternly, with that attitude you don't want to learn from me? Then let senior brother Yihin teach you. Jikyeon beamed brightly and answered decisively, fine, let's do it. In a peaceful corner, an old wooden pavilion stood beneath green foliage. Sharp thoughts suddenly flashed through Jikyeon's mind. After the venerable sect leader's passing, the Celestial People's Assembly, postponed, will soon be held. I've already searched all of Wuding's white boats. I'll train hard to show Mount Hua's true swordsmanship. Lost in schemes, she was pulled back by a strange movement at the door. Reality, that is. Jikyeon darted over, peeking inside, and couldn't help exclaiming. All of these are letters, you're famous indeed. Tik Ring, who was holding a towering stack of letters, turned and protested with a wry face. Junior sister, leave those to me. Senior sister, you're really famous. Stepping in, she curiously opened each envelope. Immediately, Jikyeon's eyes widened in shock. What? All these letters are for me. They're really not challenge letters, are they? Her whole body stiffened, her delicate brows lifted slightly in puzzlement. The name written here looked familiar. On the pale brown paper was the name Baekjin. Jikyeon began flipping through the other letters with a smoldering joy stirring within. The others bore familiar names, 3 people in total. Baekjin's neat, candid handwriting conveyed grief and sincerity. Heron's slim, tidy script delivered calm consolation. Finally came Nam Gung Si-hyun's handwriting. Though he tried to be neat, the strokes at the end still had a slightly whimsical flair. After counting several times, she turned to ask Tik Ring in wonder, why does Nam Gung Si-hyun have so many letters? How many did he send? She didn't change expression, merely lowered her eyes to explain, probably worried because he didn't get a reply. Really so impatient? Then try writing him a reply first. Looking at the practice strokes on the paper, Tik Ring was briefly surprised. Her face showed puzzlement mixed with worry as she quietly asked, will you really leave things as they are? With Nam Gung's temperament, I'm afraid if he reads this he'll rush to Hueshan at once. Jikyeon just grinned mischievously to reassure her. It's fine, Nam Gung's family won't allow it and he's terrible with directions. He probably won't find Mount Hua anyway. At the same time, in Habakra, a clear voice suddenly rang out, breaking the quiet. Hey kid, there's a letter for you. A passerby strode up to Heron, who was still absorbed in the pages, and asked curiously, a late reply at this hour. He read the letter slowly, voice tinged with feeling, saying the child had also just lost a loved one. You and I both understand how painful that is. It seems you care for that child a lot, don't you? He is a good child. I'll introduce you to him later, Jin Ya-in. He smiled and replied softly. Quite curious, what kind of new friend could meet your strict standards, Heron? Moved to the Wudang sect, Baekjin was striding along when he was yanked back by a familiar call from Baekbaeon. Hey Baekjin, the reply you've been waiting for has arrived. He hurriedly snatched the letter, his face darkening as he replied coldly, thanks, senior brother. Baekjin snorted in fury. Dare you throw away Jikyeon's reply to me? Seeing that terrifying look, Baekbaeon quickly turned tail and ran for his life. Without a word, the figure was gone in an instant. Long after, the atmosphere returned to its former stillness. Baekjin gazed lovingly at the graceful script on the paper, his mind stirring. 5 years had passed since I last saw Jikyeon. The Celestial People's Assembly was postponed and will be held in 6 months. His cheeks flushed unexpectedly and a gentle smile spread over his face. I truly look forward to seeing you again. Midair, a bird winged through the wind, just as the sword duel reached a tense peak. Letter 1EBF letter 1EC1N suddenly faltered. That hawk, the kid opposite, seized the moment, cried out in triumph, and a lapse occurred. How weak Namgung Sihyun in the midst of the fight was so distracted. He lost interest and on a whim flicked his hand so the sword sailed into the air, leaving the boy baffled. Where did my sword go? A young man standing behind, having seen everything, chimed in, so his reply finally arrived. The one beside him added, seems so, heard he's the only one to get past 30 moves during a duel, right? We've been down in the dumps these days waiting for a reply. That's right. He paused, looked at the other's expression and asked curiously, but it's just a letter from some man, why the crimson face? Could he be smitten with men? He quickly waved that off. No, the other is a woman. The image of Jikyeon flashed into their minds, followed by a startled shout. What? A woman? The boy beside him reminded them. Why so surprised? Namgung Taeyeon just passed his 20s and is already a top master. They were oblivious to Sihyun's trembling anger and kept chatting casually. A woman who can get past 30 moves in a duel? I'm curious what the reply says. Inside the letter, why send so many notes just to ask if I'm okay? That's bird male abuse. Thanks for worrying, but I'm still not okay, no need to reply. He read line by line, and the more he read the grimmer his face became. I've sent so many letters, and yet I'm treated as less than a carrier pigeon. And the reply doesn't even fill a single page, however. Amid those curt words, one line stood out and made Sihyun freeze. Right now I am still not okay. He slightly loosened his clenched hand, his heart suddenly sank. Still not okay. Sihyun decided to grab a brush and, half-crazed, shouted, even if she says no reply is needed, I'll still send one. Hey, what's wrong with worrying and sending many times? For 7 weeks straight, what have you been doing to delay your reply? Don't tell me you've just been holed up crying in your room. If so, get outside, breathe some air, and bask in the sun. If Manhwa is too tough, you could come to the Namgung household instead. Writing that, letter 1EBF letter 1EC1N paused, thinking that if Jikyeon visited the Namgung household to help you forget your grief, he'd fulfill his duty as a friend and assist. A few days later, a reply came from Tich Diern, 7 days and nights of chopping leaves and an invitation refused. So come here. Oh right, you can't come, can you? Sihyun's calm mind rippled once more. Chopping leaves, what on earth is that about? You're the one abusing the carrier pigeons. Fine, I'm fed up, you're off the friend list. Sihyun tried to soothe himself. Normally I'd say that, but Jikyeon is in a tough spot right now. He read it over and over until something bothered him. Wait, saying come to Manhwa as if I wouldn't dare come. Namgung Sihyun's father, the Namgung family head, shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the air. Go to Manhwa when the funeral's barely over, what for? To go sightseeing? How rude. Sihyun earnestly explained, I heard my friend is suffering, wouldn't it be the duty of a friend to go comfort them? Yet he was met with reproach. You're 14 this year, learn to tell time and place. Taeyeon, standing silently to one side watching the whole scene, let out a faint sigh, voice so low it seemed to fade into the wind. That child Jikyeon is a disciple of a sect, what a pity, if she were a noble family's daughter. You could have been married into that family and easily left the clan behind. Then she slightly curled one corner of her mouth, revealing a suggestive smile. Taeyeon glanced back, tone a little pouty. Are you determined to make me out to be heartless? She whispered in her mind, our senior and junior sisters. Taeyeon watched Sihyun, still fumbling through his own mess, thinking inwardly, isn't he terribly unlucky? So accept the final arrangement I've set, little brother. In the spring of his 14th year, the sky was high and vast, drifting with pale white clouds. In a quiet chamber of the ancient pavilion, where morning light filtered through intricately carved wooden window slats, the scene was supremely peaceful. Inside, a bustling line of people patiently queued up before the sect's main gate. Delayed by the grand rites for the venerable sect leader, the thin letter 1EA7N assembly was finally at last being held. Biksa stood before Jikyeon, waving and greeting, you've grown so much, hard to recognize you. She showed no change in expression and replied coldly, you're not that different yourself. He got straight to the point, etiquette is enough here, but is there somewhere quiet and secluded you can take me to? Hearing that, Jikyeon suddenly seemed to realize something and fell silent. Quiet and secluded? Could he be wanting to challenge the group? Seeing her mistake, Beeksaw hurriedly waved to explain, No, it's just that I actually have something serious to discuss. Jikyeon refused to budge and said, just say it here. What is it? What's the matter? He hesitated, a little embarrassed. Well, let the result of this match be decided by the score. She widened her eyes when she heard the next words Beeksaw uttered. A draw, 15-15. Jikyeon shouted in his face, What? Beeksaw awkwardly rubbed his head. You mean you want to rig the match results? She exploded, wanting to leap at him, but was restrained and could only splutter a few words. What are you saying? Jiake Chuan, who had appeared without anyone noticing, stepped in front of Jikyeon and interjected. It seems they'd clearly discussed this before coming. We can't answer on the spot, let's confer a bit more. After some discussion, Tik Ring was as astonished as the others, except the Wuding proposal to fix the result. This is pointless, you learn nothing from it. Jikyeon agreed firmly. I oppose it too. Do you know how the elders will punish us if this comes out? She lowered her eyes and fell into thought, understanding the reason behind the proposal. Yet arranging results was unacceptable for a martial artist. Jikyeon recalled Beeksaw's explanation. Last time we were scolded for not winning plainly, so this time they want to arrange a draw. Her rising disgust made her find it almost laughable. From rigging admissions to fixing match results, is this really our beloved Wuding sect? Tik Ring turned to the other brothers and loudly demanded, Do you have no pride? How can you so easily accept such an unreasonable proposal? Tik Yoon forced a smile, face clearly embarrassed. But last time we lost and were beaten senseless. I'd rather avoid going through that recruitment hell again. Honestly, I'd prefer to dodge it. Hearing that, she laid a hand on the boy's shoulder to soothe him. That's right, if you don't want to throw your life away pointlessly, you'd accept even dirty tricks. If you don't want to die alone, you must join the crowd. But you cannot do that in the name of Manhua. Kid, as a martial artist, if you lose your pride, what are you left with? With that attitude, you'd be mocked in the martial world and slink home. The group, including Jikyeon, flinched at her sharp words. She cautiously urged calm. Senior sister. Tik Ring then stopped and proposed an idea. All right, then decide it by vote. In the blink of an eye, the results came out and her side was crushed. Tik Yoon, barely hiding his glee, immediately shouted, Then the matchup list will follow these pairings. Jikyeon stood silent, heavy with disappointment. I lost the vote. Did someone really agree to this ridiculous rigging? What rotten brains are we dealing with here? Even if they're martial artists, they're still just kids, right? While everything was in chaos, Baek Baeon appeared calling out. She glanced at him and cursed inwardly, what an annoying fox-eyed fellow. Jikyeon replied coldly, What? Baek Baeon pointed in a direction and asked arrogantly, Looks like my opponent will be the little sect leader Tik Ring over there, right? She, puzzled, asked back, What, you have something to say? He curled his lip with disdain. Nothing special. Just let your side win the match. If the skill gap is too big and you're worried about exposing things, I'll throw the match by about one move. Seeing that haughty, sky-high attitude from him, Jikyeon couldn't hide a look of contempt and quietly warned, Don't mind him. Tik Ring nodded resignedly and said, Yes, that's that. I never expected only the two of us would oppose fixing the result. Even in my dreams, I didn't expect this. As senior sister said, the decision is by majority vote and now it can't be undone. Jikyeon agreed bitterly. Who would have thought the tally would be 28 in favor and 2 blanks? She exhaled, truly at a loss for words. Jikyeon clenched her teeth and told herself that when the thin D-letter 1EA7N assembly ended, it would be time to take some moments to calm down. Just then, a familiar figure came into view and made her freeze. Over there was Baekjin. He walked up, playfully poked her forehead with a finger in a familiar way, and cheerfully said, Finally. I can keep my promise about the duel now, right? Jikyeon agreed, but felt little joy inside. Yes, since they've decided to fix the outcome, a sincere contest would be hard to achieve. You weren't part of that absurd plan, were you? Baekjin immediately objected. How could that be? Jikyeon, I truly want to duel you with all sincerity. Given the situation, we still have to decide a winner and loser, right? She answered without hesitation. Of course, I'll be the victor, knowing Jikyeon would say that. Baekjin agreed happily. With you, I can predict it. Your handwriting and personality are completely opposite. Hearing that, she pouted, a touch of wounded pride in her tone, and asked, What about my handwriting? Suddenly, he leaned in close and Jikyeon's cheeks flushed. Baekjin spoke calmly, neatly, and very composed. She recoiled a step to keep distance, then laughed loudly to hide her embarrassment. Honestly, thinking it over, I'm nothing like neat or composed. Do I have to change my personality to match my handwriting? Baekjin acted as if nothing had happened, shaking his head as he said, No, I prefer the current Jikyeon. Jikyeon observed Baekjin and thought to herself, This guy gets more outrageous by the day he sees me silent and timidly accepts blame. Maybe I overdid it. yet she stayed silent and considered further. Could he be trying to turn that incident from 4 years ago into some redemption story? Sadly, I'm not angry about the unfair treatment Baekjin received. I just simply want to beat Baekbaeon up. That guy is infuriating. Damn, she'd been swept into his rhythm and gone off topic. Why does he get bolder by the day? She sighed wearily and reminded him. Anyway, about this duel, I have something to say. Follow me for a bit. After walking for a while, Baekjin looked back, slightly puzzled, and asked. Jikyeon, leading the way ahead, answered, a suitable place to speak privately. It's a bit cramped to bring dozens of people, so I didn't tell your senior brothers earlier. Anyway, Baekjin, regarding this duel, she clearly instructed, don't even think about losing. Charge in with the determination to defeat me. Don't worry about the prearranged outcome. Seeing the resolve in Jikyeon's eyes, Baekjin repeated, you sure? Jikyeon affirmed confidently. What would make me unsure? He indulged her statement. After all, I'll win anyway. The more they talked, the more Baekjin became interested. He stayed close behind, offering his opinion. Compared to the modest you before, I prefer who you are now. Jikyeon turned her face away and continued, I'll change, become more serious and composed, a temperament fitting the title of Fruit Mountain's top sword. As she finished, Baekjin was irritated by her laughter. He shouted, laughing. Jikyeon gave a nervous laugh, covered her mouth, and explained, sorry, I really can't imagine it. All right, enough. Anyway, I've said everything I needed to. Now let me take you back to Akshangun. Follow me carefully. The path is tricky. Get lost if you're careless. Baekjin quickened his stride to match Jikyeon. He said, by the way, you've grown a lot. Jikyeon, she nodded in reply, everyone says that if you keep growing like this, you'll pass 5.5 feet. Hearing that, Baekjin excitedly proposed, really, wanna test strength? She teased, what is this? Have you been reading cheap romances instead of martial books? Where did you learn these old tricks? Suddenly, Tichlyn's figure entered their sight. She put a hand on her hip and said seriously to the boy, if there's nothing else to say, I'll take my leave. Tich Dian was a bit surprised by the appearance. She thought, Tick Ring and the third-generation martial disciples were. The boy, ignoring her cold words, summoned his courage and confessed, I like you, I fell in love at first sight. Jikyeon hid to the side watching this scene with her mouth agape in astonishment. This is a peak-level drama, anyone selling roasted corn with beard, what next? However, Tick Ring showed no expression and replied dryly, is that so? The boy didn't expect that reaction and stood a bit stunned, unable to respond in time. Tick Ring seriously shared her view. Do you want a lover who only exchanges letters and meets once every 4 years? Besides, the Wudang side treats this much more strictly. If discovered, you'll be struck from the rolls and expelled. So if you're willing to give up your position as a true inheritor, disciple of Wudang, and then make efforts to join and register as a secular disciple of Manhwa, I'll reconsider. Meanwhile, Jikyeon was conveying this silently to Baekjin. Tick Ring truly causes hearts to flutter at first sight. He looked down bewildered, wondering what hearts flutter at first sight even means. She patiently explained in detail. Listen, if our Tick Ring blushes in front of someone, whether physically or mentally, that person will be instantly defeated. Their first love ends right there. That's why it's called one blush ends first love. Hearing this, Baekjin also realized our little sect leader Tick Ring is quite admired, While the two were discussing, Tick Ring noticed their presence and called out, I just saw someone head this way. If you've seen enough, step out. Senior sister. Being from another sect, I already spoke gently, yet you still were so weak you cried. This shouldn't cause intersect trouble, right? Watching the boy cry and run off in panic, Jikyeon said, he's too embarrassed to speak up. If they want to be together, at least he'll have to try joining as a secular disciple. Even if they like each other, it's better not to expose it and meet as good friends every 4 years. Friendship is usually steadier than love. After she finished, the air between her and Baekjin fell into a silence. At last he smiled in acceptance. Indeed, Jikyeon, if you think so, then that must be the right answer. She didn't linger and reminded everyone. It's getting late. Tick Ring agrees. Let's hurry. You're heading to Akshangun, right? Let's go together. Baekjin, the junior sect leader, walked arm in arm with the two of them and replied with a thank you. After moving a ways, Jikyeon stretched and complained, we've only walked a bit and I'm already hungry. Let's eat. Time for a meal. Tick Ring at her side hesitantly wanted to ask, senior sister, about just now. You said that on purpose so Baekjin, the junior sect leader, would hear, didn't you? She paused for a moment and looked up at the rosy sky. Jikyeon lowered her eyes and protested, no, I only voiced my thoughts. Hearing that tone, Tick Ring steadfastly didn't believe her. Who are you trying to fool? I've been watching you for years. Jikyeon still tried to explain, I'm telling the truth, it's just my thoughts. In the end, she didn't argue further and went along with Tick Ring. Well, if senior sister says so, then so be it. A solemn announcement rang out, breaking the dead silent atmosphere of the old wooden hall. The reason we gathered here today is... Inside, Jiake Chuan leaned both hands on the table, his face serious as he shared, because it seems we've been deceived. Hearing that, she blurted out, deceived? He nodded to confirm. Yes, at first the idea of a 15-15 tie was tempting and we let it slide, but on second thought it's really suspicious. Earlier, the martial side couldn't achieve a big victory, which led the elders to harshly chastise them. Jiake Chuan recalled Bixa's words, at least win 20, lose 10, that's what the elders wanted. He pondered and calculated. This time it would be hard to secure an overwhelming win. So if that's the case, they might want to manufacture a draw. I can understand that. But the more he thought, the more he felt something was off. Would a draw really avoid reproach? Ji Kyon seemed to realize something and agreed with Jiake Chuan. Come to think of it, it's true, when the score was 17-13 they still got scolded. Would a 15-15 draw really dodge the elders' criticism? Tick Ring appeared calmer and cut in coldly. You're only noticing this now? Even though there's only 1 day left until the duel, it's lucky your head cleared in time. The other disciples felt uneasy, so Tick Ring had anticipated all this. Though she lowered her voice, she still heard those words clearly. Tick Ring replied, I just couldn't speak up because the martial side was listening in. Besides, I assumed the 28 who agreed had already considered these risks. After hearing that, he concluded with one line. So what senior brother Jiake Chuan wants to say now is that this proposal might actually be the martial side's scheme, to make us let our guard down and seize an overwhelming victory. On the day of the duel, the matches opened with Jiake Chuan versus a senior brother from Wudang. Ji Kyon stood to the side, watching their contest intently. Then she turned and asked, the first match was arranged to be won by that senior brother across, right? She nodded in reply, yes, but senior brother Jiake Chuan's facial acting was truly excellent. The elder's expressions remained calm, but she disagreed softly, that's hard to say. Later, the match result came and Bixa sheathed his sword and announced, the victor is Wudang. Ji Kyon blocked Jiake Chuan's path and asked, how did it feel? The first staged match, he seemed a bit bewildered. That whole thing felt really unpleasant, even more humiliating than the previous loss. I'm satisfied with Jiake Chuan's attitude, knowing that it's a relief. She thought to herself that Manhwa's third-generation disciples were only middle to high school age. To get through the immediate crisis, they probably viewed this as nothing more than cheating on an exam. Now that it's come to this, hopefully at least they can feel ashamed and use it as a chance to grow. She suddenly stopped for a moment. Moreover, the situation we suspected didn't occur. The duels have proceeded smoothly so far. As the prearranged results indicated, the mid-stage outcome will likely be decided in the matches between Tick Ring and Baek Baeon and between me and Baekjin. Ji Kyon stood amid the crowd and observed that it seemed still undetected for now. But earlier both sides had been placed into a stretch of 3 losses and then 2 consecutive losses, which genuinely unsettled people. Tick Yoon tried stirring the mood to reassure her that everything would be fine. Senior sister is worrying way too much. The more she heard, the angrier Ji Kyon became. She clenched her teeth and hissed, from the start I've said arranging results like this is shameful. The boy retorted with some caution, calm down, senior sister, look, it's Tick Ring's turn now. On the arena, Baek Baeon strode in fiercely with blade in hand, not forgetting to remind, as agreed, I'll yield for a second, remember. Tick Ring remained calm from start to finish and indicated she wanted to decline. No need. Hearing that, he rested a hand on the sword hilt and curled a confident smile. Is that so? You'll regret it, don't blame me later. Ji Kyon was silent, hand on her chin in thought, while murmurs of gossip fluttered around. Oh, the other side acts pretty well too, another staged yield and then they get cocky and lose, huh? When Baek Baeon and Tick Ring took their ready positions, a clear voice announced, duel begin. Watching the 2 evenly matched fighters, Ji Kyon thought to herself as expected. The sharp blades clashed repeatedly, producing a piercing ring. She watched without blinking and concluded it was right to have them fight each other. Soon after the match result came, the winner was Tick Ring of Manhwa. She had barely finished fighting when she hurried over to Ji Kyon and asked, so senior sister, did you intentionally have me fight that bastard for some reason? Tick Yoon cut in, Tick Ring, I'm not sure, but aren't you planning to betray the senior? She spoke calmly, I'm just curious, out of all those from the martial side, why him? Passing by Tick Ring, she lightly placed a hand on her shoulder and lowered her eyes. You're perceptive, wait until the duels finish, I'll tell you. Ji Kyon stepped onto the arena to face Baekjin. The the final duel. Before it began, she smiled and said, "Keep your promise, don't think of looking down on or deceiving your opponent." Baekjin didn't seem bothered and answered nonchalantly, "Of course." As soon as the words left her mouth, she placed a hand on her sword hilt. Thinking silently, the dual promise with Baekjin, consider it kept after 9 long years. In a flash, Jikyeon leapt forward. "Since it's taken so long, I'll give it my all." A loud shout echoed, "Duel begin." Master King Huey had repeatedly impressed one lesson on him. The image of the master suddenly appeared in Baekjin's mind. King Huey seriously instructed that underestimating an opponent is the quickest path to defeat. Upon hearing those words, he still didn't grasp the deeper implication and only looked puzzled. That sincere teaching came from King Huey Master's own bitter experience of tasting a humiliating defeat at the hands of a looked-down-upon Taoist from Mount Hua. Recalling the senior brothers who once mocked me as an asshole and despised me, only to end up rolling on the training floor countless times, that warning became even harder to forget. Baekjin suddenly broke into a smile, and more than that, he studied Jikyeon's pupils blazing with light. He concluded that an opponent with eyes sharp like a predatory beast couldn't be underestimated, no matter what. The one who had defeated Senior Baekbaeon so easily 9 years ago. And last year he boldly declared he would make me kneel using only the 3-talent sword technique. The calluses and deep scars on her hands seemed to prove countless hours of grueling practice and patience. Looking at all that, no one could underestimate Jikyeon. I already knew long ago that today I would have to taste defeat. Baekjin ground his teeth and told himself so. But what is this restless feeling after all? While he was still lost in thought, a razor-sharp blade darted through the air. In that situation, Baekjin could only stand there stunned, unable to react in time. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. I'm no longer that weak youth who stupidly endured everything back then. Maybe I just wanted to show you that. This duel, even though I gave it my all, still ended in defeat. As Baekjin finished his reflection, the match result was announced. The victor was Jikyeon of Mount Hua. He stood there dazed, watching her for a long moment. "This is all the sincerity I have for you." Jikyeon looked at Baekjin kneeling before her, exhaled and thought, this really isn't much different from the duel with Nam Gung Sihyun. When did you train to this level? No wonder you could suppress Wudang with your strength. This match was tougher than I thought. He suddenly reached out and said, "You have grown a lot." She happily shook Baekjin's hand and shared, "Not long ago you were sulking, lacking confidence in competition." He responded playfully, "Was I really like that?" Jikyeon earnestly advised Baekjin not to be too discouraged by defeat. Losing to the future strongest swordsman of Hyugyo Mountain is nothing to be ashamed of. There was no regret or sadness at all. He blushed and replied, "Indeed I can't match you." The duels among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Thin D-Letter 1EA7N branch, after many hardships, finally ended with a 15-15 score. Following that were the 2nd-generation duels. Once again, Yuesang, who had once seemed ready to leave home, luckily defeated King Huey. After finishing the remaining matches, the 2nd-generation contests also closed at 15-15, a perfectly staged result. Jikyeon stood aside and sighed. 2 lads beside her were discussing, could the 1st-generation disciples be like that too? The young man quickly retorted, "No way that's true." After completing the 1st-generation duels, Tik Ring summoned the rostered disciples back to the hall. Still bothered by it, she seriously asked again, "So what exactly is the reason?" "The reason you had me face that guy." Jikyeon lowered her eyes and calmly answered, "If that brat can remain composed without showing panic and still win, then besides me there's only you. The others are too hot-headed, and Jiake Chuan doesn't know how to hide his feelings." Finally, she nodded in tacit agreement. As senior sister said, "That guy has a fox-like gaze. In a duel he truly forced me to use everything I've got." Jiake Chuan cut in, stunned. "What?" Tik Ring, unconcerned, continued, "If I let my guard down, I'd certainly have lost." Tik Yoon curiously discussed with the person next to him. "Is that guy really from the righteous side?" He put a hand on his chin, thinking, then shared, "Come to think of it, senior sister, the hot-headed one who's no less fiery than the dark side is still on the righteous side." Jikyeon, standing behind and witnessing their talk, interjected, "What are you guys talking about?" Right after she asked, they continued talking. "So it turns out he intended to trick us," the fellow next to her added, "so our suspicions about him weren't misplaced. But if that fox-eyed fellow acted on his own, he could claim the others were none the wiser. The martial faction will leave in 2 days, going after them then to question them wouldn't make sense. What are you waiting for? Just storm straight into Akshinguan, round them all up and make them answer for it." Jiake Chuan grabbed the other's hand to reassure them. "Fine, let them go this time." Seok Jun stopped and turned to ask Jikyeon for her opinion. Really let them go, senior sister? She smiled and replied, yes, and even more. After this rigged results incident, you've surely learned the lesson, right? Remember it well, and at the next thin D-letter 1EA7N branch meeting, pay back both principal and interest. Then face them openly and fairly. Thus the thin D-letter 1EA7N branch meeting, full of gossip and uproar about match fixing, officially drew to a close. To prepare for the next thin D-letter 1EA7N meeting that will unexpectedly arrive in 3 years, we have no choice but to devote ourselves to grueling training. Ji-kyeon and the other brothers peered out to watch. Time kept passing, and I celebrated my 15th birthday. While she and everyone were eating, a shout cut through, "You brats, Hyugan County, Shanxi." Yoo-young stormed up angrily and barked, "Who allowed you to go down to Hyugan during self-training? How many times is this now?" She was the second senior disciple of Tik Ring, Yoo-young. The girl stood in the middle, bowed back and pleaded softly, "It was unexpected, could you let it pass this time? Today is senior sister's 15th birthday, so we came down the mountain." Ji-kyeon, mouth full of food, chimed in. "Yes," the scolding woman snapped, "finish what you're chewing before you speak." Suddenly Ji-kyeon wilted inwardly. She thought, of course my birthday is just the day I was picked up at Mount Hua's gate. But the kindly masters and aunts in the upper halls usually pity me for being abandoned and tend to let it slide. Yoo-young wasn't having it. She grabbed Ji-kyeon's collar and dragged her forward while scolding. "So how does that excuse skipping self-training?" Ji-kyeon thought helplessly, "That's what I thought. But it turned out some people are not easily swayed." Now Ji-kyeon was punished with banana plant duty. She grumbled angrily, "Damn, of course it's Master Yoo-young, Tik Ring's master shows no mercy." Ha-young sitting nearby added, "If you play around under Hua Yin, you'll of course get caught." "How many masters and aunts walk around there?" Jiake-chuan's twin brother Ha-young, Ji-kyeon retorted sullenly. "Who doesn't know that, but I can't take it anymore." She ground her teeth in indignation, thinking, "Do you know how much I've been mocked by the clergy? How could you not know?" Ji-kyeon recalled when she was questioning Jin Yul. "How did you know?" His master widened his eyes and summed up, "What you kids are doing is just reenacting our past. Those brats." Ending the recollection, Ji-kyeon dropped to her knees and asked seriously, "Is there anywhere to play without being seen?" Ha-young answered without hesitation, "There is Sion." Remembering something, she exclaimed, "Sion, isn't that Zhongnan Sect's place?" He explained calmly, "Zhongnan Sect on Mount Zhongnan lies south of Sion, so if you play farther to the east, closer to Mount Hua, the chance of running into them is lower. I even have a secret spot only I know, I can show you." Ji-kyeon stood up, massaging her aching shoulders as she shared, "But whether by carriage or lightness skill, it still takes about an hour to get there." Then she put a hand to her chin and calculated carefully, "Is it necessary to skip Hyugan right in front of us and spend 2 whole hours going to Sion to play? Still, I want once to play without worry or anxiety." Ji-kyeon stamped her foot in determination. "All right, if that's the case." Under the eaves of the grand pavilion where red lanterns swayed and the space glittered, Ji-kyeon stood in the center and exclaimed with delight, "So this is Sion, truly the grandeur is on another level, nothing like Hyugan County." Seok-jun beside her peeked in and added, "Indeed, a real city is different." Her eyes bright, she said, "Honestly, I've been to Hyugan too many times." Then Ji-kyeon thought to herself, "It's nothing hard, if you want to have fun, just go." Ji-kyeon and her fellow disciples set off. While the group was celebrating, a cold hand landed on her shoulder and a voice added, "Indeed, Sion is a great city, nothing like Hyugan. So don't even think about causing trouble here. This isn't Hyugan County where things can be easily smoothed over, understand?" Ji-kyeon broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Ah, got it," Tik Ring said, then strode quickly ahead to put some distance between them. Ji-kyeon thought to herself, "Really? Tik Ring worries about everything. Sion may be a bit far, but it's still in Shanxi, what could possibly happen?" After moving for a while, Ji-kyeon's hands were now full of skewers. She laughed excitedly, and this was the moment to enjoy some free time without any adults around. Her quick steps suddenly froze, "That's what I thought," until we ran into the Zhongnan side. Pause a moment, since both are in Shanxi, the relationship between Zhongnan and Mount Hua is far from friendly. More precisely, Mount Hua always vies for the title of the world's top sword sect and looks down on Zhongnan, which only just maintains its place among the 9 major sects. Although some novels portray Zhongnan as a mainstream faction, in the world of Return of the Sword, Mount Hua's contempt for Zhongnan is part of the setting. Therefore, the Mount Hua third-generation disciples inheriting that habit of looking down on Zhongnan can lead to unwanted clashes that should be avoided. Perhaps the Zhongnan third-generation disciples, well aware of that history of being looked down on, always remain on guard. Jikyon's group and the Zhongnan group faced each other in silence. After a while, she raised a hand and suggested, "We don't mean to cause a scene here, so let's each go our own way." With that, everyone silently obeyed Jikyon and walked past one another. Just as they were about to leave, Seok-jun spoke up. "You said it was a secret spot only senior sister knew, yet it turns out everyone knows about it." Doo-hyun stopped cold, his low voice rough with menace. "Everyone knows." Seok-jun glanced over in surprise, followed by a shout, "Wait, Doo-hyun." In an instant, two blades clashed with a piercing ring. Seok-jun stood frozen, eyes wide as his sword was knocked from his hand and landed at his feet. At that moment, another cold blade was pressed to Doo-hyun's throat, preventing any further reckless action. It was Jikyon. She kept her expression unchanged and asked, "Will you lower your sword?" "I admit Seok-jun on our side said something that could be misunderstood. He probably just meant he thought he could play without adults noticing. In any case, apologize, lower your sword, and go your own way." Seok-jun immediately denied it. "No, senior sister, on second thought I did call Zhongnan a dog." Doo-hyun shot back, "Really? So you forgot you just pointed your sword at that dog?" Watching the two argue, she grew a bit annoyed. Good grief, these kids are really. Tik Ring, who had been silent, stepped in to diffuse things. "Didn't you hear our senior sister apologize? If this escalates, it'll be more trouble, so it's best each side goes their own way. It would be a headache for both sides if discovered." Hearing that voice, Seong Riri suddenly blurted out, "Ju Eryong." "Yes, you, the weak one who somehow passed Manhwa's entrance exam." Hearing her name mentioned, she turned and asked, "You are?" Jikyon sized her up from head to toe and concluded, "Seong Riri." Spotting an acquaintance, she excitedly started a conversation. "Long time no see, right? Looks like you passed Zhongnan's entrance exam." Seong Riri nodded and added, "Thanks to someone who gave me some useful advice." Jikyon lowered her eyes slightly, lowered the sword in her hand and said, "Consider it fate. Knowing you're okay puts me at ease. Now let's put the chatting on hold for now. You're the senior sister and I've already apologized. Will you lower your sword now? If this keeps getting noisy, won't your senior disciples come pouring in?" However, Doo-hyun remained cold and refused the offer. "I don't want your apology, I want an apology from this one." Hearing that, she didn't beat around the bush and turned to him. "All right, Seok-jun, I've apologized, now it's your turn, say it quickly." Seok-jun didn't argue. In a low voice he said, "Sorry for making you misunderstand." The moment he finished, Doo-hyun pressed the blade even closer, refusing to relent. "Your apology doesn't satisfy me at all. You Manhwa lot have looked down on us for ages. This time I'll show you the greatness of Zhongnan." Jikyon watched Doo-hyun charge like a fierce beast. Her pupils widened with tension. She fumed inwardly, "Seok-jun, be careful, damn it. I plan to hold back to avoid a scene, but it looks like I can't let this pass." Jikyon quickly threw her sword toward him, urgently calling, "Catch the sword, Seok-jun." Quick-witted and nimble, he shot his hand up and snatched the hilt in a flash of skill. Seok-jun warded off Doo-hyun's chopping strike and shouted, "Thanks, senior sister." He lost his temper and went for backup with his fellows. "What are you all standing there for?" Hearing that, Ha-yong couldn't sit still and drew his sword to charge. The Zhongnan group likewise shouted in unison, "Brothers." The atmosphere instantaneously peaked as both sides lunged at each other like predators, accompanied by ferocious roars that overwhelmed everything. Seizing a moment when Jae-tuan was off guard, Doo-hyun swung his sword to attack. However, a sudden counterstrike flew out and sent him pitching backward. It was Jikyon. She turned to him and asked, "Seok-jun, are you okay?" Seok-jun handed the sword back to Jikyon and nodded. "Yes, senior sister, this is your sword." Across from them, Doo-hyun ground his teeth in resentment, hissing, "We've been looked down on by you lot long enough." "I've endured it all." Jikyon took a startled step back and assessed silently. "Zhongnan's 16 swords, this guy is frighteningly fast. And he's by no means inferior to me at all. Very well, I'll show him the true strength of a senior disciple of Manhwa." Talk is cheap. Jikyon swung her arm into a ready stance, leaving Doo-hyun dumbfounded. Her gaze hardened with killing intent as her heavy sword descended in a blaze of blade light, blooming like 10,000 flowers in the cold mist. The 24 moves Plum Blossom Sword Technique, first form, Plum Blossom Fury unleashed. Before the next move could be executed, a shrill shout cut through, "Stop this instant." "What are you all playing at?" Jikyon assessed. "Isn't that the second disciple of Zhongnan?" He didn't argue. Coldly he demanded, "Apologize right now." She kept her composure and replied politely, "If the other side apologizes for forcing their second disciple to kneel, I'm willing to bow and admit fault." While tensions ran high, someone stepped forward and chimed in, "Aren't adults stepping into children's fights a bit much?" Tik Dian felt the voice was familiar and turned toward it. The speaker's tone was Master Yuesong. He placed a hand on Ji Kyon's shoulder to reassure her, then continued, "It's true Zhongnan disciples grit their teeth whenever they see Mount Hua. Do they really have to pick on the children too? It's a bit unfair to make only our kids apologize. Both sides were at fault." He was shaking with anger as he pointed at her to retort. "What do you mean both sides? Clearly only one side caused trouble." Yuesong offered a soothing smile. "I mean, let's just let it go. Who hasn't been through something like this as a child? Or do you actually want to push this further?" Under that pressure of sincerity, he flinched and dared not say another word. In the end, he didn't make things hard, warning his fellows to withdraw. "Who said that? Coward, you and your brothers." After everything was settled, Ji Kyon timidly asked, "Master, what brings you to Sion?" He glanced at Tutun and said, "I came to fetch those skipping training, what else?" "They said this reminds them of our past, but you think we came to Sion to goof off, right?" Hearing that, she suddenly felt a bit anxious. She'll probably be punished when they get back. Yuesong didn't bother with more words and reminded, "Let's go home, you lot of rascals." Mount Hua headmaster's study. He nodded to confirm what Ji Kyon had just related. Indeed, there is a flame containing such power. Moreover, among Zhongnan's 3 senior disciples, there is one with that kind of strength. Has Zhongnan produced a genius? She tilted her head curiously and exclaimed, "Is it a big deal?" He explained in a grave tone, "Though both are in Shanxi, do you know why Mount Hua grew stronger than Zhongnan? It's because Mount Hua keeps producing geniuses consistently. Zhongnan hasn't had a truly outstanding master for decades, while Mount Hua continuously trains famous masters. A single master can determine a sect's prosperity. That's the rule in the Jianghu. We can't let Shanxi's influence fall into Zhongnan's hands." Ji Kyon agreed, "I think so too." He went on to speak sincerely, saying he had high hopes for Ji Kyon. "Mount Hua's future will depend on you." Hearing that, Ji Kyon was momentarily stunned and couldn't react. Wait, if the sect leader calls that person a genius, then that means I'm a genius too since I fought him on equal footing. She blurted out in shock, "So I'm a genius too." He didn't answer directly but offered evidence. Reaching level 3 of the 14 moves Plum Blossom Sword technique in 6 months and level 5 in a year is an extraordinary talent. Ji Kyon grew more convinced of her own supposition. "My goal was 3 stars within a few months," he said casually. "If one is at that level, what is there left to learn from the master?" Absorbing the information, her head spun and Ji Kyon felt joyful inside. Of course, realizing she's far ahead of her peers, she once grew arrogant. She had compared herself to Yuesong, but realized she was only at the competent level. Calling herself a genius was merely her wish to become one. He turned his gaze to the distance and warned, "Nevertheless, don't be foolish enough to place all your faith in your own strength." Ji Kyon looked at him and guessed, "The sect leader says that because one of the true practitioners has emerged into the world and unfortunately was slain by an evil cultivator." After discussing everything, he didn't detain her further and said in a low voice that matters were clear enough and she should withdraw. Ji Kyon solemnly bowed, "Yes, sect leader. I will come visit again." She smiled brightly, telling herself and him, "Please don't worry, sect leader, for I intend to use this talent to bend the original story to my will." Outside, he curiously asked, "I heard the elder called you and you caused trouble again?" Ji Kyon cried out, "Senior master." "That's not it. The sect leader just said I'm a genius." He seemed a bit incredulous and tentatively asked, "Did he really say that?" Ji Kyon noticed the unusual expression on his face and stood still like that for a long moment. After a while, he spoke to break the silence. "So you finally realized it." Ji Kyon blushed as she admitted it. It was because no one had ever directly praised her talent before. Hearing that, he let out a long sigh. "I had advised Yuaihyun to restrain and temper you so that realizing your talent wouldn't make you lax. Wasn't that clearly meant to serve as a cautionary example?" But Yuaihyun replied, "My disciple, I don't want to see him gloomy or discouraged. I want to see him grow true to his nature. I told you that if you become too arrogant, you'll get into danger later. Since birth, you haven't had a shred of humility." Ji Kyon widened her eyes and asked, "Me?" He continued, "You grew up surrounded by people who only love and praise you. Your master chose not to mention your talent so you could learn humility without being suppressed. Fortunately, at the right moment, that Namgung brat taught you a costly lesson. Master, you've planned carefully for him, so don't be complacent. Always be humble about your strength. The Jianghu is vast and full of talented people. Even if you're outstanding in a small pond, if you only rest content, aren't you just a frog at the bottom of a well?" At last, Ji Kyon understood everything and replied excitedly, "Yes, I will go and mend my ways." Jikyeon told herself, don't worry, great uncle, I will do well. While they were talking, Jikyeon spotted a familiar figure approaching and cried, it's master, excuse me, great uncle, I'll go in first. He nodded and said, go on. No sooner had he spoken than she dashed forward like the wind and flung herself into Yuihyun's arms, calling, Master. Master, I will surely repay you. As great uncle said, thank you for not forcing me but guiding me. I'm truly grateful. If I'd been repressed too much, I might have left long ago. Seeing Jikyeon overexcited, he stroked her head to calm her. Kid, what exactly did the master say to you? Beside them, Yuisong chimed in, hey kid, what about me? Don't you owe me thanks too? Jikyeon whispered, it's unfair to equate thanks to the one who raised me and the one who just stood by playing. He grumbled, when have I ever just stood by playing? Funny, Yuihyun is clearly the one who raised her, so why is she becoming more like me? Hearing that, Yuihyun at the side could only helplessly hug and sigh. Jikyeon, if you could grow a bit more mature before that age, that would be the greatest repayment. She laughed off the comment. Even if she becomes like him, does everything have to be the same? All along he said nothing, only secretly hoped they would take good care of Mount Hua's future, his descendants. Being recognized as a genius, as she'd long wished, wasn't pure joy and excitement alone. There were the senior master's admonitions, the will of the deceased supreme sect leader, and the looming rise of the demonic cult to consider. Above all, to repay Yuihyun's kindness, her training couldn't slack off. She had to guard the secret manuals of Mount Hua stored in the martial cannon hall. Jikyeon peered inside and whispered as she searched, now then, where is the manual for the 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique? Suddenly a rumble sounded from his stomach, making her start. Master Yuihyun, are you all right? He bent over, clutching his belly, and reassured Jikyeon, perhaps breakfast didn't agree with me. I'll step out for a moment, you all don't come inside. Seeing Yuihyun's expression, Jikyeon thought to herself that his stomach must be really upset. Suddenly something caught her eye. Oh wait, this is. Jikyeon stared at the pile of books with bright eyes and shouted in excitement. A rare chance to see the forbidden manuals. Come on, those secret manuals of supreme techniques that the elders hid. Jikyeon judged enthusiastically that even if she possessed them, she couldn't comprehend them. The content was profound and unfathomable, mystifying and obscure, each line of text like a tangle in the mind. At her current level, how could she possibly qualify to comprehend this martial art? After scanning around, her gaze landed on another stack of books beside it. This one is. Jikyeon picked it up and quietly read the title on the cover. Duan Tian Pai Sword. Between towering, majestic cliffs, a silver waterfall surged down, foaming white, mingling with the chirping of birds. Vo An spoke slowly. So you say you came to me because you suspected that book was a demonic manual. Across from her, Jikyeon nodded like someone counting rice. Confirmation. Yes, just the name alone reeks of bad omen. A name meaning to rend the heavens is usually attached to tyrannical demonic techniques like heaven-rending desolation. If practiced incorrectly, not only could one be expelled from the sect, one might also go mad from false qi. Muyong sat leisurely on a rock and made a request. All right, bring it here for me to see. Jikyeon didn't hesitate and complied. Yes. She took the book from her hands, read through each page, then offered her opinion. Indeed, even I have never seen this manual before. However, this is not a demonic art, but a supreme Mount Hua secret technique. From the original structure, one can confirm this is Mount Hua's martial art. Hearing that, Jikyeon was a bit curious. If it's Mount Hua's supreme art, why was it hidden? Muyong slammed the book shut and exhaled, no wonder. Draw your sword and stand before me. She pointed the blade forward and whispered, like this. In an instant, Muyong's blade flashed past her face so quickly that the words she was about to speak were cut off in her throat. Now, Jikyeon reacted swiftly, flicking her blade up to intercept the sudden strike. She panted as she looked at the aftermath. Muyong explained, as you can see, the killing intent is far too dense. Mount Hua's swordsmanship has always had the reputation of being unorthodox. If it's saturated with such a heavy killing intent, it's bound to make others wary. If you want to practice it, practice on your own and preferably don't use it in front of others on formal occasions. Jikyeon trembled all over, thinking that even with the elder restraining his power, the killing intent still made her whole body shake. She steadied herself and then wondered aloud, but he didn't exactly forbid practicing it. She lowered her eyes and said, with your eyes shining like that, what's the point of telling me not to practice? Even if I were forbidden, I know you expect I wouldn't obey. Jikyeon looked down at the book in her hands and gave a small smile. The elder has permitted it. The power of this art has been verified. I'll take the Duan Tian Pai sword as my signature technique. After 29 years, the Central Plains Martial Alliance was re-established. After countless meetings, the alliance was reorganized, making the martial alliance of Akduong the main headquarters. Sichuan and Anhui were set up as the two primary branches. Naturally, the great sects and martial clans that had freely expanded their power under a nominal alliance were dissatisfied. However, with the growing likelihood of the demonic sect's resurgence, no one dared to oppose too strongly. Today was the first day the Martial Alliance headquarters opened its doors. Heroes and talents from across the Jianghu gathered in one place. A man stopped, observed the scene, and exclaimed, "The descendants of the martial clans have already grouped together." The guy beside him, seeing that, turned to ask, "Hey, who are you?" "Wait, what's a martial clan?" The man turned and seriously explained, "You don't even know that. They are families with high prestige in the martial world because of their martial prowess." The other nodded and said, "My master was a recluse, so." He leaned in and whispered, "Then it makes sense. Look over there." The Tang family of Sichuan, the Jia family, the Moyang clan. The Pang family. The two stared and couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Their eyes and hair looked strange, and the one standing beside them looked terribly frightening. In the crowd, Sihian's figure also drew quite a few onlookers. Finally, his sharp eyes swept straight ahead. A passerby called out the name Namgung family. Sihian caught the two gazes, frowned, and turned with puzzlement. The man didn't stop. He calmly continued to explain that the most prestigious families like these are called the 5 great clans. They hold status comparable to the 9 sects of the realm, renowned and illustrious. The fellow beside him nodded. "I get the big clans, but what's the 9 sects of the realm?" The other displayed his knowledge. They're the 9 orthodox sects with the highest prestige and greatest power in the martial world, along with an association. Shaolin, Wuding, Manhua, Imei, Kunlun, Zhongnan, the Dian Shang School, King Cheng, Kongdong, and finally Kaibang. Just then, the successor of Wuding entered, and he was drawn by a figure behind him. "Wuding, I know them as the #1 sword sect in the world, right?" Seeing the long hair fluttering in the morning sun, the other youth offered a caveat. "You can't absolutely say Wuding is the top sword sect." He added, "There's still Manhua. After all, disciples of the great sects carry a different air." The man beside him watched admiringly and murmured, "And there's also a stunning beauty." They turned their eyes to Jikyon and Tik Ring in disgust. "Look, that's a Taoist family. Taoists don't concern themselves with worldly ties." "Ah, but that brown-haired disciple over there is pretty too." Jikyon draped an arm around her and asked, "Should I go introduce myself now?" Tik Ring whispered, "Calm down, senior sis," one of them commented, "but her gaze is kind of scary." With Wudang and Manhua facing each other, he wondered aloud, "These two schools are always mentioned when people argue about the world's top sword sect. What will they say when they meet?" In the corner, Seok Jun put on a frosty face and dryly said, "It's been a year, hasn't it? Good to see you again. Those shameless tricksters." Hearing that, he was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What did you just say?" he snapped irritably. "Are you deaf, shameless tricksters?" Jiake Chuan quickly covered Seok Jun's mouth and soothed things. "My apologies, he's a bit loose-tongued." Jikyon, witnessing it, agreed and admonished, "That's right, Seok Jun, there are seniors here older than you. You shouldn't call them that." Seeing her side with him, Jiake Chuan was a little moved. "Senior sister," Bok then added, "so are we just going to leave those shameless tricksters as they are?" Jikyon tipped her chin and suggested, "Ask the fellow next to you, see if he knows why we act like this." Biksa, as if noticing the issue, spun around to scold, "Biletter1EA1CH fan, what mischief have you stirred up again?" He denied it adamantly. "Who knows? I really had no idea. I was just playing the part to be proper. I only used a little strength. Do they think I broke our agreement and went all out in the duel? If they really misunderstand that badly, it shows their level right there." Tik Ring grew increasingly unable to contain herself. She ground her teeth, then hissed, "Hey, duel me right here and now. Let's see if you can win. If you win, I'll admit it was just my misunderstanding." Before Beek Bayan could answer, Beek Saw beside him pushed him down and declared, "Excuse me. I'll apologize on his behalf, so don't misunderstand. It seems this fellow acted on his own. Wonder if anyone else has faced his full strength before." Watching that action, Jikyon slightly curled her lips into a satisfied smile. Across from them, Beekjin signaled for her to be quiet. "Leave it be." Beek Bayan, seeing the scene, turned to mock, "You just can't help smiling when you see that ruffian, huh?" He wasn't interested in arguing and calmly advised, "Quickly apologize for calling Jikyon a ruffian and shut it. Senior brother. In any case, I'll apologize once more for the misunderstandings Beek Bayan caused." Seeing the stone already in his hand ready to be used, he panicked and cried out, I already apologized. Why are you picking up a rock?" Beek Bayan squeezed his eyes shut and shouted to stop him. Hey. With that, the stone was hurled hard toward the bushes where a figure sat. There's a mouse. Sihyun heard this and repeated in a low voice, a mouse. He curled the corner of his mouth into a smile and spoke. That was a bit much. Jikyeon calmly changed the name she used. Fine kitten. Sihyun felt a bit helpless but no longer reacted harshly, still better than being a little mouse. No sooner had his foot landed than she couldn't help but ask, what brings you here? Sihyun stepped closer, leaned toward Jikyeon and shared, I'm just curious, are two great sects facing off to claim the top sword title in the world? She paused a moment, thinking inwardly, wait, since when did he get so tall? He paid no mind to Jikyeon's expression and grew more irritated as he spoke. What matter is so urgent you rushed here without first visiting old friends? I really want to know. She replied softly, it's only been 3 years, what's the big deal? He snorted coldly, displeased. Only 3 years, what's wrong with your sense of time? At that tone, Jikyeon snapped back in kind, oh yeah, why suddenly so grumpy? Baeksa, watching from the side, murmured, looks like your big sister hasn't changed. Jiakchuen nodded in agreement. Indeed, whatever. He didn't linger, pushed Baekbaeon's head down and said, anyway, we're heading off first. Baekhin trailed behind them and didn't forget to wave, see you later. Jikyeon watched the exchange and Sihyun, face darkening, demanded, who is he to act so familiar? Under the deep blue sky streaked with white clouds, the wind rustled through the trees, stirring the quiet atmosphere. Over here, the Heen was walking arm in arm with Jikyeon. He clenched his fist and asked, displeased, hey, who is he that you've been so nice to him all this time? She kept her expression, merely glanced over and answered shortly, what does it have to do with you? Sihyun's face flushed red, he lost his temper and shouted, of course it matters, if we're friends, why are you cheerful with him but always cold to me? I can't believe the Heen would say that. Jikyeon was a little surprised. That's the issue. Sihyun leaned in and then warned, this doesn't look like a place we should be anymore. She blankly asked, are we really friends? At that, he suddenly grew dejected. Let's go, let's go. Watching Sihyun's string of actions, Jikyeon called out in confusion, what's gotten into him all this time? He drew a deep breath, mustered his courage, and confessed, I want that too. All right, me too, if you'd smile at me gently sometimes, it wouldn't hurt, would it? Jikyeon's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. She thought to herself, has he eaten something odd? Jikyeon hurriedly turned her back and strode off quickly. What? Let's go. Sihyun asked dazedly, where are you going now? She kept walking without looking back, explaining she needed to expand her connections and also greet Haran. If you don't like it, stay here alone. He reproachfully whispered, are you going to leave me all alone out here in the wild? Seeing Jikyeon clearly had no intention of stopping, Sihyun hurried after her. Wait, I'll go with you. She urged him to hurry, there's not much time. After moving for a while, Jikyeon looked at the grand scene ahead and excitedly said, I've heard this is the center of the martial alliance. It's truly magnificent. Disciples from the 9 sects federation have gathered in full. I wonder how strong they really are. Ah, so the 5 great clans are all here too, right? Hearing that, the Heen's mood suddenly sank. He put on a serious face and earnestly admonished, hey, Jikyeon. Even if someone says something strange, absolutely do not believe them. She glanced back in puzzlement. What are you talking about? Sihyun offered no explanation, only reiterated gravely, never mind what it is, just don't believe it. The more she heard, the more her curiosity swelled. What on earth did he mean? No sooner had the thought formed than a voice suddenly called out from somewhere. Could you stop staring already? Jikyeon rolled her eyes toward the sound. Who's that? Haran and the handsome man with thick brows beside him stopped. Then the latter said coldly, have you never learned basic etiquette? You don't even seem to realize how rude your behavior is. Haran turned and called softly, Jin Yaen, he's been checking on you. Are you all right? Baekbaeon, annoyed, muttered, who in the world was looking at him? He's overreacting, like some guard dog. Jikyeon observed the two and identified the male lead of Return of the Sword, Jin Yaen. He shrugged in reply, of course, this isn't the first time. Haran beside him reassured, how many times have I told you shouldn't get used to those resentful stares? Return of the Sword kept staring that way. She thought to herself, he's standing next to Haran so naturally, as if always ready to protect him. No mistake about it. Yet it wasn't as earth-shattering as she'd imagined. She'd expected the heavens to tremble and thunder to roll when meeting the protagonist. Instead, Jikyeon decided to call out, hey you. Jin Yaen turned at the sound, huh. Behind him, Haran recognized her and called out happily, Jikyeon. She asked abruptly, are you strong? A flood of thoughts surged up and her fighting spirit flared. This is the protagonist from the novel. How strong could he really be? He looked puzzled, glanced down at Jikyeon and asked back, what did you say? Only then did I fully realize that I am Jikyeon. Before, I always treated this place as merely a world from a novel. But it's been over 10 years since I first set foot in this world, and many years since I became a disciple of manhua. After countless meetings and partings, I gradually became the senior sister of the manhua's third-generation disciples, a master in the Jianghu. And more than anything, I truly became Ji Qion. For that reason, I couldn't help but ask him about his strength, that irresistible instinct of a martial artist. I was curious how strong Jin Yan had become by now. Jin Yan rested his hand on the sword hilt and coldly proposed, "If you're curious, the only way is to test it." Before either side could act, Heron cut in, "Wait a moment. I still hope my friends will greet each other before they dispute whose martial arts are superior. Both of you will listen to me, all right." Finally, he extended his hand and spoke in greeting. Jin Yan belonged to the Minjuan sect opposite, and Ji Qion likewise from manhua. Jin Yan confidently suggested, "If they want to duel, not here, wait until the Long Phoenix assembly later. Unlike disciples of major sects accustomed to all the attention, I don't like needless notice or stirring up a commotion." Hearing this, Ji Qion froze for a moment, displaying a surprisingly calm demeanor. This is Jin Yan in his youth. Before being drowned by hatred and a thirst for revenge, she bowed her head and softly said, "I'm sorry." He saw Ji Qion looked a little sad and quickly explained, "Ah no, you don't need to apologize so much." Heron beside him covered his mouth and laughed. "See, I told you she's a good person." Si Hyun, who'd appeared without anyone noticing, put a hand on Ji Kyon's shoulder, leaned in, and whispered, "If anyone's fighting, they can only fight me." She blushed and turned to scold. "What now, Namgung Si Hyun?" He didn't hesitate to repeat. "If you want to duel, you can only fight me. What will you do if you lose again?" Ji Qion snapped back angrily. "Lose is lose. It's not a life or death duel. You won't die from losing." As the atmosphere grew tense, Heron suddenly cut in. "Oh, we were having fun and you have to interrupt. Sorry about that, Ji Qion." The air between manhua and the Duong family seemed off. "Aren't you going to go see?" She jumped and shouted, "What?" Ji Qion blurted a name in alarm. "The Duong family from Sichuan." "What's happening now?" As she was about to leave, Si Hyun grabbed her arm to stop her. "Wait, Ji Qion." He asked in a low voice, "Could you not go?" Ji Qion stopped and asked seriously, "What's gotten into you?" Si Hyun shared his view. "After all, the Duong family has people watching, so they probably won't start anything big. Besides, you're the youngest, being so small, there's no point in going." She paid it little mind and retorted with lowered eyes, "What are you saying? I'm only the youngest, not the shortest. Besides, I'm the senior sister, of course I should go see." Si Hyun, unable to persuade her, sighed in exasperation. All right, but if anyone says anything nonsense, just ignore it, promise me." As soon as they arrived, a booming shout reached Ji Kyon's ears. "Apologize right now." She hurried over and asked, "What's happening?" Jiok Dam's face filled with worry as he called back, "Senior sister." That man dared lay a hand on senior sister Tick Ring. She kept her expression and cut in, "Don't say it aloud. Just thinking about hearing those words again drives me mad." Saying that, Tick Ring looked at the crowd before her, thinking to herself, "The Duong family of Sichuan, one of the 5 great clans of the martial world, the overlords of Sichuan, are clan-minded and bloodline-focused, specialized in poison techniques and hidden weapons. Even in Return of the Sword, they're all scheming and ruthless." Hei-un escorted Ji Qion over and excitedly said, "Ah, so this is the senior sister." He tilted his head, looked her over, and casually remarked, "No matter how you look at her, she seems the youngest." Hei-un declared, "Such chaotic manners." No sooner had he finished than Ji Qion swung her arm and landed a punch on that annoying face. She looked at the body rolling on the ground and shouted, "If you're looking for trouble, be prepared to be hit, right? That rotten-eyed fellow." Ji Qion clenched her anger, thinking, chaotic manners. Does he take manhua for a dog? Footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by a clear voice. "That's enough." Ha Jiong stopped and sternly warned, "You've started trouble with someone out of your league, Hei-un." Ji Qion turned warily to Ha Jiong and asked, "Who are you?" Hei-un, sitting on the ground, suddenly called loudly, "Senior sister." She snorted coldly at that. "Senior sister? Are you here to take a beating for your junior?" Then she bluntly added that a disciple of a respectable school being rude and lazy like that was disgraceful. Ji Qion had no intention of backing down and shot back immediately. "What about the things your brothers spat at us?" Ha Jiong began lowering the hand that covered her mouth and snapped, "How dare you? Not only did you touch someone from the Duong family, you even dare to utter insulting words." Ji Qion observed her and thought inwardly that the murderous intent was fierce. Her brows suddenly knitted tightly. That person, Ji Qion placed a hand on her sword hilt as if ready to strike, adding, "Very strong." Just as both sides were about to move, Si Hyun stepped forward to block her, stopping and saying, "Can't you see the murderous intent gathering here? Besides, wasn't your junior the one who started it? Ha Jiong curled a lip. You, how noble, truly arrogant. Are you seriously going to side with a woman from another clan now? How disgraceful, my betrothed. Jikyeon froze solid when she heard this. What? That woman is Namgung Sihyun's fiancé. She bit her lip in reluctant anger, her whole body trembling. Then Jikyeon said coldly, don't block me, get out of the way. Sihyun suddenly turned, what's wrong? He read her thoughts and hurriedly explained, are you really going to believe that? I told you, if a madman speaks madness, just ignore it. Sihyun privately judged it to be just one of countless scandals from before. However, no words could reach Jikyeon now. She demanded seriously, I said move. Inside, Tich Dayan was swamped with tangled thoughts. Why am I in such a foul mood today? Across from her, Ha Jiong replied confidently, want a match, you'll regret it. Jikyeon, losing patience, stepped forward. Too much talk. She sliced sharply through the air and yelled, shut up and charge. Moments later, Jikyeon leant and deflected the flying blades tearing through the air. She gritted her teeth, sweat streaming down her face, nodding quickly that she not only parried the large dart easily but also blocked the throwing blades. Truly overwhelming. Not only the speed and the unpredictable style, but also the terrifying finesse. Jikyeon stared straight at her and took in the situation at a glance. Then she sprang up, preparing a counter-strike. The sword's tip sliced the wind as Jikyeon poured all her strength into a fierce downward strike at Ha Jiong. Indeed, as the sword force rolled in, she couldn't help but admire inwardly. This is a formidable opponent. Jikyeon stood firm, hands clamped on the hilt, yet it seemed she'd found a way for herself. There was still a gap to break through. After a tense bout, the woman across commented, turns out you're not only skilled in technique, but also possess impressive stamina. I suspected you'd at least have a hidden dart stuck in you by now. Jikyeon retorted bluntly, same to you, my target wasn't the big dart but the sleeve hiding the throwing blades, yet you still dodged remarkably well. She remained alert from start to finish, eyes sweeping as she calculated. The situation had become advantageous, yet unease lingered. The Duong family's real strength didn't lie in hidden weapons. Ha Jiong suddenly asked a question that stunned her. Do you know why poisons are so terrifying? Because only when the body shows abnormal signs do you realize it. She suddenly staggered. Jikyeon finally recognized the problem. Her heart was going numb, her body's sensations muddling. She swore, damn it, when did this happen? The woman showed no panic, calmly explaining, did she carry poison and then neutralize it? That's just a trick of lower-tier killers. Hearing that, Jikyeon began to speculate. Could she have concentrated poison into her acupuncture points? Ha Jiong wasted no time and launched successive attacks at her. Now let's see how much longer you can hold out. Jikyeon felt a pang of anxiety. Damn it, she was panicking. Since when had she been poisoned? Although she knew poison was the woman's main weapon, she had been overly complacent. Calm down and think, she had dealt with poisons before. Back then, even without doing anything special, the chi-cultivating Tudo pill swallowed the poison for me. Now my internal skill is nearly at the first grade. That was more than enough to suppress the poison the way she did back then. Compared to the cult's poison, this was like plain water. Just using internal energy as before to burn the venom flowing in the veins would suffice. Once the numbness began to subside, in an instant Jikyeon lunged her sword up close to the woman's face. She would surely panic. Ha Jiong gaped in disbelief and shouted, How is this possible? You cleared Duong's poison so quickly. While the other's mind was in chaos, she took the chance to slash and bring her down. Jikyeon exclaimed at once, and at the moment the man let his guard down, I'll exploit the opening and end this in one strike. Warm syrupy lines flowed down from her lowered hand onto the ground. She bowed her head and clutched her injured arm tightly. After a long moment, Ha Jiong finally admitted, I underestimated the little Mount Hua Lord. What she said next left the crowd and Hae-un mouths agape. I concede defeat. Jeok Dam cheerfully ran over to celebrate with Jikyeon. Senior sister, she's so cool, someone beside added. You're the calmest, plus you even reminded us that her body still carries poison, so stay back. Sihyun, seeing the fight end, also hurried over in a panic. Are you hurt? Jikyeon turned and warned once more, I told you not to touch her, the poison is still on her. Yet you worry only about the wound on her arm, what's that got to do with it? Never mind, Jacket Yun, hurry bring water and clean cloths here. Ha Jiong suddenly cut in, can't you see the wound on your fiancé's side? You don't beat around the bush, curse that fiancé refrain, will you stop already? Hearing that, she said nothing more, merely lifting a corner of her mouth in a slight smile. Then Ha Jiong walked up to Jikyeon and said, Indeed, you are strong enough to claim the title of Mount Hua's senior sister. I admit that, I will remember your name. She held out an item to her. This is an antidote pill to completely remove the remaining poison in your body. You'd best take it. Seeing Ji-kyun accept without hesitation, Si-hyun beside her quickly blocked her. Hey, don't drink it. Do you even know what it is before you just take and swallow it? I told you not to drink it. Do you know what that is to dare to casually swallow it? Ha-jeong tilted her head, her tone teasing. Didn't she just say it's an antidote pill? You turn and retort, how could you trust the lowly people of the Tang family? She wasn't angry, she calmly spoke reason, saying sooner or later we'd be family. Talking about our future family like that, doesn't that go too far? Si-hyun was furious, ready to explode. Future family my foot, I'd rather die than be anything other than a Namgung family member. After everything had settled, she turned her gaze to Hae-un and reminded him, all right, Hae-un, apologize properly, bow and make amends. Even though Ha-jeong had instructed him, he stubbornly held his ground. But sister, the road belongs to the Sichuan Tang family, why should I? She fixed him with a cold look and said flatly, don't make me say it twice. Do you need me to point out who damaged the Tang family's honor personally? Oh right, now that I think about it, that's the real reason behind this mess. Ji-kyun suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, the cause of this incident was when she whispered, Tik Ring, junior sister, come here. She nodded and replied, yes, senior sister. Has your wound gotten any better? Ji-kyun cheerfully recounted. I'm fine, the poison has been neutralized. Meanwhile, Hae-un pressed his lips together, wrestling with inner conflict. Later, he resolved to bow and say, I sincerely apologize for my rude words earlier. Seeing this, Ji-kyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Another matter settled today. Si-hyun bandaged her wound while anxiously asking, do you feel any better now? Ji-kyun bluntly observed, you've never done this before, have you? Hearing that, he snapped back a bit annoyed. I've helped and you're making a fuss. As the two were talking, a voice called out, Ji-kyun. Saw someone hurrying over and let out the name Baekjin. He grabbed Ji-kyun's hand, worried, are you all right? Your arm is bleeding. She looked down and then nodded in affirmation. All right, I must not have tied it tightly enough so it didn't stop the bleeding. Baekjin then gently rebandaged her wound and even asked permission, forgive my rudeness for a moment. Si-hyun watched and thought to himself, you tie nicely, kid. Afterward, Baekjin expressed concern. This is only a temporary measure. You should go to the Medicine King's Hall. If you can't walk, I'll carry you. Hearing that, Ji-kyun shyly declined. No, it's fine, the poison is still in me, so about carrying me. You can't just stand there, stepped forward to block Baekjin. Forget it, seems you have no resistance to poison. If you get poisoned, what will you do then? If you need to be carried, let me carry you, hurry up. I have a physique almost immune to all poisons. Her eyes suddenly widened. What did you say, immune to all poisons? This kid truly is the talent the Tang household thirsts for. Seeing Ji-kyun still frozen, Si-hyun reminded her, what are you waiting for? Get on already. Under the urging, Ji-kyun finally climbed onto his back at a leisurely pace. Si-hyun held Ji-kyun tightly and teased, you're heavier than I thought. She nonchalantly replied, of course, I've been training my muscles for a long time, so of course I'm heavier. He nodded in agreement. She looked light, but since he'd already hoisted her up. Seeing Baekjin act so mild, he hurried to take credit. Then leave it to me, if poisoned, just take an antidote pill. Without another word, he dashed off in an instant, leaving Baekjin no chance. He watched the diminishing figure, the corner of his mouth twitching. This young master really wears his thoughts on his face. At the Hua Shan Inn, Ji-kyun rubbed her sore shoulders and said, because of that Namgung Si-hyun who can't find his way, we've lost several times more time. Jeok Dam spotted her silhouette and called out, senior sister, you're back. The elders didn't say much either. Maybe because senior sister had won, but big brother Uihyun warned before resting, senior sister, drop by once. Ji-kyun heard this and growled in annoyance. Why would they keep such a thing secret? Right, so what exactly did that Tang family guy say to Tik Ring that almost started a fight? He covered his mouth and leaned close to her ear to whisper, about that. A faint memory resurfaced. Hae-un stood before Tik Ring and made a clumsy remark. With such a lovely face given by heaven, she chose the wrong place to hide. With that face, she surely could have claimed the household master's concubine's spot in that noble family. He said it like that. Ji-kyun glanced at her, thinking to herself that Tik Ring hated compliments about her looks because of memories from having lived in a brothel. Moreover, she had deep loyalty and pride toward Hua Shan, and he had attacked both at once. She ground her teeth and furious, spoke through clenched teeth, thinking it over, a punch might not even be enough. Tik Yung saw this and hurried to soothe things. Senior sister, actually I agree. But Tik Ring, who'd been silent until now, suddenly cut in. Senior sister, do you know why the Tang family's young lady made her own brother bow before us? She calmly shared her thoughts, clearly wanting to end this here so it wouldn't cause trouble later. She put on a serious expression and questioned Jaekyeon. You understand the situation, so why act that way? Did you avenge me, or were you simply venting some anger? Did something unpleasant happen? Hearing this, her heart sank. That matter. Jaekyeon recalled the past as she spoke up. Hey, Namgung Sihyun, you turned to answer. Huh, what's up? She asked earnestly, is that engagement real? Sihyun flinched and objected. I told you to ignore those ridiculous rumors. Jaekyeon didn't stop and continued. But it seems Ha Jeong doesn't make things up without reason. Only then did he awkwardly scratch his head. An engagement? Not yet, at least not up to now, but it's almost like it's been decided already. She said no more, just letting her eyelids droop slightly. She merely let her eyelids fall slightly. Jaekyeon tried to stay calm and shared, now that doesn't matter. What's important is I broke through to first rank cultivation when I fought Ha Jeong. Sihyun asked cheerfully, really? She affirmed confidently, of course. And so the first lively day at the Martial Alliance headquarters came to an end. The next day, every corner buzzed with people discussing it. Is it her? You beat Ha Jeong, a young man nearby added, the one called the Serpent Gallant of Sichuan. Standing amid the chatter, Jaekyeon felt annoyed. They kept talking. Apparently she's 3 years younger than Ha Jeong, no wonder Hua Shan is Hua Shan. Jaekyeon widened her eyes and shouted, what? Who on earth is Ha Jeong that everyone reacts like this? Yagal-hee fanned a smile and said, that reaction is understandable. Serpent Gallant, Ha Jeong is the eldest daughter of the Tang Sa household of Sichuan and the principal wife of the main branch and a top candidate for future young mistress. She's 3 years older than the junior master. Among late-blooming masters of their generation across families, almost no one surpasses Ha Jeong. She nodded and joined the discussion attentively. The principal wife, so does that mean there are second and third wives? Then letter 1 BFHI letter 1 C1N stepped up to add, that Tang household has 3 principal wives and 4 concubines, so Ha Jeong has many potential suitors. Yagal-hee agreed, yes, that's what I've heard. Jaekyeon placed her hand on her hip and smiled confidently. A life worth living is one like the Tang household masters, yet I was born and raised in a sect that forbids marriage. Sihyun exploded in anger and shouted, what's with that smile? Don't tell me you're jealous. She snorted coldly in rebuttal, I never said that. He retorted back, but it's all over your face. While they argued heatedly, someone stepped forward and cut in. You two look close, don't you? If the principal wife has ties to the future top sword of Hua Shan, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Jaekyeon turned to Ha Jeong and shared her thought. Hua Shan's #1 sword looks like you have a keen eye. Saying that, she inwardly laughed with excitement. That's right, the future Hua Shan #1 sword will of course be me. She lowered her eyes and continued the conversation, but I want a more direct connection rather than an indirect tie to the junior master. What do you think? I'm genuinely interested in the junior master. Jaekyeon was stunned at that. I caught your eye. In what way exactly? All I remember are the times we fought. Ha Jeong didn't hide it and explained plainly. The way you accepted the antidote pill without hesitation really impressed me. Because of my family's nature, even if someone shows goodwill, others are usually wary. Your reaction was remarkably different, which I found interesting. But if someone else had handed it to you, it could very well have been poison. I advise you to at least be a little suspicious before swallowing something like a bolt from the blue. Now Jaekyeon nodded in agreement. Damn, she's right, I didn't think at all back then. Still, that generosity and straightforwardness weren't bad. Speaking of which, in Sword God's Return there was also a member of the Tang family of Sichuan who helped the protagonist. Among the Tang family members as sly as venomous snakes, that person was the only one who kept some reason. Could that person be you? Ha Jeong took her hand and cheerfully said, then from now on keep a good relationship with my fiancé, but don't get too close, I do get jealous. Jaekyeon watched her retreating figure and asked warmly, what if we actually become too close and something happens? Ha Jeong waved her hand casually, it's fine, besides the engagement is already set. I've said all I needed to say, now I'm off, she muttered under her breath, already leaving. Nearby, Heen collapsed onto the lush grass. Look, she finished her business and left immediately. If I had to marry someone like her, I'd surely die of rage. Tik Dian, curious, asked, no other betrothals? He shook his head, no, none. This engagement was chosen by my own sister. I couldn't resist it either. Why on earth would my sister want to marry her only brother into that clan as a son-in-law? She observed the Heen, thinking silently that it's obvious. She likely wants to eliminate a brother who could become a rival in the succession struggle. Then Jaekyeon sat down and shared her view. But if she told you not to get too close to me, doesn't that mean she has some feelings for you? He quickly jumped up and hurriedly explained, she only wants to use marriage with a direct line of the Namgung clan to strengthen her position in the succession struggle. Political marriages don't leave room for love. Jikyeon nodded in agreement. I don't think she's a bad person. Actually, I might worry too, but she still allows you to keep a friendly relationship with me. Then Sihyun scowled and said maybe she meant that if you travel through Sichuan's Jeonghu you could drop by to visit a bit. Seeing Sihyun overly intense, Jikyeon reminded him, but she's still your fiancé, are you sure it's okay to speak ill of her like this? He didn't care and replied nonchalantly, marriage? Am I insane? Even if I die, that'll never happen. An engagement may be unavoidable, but I'll struggle to the end to avoid marriage. If I still can't escape, I'll run away in the night to Huashan West and join as a secular disciple. She asked, why Huashan? Sihyun turned his face away. When did his cheeks even flush? Do I have to ask why? He admitted in a low voice, because you're there. Jikyeon heard this and suddenly felt embarrassed. Namgung Sihyun, you. Then she flipped her attitude like a pancake and angrily shouted, you're planning to cling to me to become Huashan's sect leader and Huashan's #1 sword, right? Live with some principles. That bastard, he replied helplessly, fine, whatever. But on second thought, you don't have the bearing of a sect leader at all. After saying that, she slammed her fist down hard. Indeed, I still find you annoying and disagreeable. When you say sappy things like that, I just want to vomit. Sihyun grabbed Jikyeon's wrist and confessed earnestly, same here, just seeing you smile at that lanky guy from Wudang makes my insides churn. However, that didn't change her mind. After all, you're still annoying. If you just shut your mouth, at least I could stand your face, Jikyeon half joked, half serious. Oh, if we both hate each other, why not cut ties completely? Sihyun startled, what, cut ties? Are you crazy? Why cut ties? He shook her and she reeled, thinking inwardly that sometimes she wondered if he liked her. But no, who's sane enough to grab the collar of someone they like and shake them like that? Beneath the deep, gloomy night sky, a huge full moon shone brilliantly. Ha Jeong had lowered her eyes and let her mind drift when a call suddenly cut through. Sister. From afar, Hae-un hurried over, saying he'd heard sister was calling. She turned and nodded, yes, does anyone suspect the absence of your fifth brother? Hae-un replied seriously that Hwang Bo-in and Ji Gal-si had mentioned the fifth brother, so the second brother used illness as an excuse and said he couldn't come. She coldly blurted, is that so? A few years ago, during the mass kidnappings by the demon cult across the Central Plains, the Tang family of Sichuan were victims without anyone knowing. Ha Jeong lifted her sleeve to cover her mouth and fell into thought. More accurately, the clan had deliberately hidden it. Everyone assumed the Tang family didn't possess a divine relic, the key reason for the kidnappings, so fortunately no one grew suspicious. After considering everything, she began to instruct that the fifth brother's abduction must be kept even more secret, no mistakes allowed. Hae-un nodded in compliance. Yes, sister, I will warn the brothers thoroughly. When he left, Ha Jeong made up her mind. The fact that our Tang family possesses a divine relic must never be exposed to the martial world. As long as the Tang family holds the secret of the Tianhua scripture, this absolutely must not be revealed. Meanwhile, Jikyeon was struggling to suppress her anger. So then, is that you? You dare give me the nickname Huashan Mad Dog? She remembered Sihyun casually saying, you have a new nickname, Huashan Mad Dog. Jikyeon frowned and demanded, who gave that name? He blurted out a name, Jongnam. After hearing this, Dueo Hyun crossed his arms and lounged. Don't you like it? Last time you rolled your eyes like a mad dog and rushed in trying to bite us, right? So Huashan Mad Dog fits perfectly. The Mad Dog of Huashan. Jikyeon clenched her fist and pressed close to his face to retort. That was because you all pointed your swords at Seok Jun first. Seong Riri pointed at Dueo Hyun teasingly. So does the mad in Jikyeon bother you or the dog? Jikyeon shouted in annoyance. Obviously the dog. Who gave you the right to make me a dog? Hearing that, she cheerfully suggested another name. Then how about Huashan Mad Sword? She thought it over and agreed immediately. That one was acceptable, at least she wouldn't be called a dog anymore. Seong Riri nodded in confirmation. Done then, Huashan Mad Sword it is. Jikyeon shook her head in refusal. Don't keep them mad either, drop that word too. Under the pale white canopy, a figure stepped forward and called, Jikyeon. Haran politely began, wait, may I speak with you for a moment? After a while, the two moved up to a high rock to talk. Jikyeon started, what's this all of a sudden? You were so random after thinking it over, only you seemed the most suitable. Haran recalled what that person had told him. Long time no see, and smiled as he cautioned, hey, Jikyeon. If I die, please take care of Jin Yan for me. She didn't understand and was a bit curious. Why say something so strange all of a sudden? Haran spoke calmly. I have a premonition that my death is near, maybe about 5 years. Ji-kyun asked seriously, why ask me to look after Jin Ya-in? Haran lowered his eyes and shared sincerely, because I think you'll get past my death soon. Right from our first meeting, I had that feeling. She revealed no expression and simply stated her view. I've long known you're stubborn and selfish, but I didn't expect you'd even pawn off the duty of caring for a friend after your death like that. Ji-kyun was slightly surprised, thinking inwardly, why say that to me? I can no longer treat his death lightly. Knowing the tragic end that awaits him, I can't even blame him for wanting to foist despair onto others. Before I realized Haran was ran from that story, I had casually judged his future and misunderstood him, assuming, like tropes in novels, that he'd recover. So I had no right to comfort him, nor the right to be disappointed. Ji-kyun unclenched her hand and then refused the request. I can't take care of a rigid young master like him, so you look after him for life. Who knows, maybe by luck a miracle will be found and his blocked meridians cured. Haran couldn't help but smile. Those things only happen in novels. She gave serious advice. No matter how slim the chance of a miracle, it can still happen. He reached out and tugged her sleeve. Ji-kyun warned, Don't plant false hope in me. Miracles like that won't happen for me. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a familiar voice made Ha-lan tremble slightly. Ran. Unnoticed he had appeared, he stood before her and reminded, the sun is harsh, let's go inside. And you, Ji-kyun of Hua-shan, come with me a moment. Ji-kyun thought to herself, so. This awkward scene was set. He folded his arms and began calmly, you're Ji-kyun, right? Thank you for speaking to him like that. And whatever happens, you don't need to bear responsibility for me. She was a little puzzled. Did your friend befriend me only for that purpose? Ran said in a low voice. At first it certainly wasn't like that. He'd said he was glad to be treated as a normal person. She pressed her lips together and affirmed inwardly, of course, back then I thought he wasn't a doomed man. His words still ring in my ears. He never meant his plea to become a burden to others. I'm sorry, don't blame him too much. Ji-kyun leaned back slightly and shook her head. I don't blame him. If I did, I wouldn't have told him to keep living. I actually feel grateful. Thank you for understanding. The north will belong to the fairy folk and the south to the beast people. Sound good? He reached out to her cheerfully. Until next time. Jin Ya-in said firmly, the three of us. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave goodbye. Thanks, travel safely. Ji-kyun watched his figure, an indescribable feeling rising. How irritating. I cannot stop Jin Ya-in's tragedy, nor can I avert Haran's death. The apology I once gave then wasn't out of rudeness, but because I foresaw the future and lacked the power to change it. The only thing I can do is help you. For someone who, driven by remorse and despair, tries to turn back time, how much of your bleak future can I change? Haran's death, the destruction of the Hua-shan sect, the tragedies looming, too many, too great. Ji-kyun asked herself, what on earth must I do? Immediately after came a call that pulled her back to the present. Si-hyun leaned in close and asked, why do you look like that? Not happy? Ji-kyun looked up, a bit surprised by his appearance. Namgung Si-hyun. Si-hyun cleared his throat twice and asked, are you still bothered that I'm engaged? She slightly frowned and prompted him, what did you say? Perfect timing, I'm in a bad mood too, let's spar. Startled by the sudden invitation, he reflexively refused. What? No way, not today. Ji-kyun rolled her eyes and snapped. Why not? Si-hyun turned his face away and replied, you already reached first rank when you fought Ha-jeong, so I have to get to first rank before I fight you, right? She pressed close to his face, excitedly suggesting, so fight me, this is the best chance to carve a loss onto your record. TH letter 1 EBF H I letter 1 EC1 N Cow objected. What's the point of dueling someone you're sure to beat? She crossed her arms, calming her excitement, and said, if it's meaningless, then why do my juniors keep sparring with me? Besides, I've heard Hua-shan people say one thing. Losing has its meaning too, as long as you use it as a foundation to grow stronger. Alright, old memories suddenly surfaced in Ji-kyun's mind. She murmured, I once fell because of failures, but those teachings were what pulled me back up. Seeing her go silent, Si-hyun worriedly called, hey, why all of a sudden like this, not saying anything? But Ji-kyun remained lost in thought. That idea wasn't just for a single match. No matter how many times you fail, as long as you keep trying, you will eventually overcome the trials and become stronger. I must pour all my effort into what I can do right now. Of course, nothing huge changes in a day, but if I stay steady now and persist forward, things will change. Ji-kyun confidently assessed herself. because I'm a genius after all. And the image of him smiling kindly with the fellow brothers rose up. She looked up, eyes sparkling, and asked once more, so what then, do we fight or not, because I'm not alone? Si-hyun couldn't refuse under that gaze. He answered, all right, fight then, you're clearly at an advantage and still pressuring me, you petty thing. Ji-kyun casually strode past him, chin raised, saying, yes, I'll do everything I can to save Jin Ya-in, protect Haran, and most importantly, keep Hua Shan strong. Si-hyun watched her figure in puzzlement. What are you talking about? Ji-kyun, not wanting to dawdle, urged him to hurry and catch up. He hadn't formed his thoughts yet and called back hurriedly, hey Ji-kyun, wait. She turned and gave a smile as if some burden had been lifted, reminding him, what are you still standing there for? Aren't you coming? In that moment, Si-hyun froze, his cheeks unintentionally flushing. He quickly hurried to catch up. All right, I'm coming, I'm coming. Ji-kyun led the way, waving her hand. Hurry up or I'll leave you behind.